of legendary heroes, one man will rise to take all of the credit.
This game has something that no one else will. Me.
We go to work.
This is where the magic happens.
Hey, can I get a coffee?
I'm coming, Ian!
Everybody has that game that they fell in love with because they make an impact. Those games were somebody's legacy. Well, this is my legacy.
Our legacy.
Our legacy, whatever.
It's not my legacy.
I have a BA in Women's Studies.
What exactly is Women's Studies?
It follows the experiences of women and the contributions they've made to...
Inquiry withdrawn.
Quick thing, I'm worried about the time.
Yeah, David, I'm moving as fast as I can. It's not my fault that these watermelons don't explode like real heads.
I can get you real heads. Not human.
That's commitment.
I built your vision. It's like you're this brilliant painter, and I'm your favorite brush. I'm just some tool to create your masterpiece.
I like that metaphor, but it's not quite right, is it?
Are you seriously about to noodle on my metaphor right now?
I know that I can be difficult. Papa, you can't give up. We're like the Beatles. Together, we make masterpieces. I could write the lyrics and the music and everything, but it would sound completely different without the drums.
Wait, I'm Ringo?
Well, yeah. Of course you're Ringo. I mean, look, somebody's got to keep the beat.
Oh my God! At least you brought me breakfast.
Oh, this is mine. It's prescription.
A prescription bagel?
Legally, you're actually not allowed to ask me about
Whatever.
Oh, okay. It's just on now. Okay.
Yeah, it is actually.
Jump scare. Does that get ya?
Every time.
Okay, 1, 2, 3. Jump scare. Hi.
About that.
Welcome to Scared Yet. It's a conversation about horror in media. I'm Chris Straub, your host into this dark. Our panelists can introduce themselves, but let's go this order. Or do you want to go this way?
I don't care.
All right, we'll start here.
Hi, I'm Casey. I don't know, that's it. I'm good.
Wow. We are pretty good. Only the best.
Yeah.
You're burying the lead. You're a ghost.
I am a ghost.
Yeah, you know a lot about this stuff.
I'm a ghost, and I'm here to talk about horror and why you guys are wrong.
Oh, wow.
It's for the pot.
I'm Mike Selinker. I'm a game designer. I've written a lot of horror games, Betrayal at House on the Hill, Apocrypha, Pathfinder, things like that. And yeah, I like doing horror panels, and this is going to be fun.
You all right? You okay? All right.
Hello, I am Nika Harper. I write a lot of horror stories because it's awesome. That's it.
You should tell them what you do.
I will. I do a lot of different stuff. But for the purposes of this panel, I wrote Candle Cove. I do the YouTube horror short channel Local 58. And I have a webcomic that has 2 books, and the 3rd book has not come out yet, Brood Hollow. That's okay. Can discuss that too.
Deadlines?
What?
Can discuss deadlines? Yeah, those are the most.
Yeah, that's why are they called deadlines?
Scared yet?
Yeah, absolutely.
I enjoy a roundtable discussion. I don't like to lead, and I don't like to follow. I like to just sit, mute.
None of that is going to happen.
No, I know.
You're not even sitting.
Yeah,
standing
I know,
at
it
a
didn't happen.
podium.
This is the first time I've stood at a podium, and now I'm worried about my posture. That's the real horror, is public speaking.
Tell us about horror. Give us your dissertation. We're here.
Ooh, okay. Well, I mean, I feel like I discuss this a lot, but I think I have 2 very separate audiences, one that knows me as humor and the other one that knows me for horror. But I feel like there's so much crossover because both of them are about establishing a pattern and then breaking the pattern. And horror and comedy, how do I say this? What is the best way that I phrase this? Comedy is social horror. Comedy is safe horror. And the response is not nervous laughter, but laughter, actual laughter. But in a terrifying situation where it is not safe, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Then it's now you actually are allowed to feel the danger. Like comedy is play at horror. It's like play fighting.
There's something about what I learned about, and I could be wrong here, the tickle response. Why are you ticklish? And it's because your body is perceiving something as a threat. So it's being touched somewhere or something's happening, and it automatically goes, something's wrong here. And internally, you're processing it, and it says, emergency, emergency. Oh no, just kidding. And that's when you laugh. And it's because, oh no, it was fine. Like that's when you're playing it off. So it's the similar kind of experience, right? The humor is the tickle response for the same thing of perception of that same amount of danger.
Yeah.
But horror, it's real.
Yeah.
Horror, it's not a tickle anymore.
But we enjoy horror fiction and media because you get that release of, okay, all right, it's done. Mm-hmm. You get that calm down moment.
The similar, you live through it with the people a lot of the time.
Yeah.
Most of the time.
Most of the time.
Well, some of the people.
Yes.
Unless you've played Betrayal. One of them's going to live through it.
One of them's going to live through it. Yeah.
They're going to have a really good time.
That's a beautiful way to say it. Betrayal always ends with a winner. That's nice.
Someone's got to win.
It's a happy game.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah, I've done a lot of horror games because I like the sort of 10,000-foot view of directors like Stanley Kubrick who really don't care about their characters, right? So I don't care about yours either. There's always in a horror game, one of the primary tensions is that there is definitely a victim and definitely a victimizer. Mm-hmm. And so you can shy away from that and you can say, okay, we're going to paper over this and make it cool for you people. It'll all be fine. Don't worry about it. Or you can do what I do, which is just rip off the Band-Aid and say, whatever happens here, we've all defined it as a safe space. We're all good, right? Okay, everything that occurs in that box is okay, mm-hmm. right? The first step's really important, right? We know that at no time a real murderer is going to come in and stab you. That's good.
Hopefully.
Yeah, that's
right.
good.
It'd be a really bad game night.
But it's not good if you're not afraid of the murderer, right? So
yeah.
There's got to be like...
You have to build that tension.
There's got to be like, okay, we're good in here. As long as that's fine, let's see what happens. And so when I run Apocrypha, which is a game I did that you can either play against the game or as an RPG, the first question I ask people is, do you want a fun game that we're all going to play together, or do you want a horror game? And they all universally say, I want a horror game. I said, great. Nothing that happens in this room can ever be spoken of again. And that immediately puts everybody on edge, and I never leave that.
Yeah.
for
Sets the tone.
2 hours or so. Like
Yeah.
I never leave that tone.
You've transformed that space.
Yeah, exactly.
You have to set that. I'm pretty sure that you've probably played it, but I think it's the horror RPG setup Dread. Is that the one I'm talking about?
Yeah, it's got a Jenga tower.
It's a Jenga tower. Instead of using
Sorry,
rolls.
I'm sorry. It's got a non-commercially licensed set of wooden blocks that
Right,
in theory could stack into a tower form and pull pieces out of one at a time.
Yes, there's probably some other name for it, but the non-infringing
Tower stacking game.
Well, yes, tower stacking. So instead of rolling the dice, you have this tower in front of you, and depending on the kind of actions that you're going to pull off, you're like, you know what, I am going to check the tent because I heard an animal go by, and I'm going to check the tent. And the DM or the person goes, okay, pull 2 blocks, and you can see how precarious your situation is. And it's called Dread for a reason. You're like, oh no, the next thing that we do is going to topple, and if that falls over, your character dies. Or you can use an actual fail. You can say, they're like pull 2, and you go, I'm going to force fail this, and you won't die, but you'll get something pretty bad happening, but you're not going to knock over that tower. I think another one you can actually push it over by some means or something. I don't know, I've played a lot of weird games of Dread. But it's that building of there's no dice, and you can see the progress at all times and how close you are to absolute ruin, and what an interesting mechanic that is specifically for horror games and how it works.
Yeah.
If it works. Y'all might hate it.
No, it's great.
I love it.
You should
I think
play
it's
it.
very fun.
No, it makes sense. Like you've added a API call, like a layer above the game, where we already dread a, tumbling wood shape stacking
game.
style game. We already feel nervous about it, but in a fun way, in a goofy, it fell down, but then to actually introduce the horror element without having to change the bricks into like a bladed weapon or no real injury.
I did play it once with one of the giant sets.
Oh, really?
And it takes it to a whole new level.
Because you might actually get crushed.
It will actually hurt you if it falls toward you. It will fall toward one of you.
Yes.
Do you think that's how Jigsaw got his start?
I wouldn't know, Chris.
So non-committal with these answers. Teen Jigsaw has a friend. He's like, I want to play this game with you guys.
This again.
Lay down near the tower. We'll play the game. I hope we do a good job. And they just escalate.
He just takes a nap.
Yeah.
Eternally.
This block is much heavier than the other one.
Yeah. Well, then he started to introduce the moral lessons of you've lain idle beside towers of wood your whole life.
Your whole life.
But now
you're chained to the block.
Yeah.
Do you get, okay, so I get this compliment all the time. Wow, you're really evil. Do you get, does anybody else get this?
No.
I get the opposite where people go, you're much nicer than you look.
Oh, sure, yeah. Right, then I would have assumed from your work, right?
Much nicer than you dress, I suppose, is the other thing. I dress like a villain is missing from someone's campaign. It's a good look for me, though.
Everybody pretty much just categorically calls me mean.
Yeah.
But evil's a different flavor of that.
You're a total sweetheart.
I don't want to hear this, Mike.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're evil. No, but I get that all the time. I get the sense that because I'm really good at writing horror fiction, and I'm really good at creating environments where people are in terrifying situations, that I must, by nature, have my ledger on the side of evil. And yet, I'm totally lawful good in real life.
Super nice guy.
Right?
Yeah.
And so, why is that? Why do we think that people are you have to be screwed up in the head to do this?
Why do we think that we are what we create?
Yeah.
There's always going to be a line where what you create and what you're capable of making does not necessarily define the person that you are. Again, I write a lot of creepy horror fiction and things like that. But on a day-to-day basis, it's just me and my cat. we're not murdering people. Like,
You're not plotting anything.
he might be.
Well,
I don't know.
saying,
My cat is.
Cats are definitely evil.
He just sometimes I don't see him for an hour.
No,
and,
yeah,
and
something
there's
died.
blood everywhere.
Yeah,
and,
sure.
But I just thought it was normal.
Right.
That's just cat behavior.
Yeah.
That's just standard.
I don't ask questions. I'll become complicit.
You're a creepypasta guy, right?
I can be.
Yeah.
I was at one point.
Right. I mean, like that's where you sort of came out of, right?
Moonlight.
It came up in those streets.
You came up in the creepypasta game.
Yeah.
Yeah. Was that like that's pretty intense stuff, right? I mean,
It can be. My interest was like, I did not intend for it to be creepypasta, but now this is the part of where we were trying to figure out our dynamic on this panel. I was like, you're bad cop, neutral, good cop, but now I'm going to be, cranky cop,
Right.
sour cop.
Sour cop.
Because like I didn't want it to be proliferated like a hoax. I just wanted it to be a scary short story
Right.
in an epistolary format. It didn't have to be like found footage. Like it was just like I put it on my website and there it is, and then it was like taken and put places. And I liked that let it seem real and spread.
Right.
And you don't have a lot of control over that. But I remember the first Local 58 I put out where some complaint was, well, I liked it, but there's credits at the end. And that kind of takes you out. And I'm like, yeah, well, it's over.
yeah. Also, and here's the funny thing: it's fictional.
It's because I made it.
Yeah. It's like, how am I going to fool anybody with this if they see that it was fake?
What is wrong with you?
It doesn't have to. Who's it against? Who's it versus?
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be versus anybody.
No, I want somebody to
Yeah.
look at the moon.
Yeah. Well, after I made it, I was taking the trash out, and it was a full moon, and I did have a moment of, I shouldn't. I shouldn't. I shan't.
Oh, no, thank you. Not
Take my
today.
own advice.
But
My
I like-
cat was there for some reason. Like,
Okay, Mike, here's a question, and each of you may answer. Do you feel, those of you who have been called mean or evil may answer.
This is not for Nika.
Do you think that an issue with this kind of stuff, where it does not scare you, where it fails to scare you, is that they didn't know where to hold back? Because that's the biggest problem that I have.
Right.
Because, to use Kennel Cove for an example, I think it stuck with people because we didn't get to learn anything about it. We didn't find out, well, it's static for everybody now.
Yeah.
Why is that the case?
Right.
Or for adults anyway. And then people are like, well, let's unpack it, and they wanted to write fanfic about that. And it's like, but there's no satisfying construct. I mean, I had kind of an idea of what it was that was doing this when I was writing it, but that isn't a thing I can express in the story, you know?
No, boundaries don't allow it.
And even when it was adapted for sci-fi, I liked what they did with it, but they did have to put face to it. They had to find a reason for this to be happening because it's a show rather than a story it takes 4 minutes to read. So they had to go somewhere with it, and that's fine. But in that format, or in the format of a story, like creepypasta or any of these, I always feel like it's too much. You gave us too much. And you set up too many rules, and that makes me feel like I can now stand outside of it. Like I'm not threatened anymore because I know how to avoid it.
because then it's hard to break those boundaries as often.
Yeah.
Once the rules are in place the more that you explain the monster, the more beatable it feels.
Yeah.
So there's a certain element to the horror and things like that, which is unknowable, and it has to be. I mean, Lovecraft made his entire thing on, I can't speak of this, and it's unspeakable, and all that. No, just try, man. Just try a little bit.
No,
You're a writer.
To look at it, you can't even imagine.
You can't imagine.
That's what I thought.
But if you did, maybe a squid?
I like Lovecraft. I don't like racism. There's
Exactly.
there's better writing.
Actually, yeah, that's true. Maybe the unspeakable, we don't want to hear
Oh
it.
yeah, you keep that
Pretty
inside.
good.
Well, I mean,
HP.
do you
But-
remember?
Oh, I was going to say the funny thing about it is that it's like it's unnameable, it's indescribable, and it's Octopus Man.
Yeah, right, it's Octopus
It's
Man.
like no, it's very big
It's totally
Octopus
Octopus
Man,
Man.
and his wings, and
Yeah, and he might be
lives
asleep.
in the ocean. Yeah.
It's pretty scary.
Well,
I could do
do you
that.
guys remember when Darth Vader was scary? No, most of you don't.
When what was
No,
scary?
seriously. There are people in this
Oh.
audience who did not grow up in a time where Darth Vader was scary.
Yeah.
Because you were born with the prequels, and you learned his entire life path, and you saw that he was part of the Campbellian hero journey.
Yeah.
And he failed, and now he's like, none of that scares you. But when Star Wars came out I'm old enough to know that Star Wars came out in '77, the guy was scary.
Yeah.
Like, he was genuinely scary. And the attempt to explain him took all that away from one of the greatest villains of all time.
That's fair, because then you could just beat him with sand. Sort of takes it all out of
That
it.
was really great.
That's why all of the Jedi wear loose-fitting robes. Sand just drifts right out. But he's got this suit. If it gets in there,
It's just
he's
my only
stuck.
joke. I don't have any other
That was a
Star
good
Wars
joke.
jokes.
No, it was good. It was good. Yeah, I mean, to the question you asked, right? Rod Serling's mantra was never apologize, never explain.
Yeah,
And he had
love that.
He had
Love
a 22-minute block in which to tell a Twilight Zone story. And in that block, it was incredibly rich and interesting, but there was never going to be a point in there where he said, now, hold on, this is a little weird for you. Let me run this down for you. Like, never happens. And so I've tried to apply that to a lot of what I've done. There's no point at which I will go on stage and say, okay, so here's what's really going on in Apocrypha. Let me just run this from the start.
Yeah,
Like,
you as the author need it to write from.
Yeah,
so
right.
that if somebody figured it out, it would help be cohesive.
Oh yeah, I'm not normal, but my books and games have massive spreadsheets, right? Like, fundamentally, every time I write a story like The Maze of Games or a game like Apocrypha, we have built it out in what my coworker Gabby calls our serial killer wall.
Sure.
Which
Normal.
is
I'm coming over.
yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean,
I want that.
there's pictures of it on the internet where it is just Post-it notes of lines drawn between them, right? This chapter goes to here, and this concept doesn't make sense until this comes in from the side. But it also really looks like we're crazy.
Right.
Yeah, like, genuinely, and we get pretty wound up when we're making these things because we're like, no. That thing isn't even dropped till 15 days into the release of the series, but we got to know it now.
Right.
Yeah, you have to.
Yeah, because I know when I got to know when the jump scares happen. I got to know when you're supposed to be afraid.
And for the most part, would you say a lot of that information goes unreleased? That you know a lot of what the answers are, but that the audience does not? Because that's, I think it's important. It's good for the person who's creating this story to know all the ins and outs, whether or not it's actually discussed or explained. We should know where we're going with it, because the entire aspect of that is to pull the rug out from anyone else. Horror, from the discussions that I've had, is a lot about feeling disempowered. It's an entirely a power struggle. Everything that you know is changed, and that's why it's so uplifting and so satisfying, is because somebody's going to win. It doesn't always have to be the protagonist, I guess, but there's that feeling of, yes, I did this. I insurmountable odds, but I made it out of the slasher film and whatnot. And I don't remember where I was going with it. The empowerment. Okay, it's early. It's noon. I'm goth. It's very exhausting for me.
There's all these lights.
Right. There's a lot of lights. But the feeling of disempowering is knowing where your tent poles are in a story, and either not showing them or systematically breaking them out from the people who are experiencing it, so that they never truly feel safe.
The power balance issue is really important.
Yeah.
So the three sort of greatest monster groups are like vampires, werewolves, and zombies. What's the scariest thing about all those things? They make more of themselves.
Oh.
Right? It isn't that they have fangs. It isn't that they seek brains and stuff like that. It's that over the course of a story, everybody else can go to their side.
Right.
Right? So you start out with a power balance of the world is fine, then the meteor strikes or whatever, and then there's some zombies, but then there's all zombies, right?
There's
Like,
the meter begins to change.
Oops, all zombies.
right, exactly. And so, and that's important because you have to get down to a relatable protagonist or a group of protagonists. It can't just be all the world against 5 zombies. That's not fun. But if it gets there too fast, you're like, oh yeah, I guess we're now all zombies. Like you need some pacing in that. But that power balance change over time can be really one of the main arcs of a horror story.
Yeah, and the entire concept of that is you're not just losing, your loss is their win.
Yeah.
It is overwhelmingly
-2.
Yeah, it's not a -1. It's not okay, my best friend is dead. It's my best friend is dead and now wants to kill me, which is like it's a double blow. It makes you incredibly off balance there.
Yeah. I like that also it speaks to I don't remember the third one you mentioned, but it's the same like
Werewolves, zombies, and vampires.
Okay, vampires too. Yeah, I'm trying because I was trying to set the idea that you also each of these things is something that we secretly worry is us.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's like I am a there's a beast in here, and all this facade just keeps it tamped down. But you take this off, and now I'm a werewolf. I'm a dead person.
Yeah.
Or,
He says, rips
or
off
in the
his
case
skin,
of a
panels over.
vampire, I'm like a beast that is dead
I'm really cool.
and really wanting to
wanna be
sexy
there.
I am
corpse.
the sexiest.
Right.
He rips off his skin again, panels over,
No,
too sexy.
To be clear, Chris does not have to rip off his skin to be sexy.
He's already a sexy
Not what this
vampire.
panel is
But couldn't hurt. Well, it would hurt.
The panel has changed.
I want to, Casey, I want to invite you to the conversation.
Yeah, no, I was gonna bring it back to people not holding back.
Okay, yeah.
I was ready.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah.
So, like, in service of not telling people too much, I would argue that there is some horror that people consider good recently where they don't hold back, and I want to talk about Ari Aster, so I hope everybody is ready for a conversation about Hereditary. Is that okay?
Now, I liked it. I thought it was good.
I didn't like it.
I'm in the know, Kim.
And
I liked it a lot.
a lot of the place I go to with horror too is that like, and I think we're probably all the same. It's like if you like it, you're not like, oh, I'm
Right.
scared. It scared me. It's more like that's very clever.
Right.
I liked what they did.
Yeah.
I liked
Yeah.
what they did for the first 3/4 of the movie, and then it completely lost me,
Yeah.
is what happened.
How? In what way? Can we speak of spoilers?
Yeah, I want to talk
We
about
probably
like, the
should.
whole thing.
And then
Yep, yep,
some
run.
people are like,
I
oh
think
God,
it's
I
good.
can't hear this.
I'm sorry, everybody.
You look great.
Sorry. We're also going to talk about Midsummer, so just...
We've just lost all the
Are we?
cosplayers. They're all gone now.
Okay, how do we do this in a respectful way so we don't
Yeah, I
actually
think-
spoil a lot? I was going to be like, if you watch, it's streaming on Twitch, right? So if you're watching on Twitch, it's like I'm going to hold my hand up like
Right.
this. And that means we're still spoiling
That
things.
means we're still...
That's going to be the rest of the panel.
Keep it muted.
Just,
And then,
just
So
keep
now-
it.
up to the point where, and I said earlier, you know, like, God, why do people call me evil? Now we're gonna spoil things for you.
Yeah. Why do people call me mean? I hate this movie, and now I'm going to talk about every single beat of it.
well, here, let me speak a little bit broadly
You
about
gotta
it.
pick
Right.
one and then
Yeah,
that'll
let's
be
talk
it.
broadly.
Then you can tuck in. We
Yeah.
get plenty of that warning. But like shoot, I completely forgot. Just spoil it. No. The idea of in the way in which we enjoy horror, I can have it spoiled for me.
Right.
But still be able to then see it and enjoy it. It's
Yeah.
like that. Potentially, that gives me a reason to seek it out. Because it's like I'm not going to choose that and I don't know what the twist is going to be. But somebody who's seen it is like, no, because this is what they do with it.
Right.
And now I'm like, okay, well, now I'm engaged.
Well, that's-
I'm not going to
that's-
go in and be like,
The entertainment versus the critical analysis, which I think is something that not that many people do for horror. That could be an actual thing. I don't know. That's me. That's conjecture. I cancel
know, I
myself.
think-
But
in
I
my
think
ca-
people
sorry.
try to, but it's just difficult.
yeah, and well, it depends. I think we're people who people will watch something for entertainment, but
Yeah.
not necessarily want to like learn to play the bass, right?
true.
But they'll all listen to music. So we're more on the side of we enjoy this sort of thing, and we want to deconstruct how so that we can make our own craft better. So there's a level to that which I love seeing old movies, even if they're Texas Chainsaw Massacre. We know how it ends. We know
Yeah.
what actually goes on, but it was fascinating to actually watch it.
But even in that context of entertainment versus trying to make it, like I'm not watching horror just to try to make horror. Why you see how they did it good, so I can do it good. It's the difference between like a scary concept is going to be scary if it's well constructed, and I will go in and be scared by a thing I've been spoiled on if it's a scary concept. I want to see it.
Yeah.
That's different from I'm going to give you a timestamp for every jump scare in the movie, so you're not going to be startled. You'll know when it's coming. I'm not startled anyway. I don't jump scare at anything. I don't care.
Right.
So that's
too cool.
So a movie that counts on jump scares is already ruined for me because I go in and I'm like, all right, it jumped up.
Boo.
I don't care. Yeah.
See,
So
immune.
didn't work.
Boo again.
No, but it's
You
late.
didn't see that one coming.
It's on a latency. It's on a delay. In about 7 seconds, I'm going to jump. Okay, so yeah, in the context now, let's intrude upon Mr. Astor.
All right.
I don't like them.
So how about high level? Why don't you?
High level, all I want from horror is to be scared, and it's never worked. And so I get really excited when people are really excited about a movie. And it was like, I saw the trailer for Hereditary, and I went, this might actually do it. Maybe.
Yeah.
Please, God, I just want a fright. I'm looking for one. And then first half of the movie, I'm gonna try not to do like big spoilers. It's not gonna happen. First half of the movie, we have like a really intense family drama, and that was cool, and that was very uncomfortable. Loved it. And then the thing happens, right?
It pops off.
Spoilers.
Everything pops off.
It pops off.
Shit pops off.
Things happen in this movie? Oh.
And I was shocked, and I was pleasantly surprised. And again, it is intense family drama, because what we are watching is a central character have a complete fucking mental breakdown for 45 seconds in the car.
Yeah.
It's great cinema.
That was incredible. There's a lot of amazing moments in these films.
There are a lot of very good things. And then she meets the lady at the store, and things start going to a supernatural place that I enjoyed.
It's very surprising.
Yeah.
It's like the tone of it is changed. It's like, oh, what?
Right.
Oh, okay.
Right. And I'm still good, and I'm still good, and I'm still good. But the last 25 minutes of that movie, it's just like, stop. You have to stop. You are losing everything. You are losing all the credibility that I think this movie built up. Let me propose an alternate ending. I'm still not spoiling really that much. I'm still doing a pretty fucking good job.
We're learning what's not happening in the film, so.
She throws the book in the fire. She bursts into flames. Credits. I don't need the rest of this movie.
That would have been good, though.
We can figure out the rest of it. It's all there. Why are you telling me all of this stuff? It's actually all there in the beginning in all of the clues. If you're just watching and paying attention, that the rest of the movie is there.
Yeah.
Ari Aster just needs to put naked people in the movie, and it doesn't end up in a place that's actually disquieting. It ends up in a place where people are laughing. It's never done right. In Midsummer, that's a male rape scene, and it didn't play right in the theater that I was in.
No.
Because he doesn't know how to do it. And I'm just like, I'm disappointed in this person again. And I liked Midsummer a lot more than I liked Hereditary, but I'm just like, you still aren't hitting these things correctly, because no one will tell you how to edit, and no one will tell you to pull back because they're afraid of you.
I don't watch movies in theaters very often, and I don't think that these make a very good theater entertainment experience. So I think that me watching it alone at night, like I do everything, makes a big difference.
Yeah.
In the way that I'm actually, I'm not worried about whether the person next to me is laughing because they see a tit. Like, I'm kind of in my own moment being able to understand or feel a certain way about the scenes that are put in front of me.
Yeah.
I think I understand how you feel. For me, it was effective. It was. The entire purpose, I think, of Ari Aster's films is to disquiet you, is to make you feel in a way that you're questioning yourself, you're confused, you don't feel comfortable in your own skin, and something's wrong. And I think that if that's all that those movies do, they do it exceptionally well. And that's actually what I enjoy a lot in my horror. Like, and the horror that I prefer most. I really love Hereditary. I love Midsummer. It took me a while to come around to Midsummer because I was like, what?
Yeah, because Midsummer, like The Witch, not a horror movie.
Yeah.
Female empowerment film.
If you're a woman watching Midsummer, you're probably like, okay.
Yeah, what was the problem?
Yeah.
Guys are like,
Female
little spooky. Women are like, all right.
It's a happy ending.
Yeah, she smiles at the end.
Great.
We all kind of went, it's horrific, but that's, that was the intended purpose, is that for a certain audience, it's not a movie that's going to scare them. It will still be effective in the way that it makes you uncomfortable with your, I honestly, I love that kind of feeling. I
far prefer being unsettled to being like out and out afraid, because also that hasn't happened, so maybe that's what I settle on, is like, well, give me an idea that's gonna stick with me.
Yeah, I just think it's like it goes too far in the wrong direction in a lot of. I think Midsummer does it a couple of times too.
Yeah, it's definitely like especially the experience of watching it in a theater where you are in relative safety bodily because you are surrounded by other people. I've not seen either of these movies that way. I saw them by myself at home, and that's like a better. So like some of the stuff you're saying, like it landed for me in the same way. But if I was in a theater with people who don't get it the same way, and they're like, but
sucks.
Like,
you just ruined it for everyone else.
Yeah.
Asshole.
But it should be able to, like, if you are doing things correctly, they should be able to land well in a room full of people as well.
Right.
Because I've obviously rewatched them multiple times. The second time I saw Hereditary in the theater, I was bored. I knew all of the beats and I didn't care about the movie at all. And then the third time I watched it, I was like in a house with 20 of my friends, and one of them was in Vegas for TI. It doesn't matter.
No, I'm just kind of amazed that you're like, no, I've seen it in multiple different scenarios, which are mostly the same scenario, where like there are a lot of other people around.
And then like Chris and I watched it once.
Okay.
But the third time was probably my best viewing, because it's like there were a bunch of people who were like, you have to watch this movie, it's the best. And I'm like, okay, here we go again.
Did you pretend you hadn't seen it twice already?
Hell no.
Okay. You have to see this.
No, have you met me? No, but that was like the pitch to 12 of the other people that were in the room, and one of them, Miranda Sanchez from IGN, is a huge baby about horror movies, and she was just like curled up in a ball weeping the whole time. So that was really fun for me. So I liked that. That really brought some energy to the film that I enjoyed.
Something for everyone, right? Yeah, I think that there's, and I think it depends on also the different types of horror. Are some, did he set out to make a good theater film? And to an extent, I think maybe not. I think that he wanted to make a film, and of course, there's certain ways that you have to deliver it. You should release it in theaters.
He wants to make a sequel to Hereditary.
Which is weird.
Yes, that's what I don't like him. That's what I'm trying to tell you people.
And yet you've watched this movie 6 times minimum?
Listen.
Yeah, never mind.
Mike?
Yeah.
He's like,
no, I have no interest in these films. I know them both. I want a director that's smarter than me. I mean, if somebody's doing a horror story, I want them to just be smarter than me. That's the only thing I look for.
I think that you're very smart, but
no, but look, Jordan Peele is smarter than me.
Right.
No question.
Yes.
Like, on this subject, I think I'm a really good horror writer. He's better than I am. Yeah. And that's all I want. And so, when I'm watching a movie like Us, which, I mean, I'm not going to spoil for you.
Right.
Thank you, because I still actually haven't seen it.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, we'll hold back on that.
Absolutely not. That would be unfair. I know he's done the work. I know he's gone through the time period that he cares about and found every detail that matters. He's a film nut, so he knows every shot from the directors he's attempting to emulate and pay homage to. And I'm seeing all of that in real time and going, oh yeah, that's cool. He knows the same thing I do, or I don't know what that is, and I'm gonna go find out.
Yeah.
Right?
And it's always thought out. Like,
Yeah.
I haven't seen anything where it's like, did you put this in this shot because of this? And he's like, oh no, that wasn't my intent. It's always,
Right,
were you trying to evoke this?
considered.
Yeah, I was.
Yeah.
It's a reference to this.
So yeah, I mean, I think there's sort of a basic craftsmanship argument, but it's also, right, like, are you in it? Are you in this from the view of, I'm gonna be, I mean, like I said, it's the Stanley Kubrick thing, right? Are you 10,000 feet away and manipulating it in a way that I feel like I can trust you to do that?
Mm-hmm.
And that's, you know, that's true also about just reading, especially, right? When I was growing up, I read all the Stephen King novels, and then I stopped.
Yeah.
Because suddenly I was like, you know, it's not doing the work for me anymore, right?
'Cause it's very similar. Like, he has a really cool idea, and he spits it out for a while. He's giving it to you.
Yeah.
Then now he's getting real detailed, real strange. Like, it could be much shorter and more effective.
Much shorter.
Yeah, there's. I love his short stories for that reason.
That's right.
I
Yes.
love them.
Yes.
Yeah, really, really good concepts kept to a certain thing.
Yeah.
They
Read
were really
everything's
well
available and throw the rest of it away.
It's the difference between Trucks and Maximum Overdrive. right. Like, Trucks is 4 pages long or something like that, and trucks have taken over the world. And you're just like, okay, that's really scary. I've driven in cars, and cars next to trucks that are angry is bad, right? No explanation, no meteor, nothing, right? Maximum Overdrive is like, well, we got to do something for an hour and a half. All right.
Yeah, I can't stand, like, or there's, I think I've seen that in, experienced that so the Twilight Zone was 22 minutes, maybe 25 back then.
Right.
But then they had at least one season where they went to an hour.
Oh, yeah. That was the worst.
And it was terrible.
They seem rather terrible.
The Eye of the Beholder is one where it was an hour long. And it's like, yeah, I feel it was an hour long.
I know. I had the same reaction, too. Yeah.
Yes, I experience time. Like, I am aware of every single moment of it passing.
For me, the greatest work of televised horror, or, filmed horror recently, is the Doctor Who episode Don't Blink.
It's exceptional.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And,
it's beautifully done.
It introduces, I don't think this is a spoiler, it introduces a new character type called the Weeping Angel, which is intensely scary. I mean, like, and it pulls it off in a way that you're along for the ride the whole time. And it's weirdly outside the sort of normal day-to-day continuity of the Doctor Who series.
Has there ever been a standalone episode like that?
It's
Because
kind
it's
of like,
really a standalone.
it's
You can
just
watch
like
this
there's
and not
it's
see anything else.
entirely contained. Yeah, exactly. And you don't know what's going to happen, and it actually doesn't start with the characters from Doctor Who at all.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
The characters are
they're
too-
folded in by
Yeah,
by the
they
end.
get there, right? But mostly it's just about maybe about a 2-minute televised message from the Doctor that is literally the scariest thing I've ever seen. And I think that the fact that it was bite-sized, didn't have to be like, oh yeah, well, we better reference the last 60 years of Doctor Who and stuff like that, right? Gave the producers and the screenwriter the ability to say, we're going to write a horror story,
So this brings me back to like, so I don't like Doctor Who, but like, I agree that that's a super scary and good, clever horror idea. When I encountered it, it was through SCP Foundation.
So good.
So like SCP-173 is the one you have to maintain looking at or it can move. And what I like about that versus say, like a sitcom or a film, like a drama, is that it gives me the problem. I know that Doctor Who episode was ultimately about, okay, well, now everybody has to be careful. It's your problem too, so watch out. But like, as individually, I'm separate from the characters experiencing the horror dynamic in their scenario. I like it when it's my problem. Like, it's me, the viewer, who has been infected, or whatever the issue is.
You don't want to blink either.
Yeah.
Like in Local 58, I wanted to feel like you are stumbling on late night TV that you should not have seen for some reason. There's no everyman character that is going to, oh no, something bad is going to happen to him. Oh, it did happen to him. The end.
See,
I go sleep.
That's something very important, I think, about this particularly being a standalone episode. They knew exactly what they were creating when making a horror thing, because if it's a Doctor Who episode like normal, is the Doctor going to die in the middle of a season because of a weeping angel? Probably not. What they're really doing is taking you out of that and saying, like, this is a person you don't know. If this person dies, which is a total possibility, maybe we just introduce them for that purpose. It takes away all security that you have in that character's safety.
That's true.
The moment that you are disconnected from the normal story and it being a standalone, you're like, wait, this person probably doesn't affect the rest of the plot that much. So I found that very interesting, and the same with yours. If there was a person who was narrating or anything that happened to any specific kind of individual person, the hero wins in the end, or like the monster dies, etc. But when you don't have a hero, what is there?
It is your problem.
It leaves it on you and keeps that sense of disquiet there. You're suddenly off balance. I keep saying the same things, disquiet, off balance.
You're good.
They're good words.
You are
how I
wrong
feel.
in one sense, Chris. There is an everyman character there is an everyman character in that, which is the static. The point with that is that it's not you want the TV to behave better, right? And so you say, all right, I need to know more about this, but you're cutting it off at various times, right? You're making those decisions for the viewer,
right?
And I can't just rewind it. I can't, whatever. So there is really an avatar of you, even in the environment where it's just found footage.
I like that. I'm going to start wearing a lot more like heather gray. Because that just looks like static. This is like red static. This doesn't work.
If you want to leave a conversation,
yeah.
Being around Chris, sometimes he just disappears.
Now, and lately though, it's like, it says, my shirt says input and it's all blue. It's not scary anymore. We put that wall up. So
should not have
upgraded
you. What else? Oh, we haven't really talked about immersion much on the games.
That's where I was going with that, is that like so now me saying, horror movies don't scare me, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. I don't have an easy time playing a horror game.
That's right. That's what I thought you were going to say.
That's very difficult.
Right.
For me.
So The Last of Us is a game that I think a lot. I love that reaction. I saw 4 people do this. Right. So The Last of Us is a game in which you certainly feel like the actions that you take are consequential, right? But they're specifically consequential on one person, and it's not you.
Yeah.
The greatest game of this type, I know I can't be contradicted on this, is called Eco. Eco is a PlayStation 1 game in which you play a devil-horned boy aged 10 or so, and there's a princess that you have to save, and you have to do it while holding her hand the whole time. And when you lose when you lose contact with her, she will die. Not you.
No.
Right? You'll die too, but that's almost irrelevant. We're used to respawning in games. We're not used to our friends respawning in games.
And it being directly your fault.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Have you seen taking it out of games again, but the same type of idea? Have you seen the short film? It was Australian. I think it's called Cargo. And it was expanded into a movie, which I have not seen. But the thrust of it is this guy's taking care of his infant in the apocalypse, and he gets into some thing with a zombie, and he gets bit.
Oh yeah, I have seen that.
So he puts the baby on the back,
right,
gives it a balloon.
This is the scariest thing.
Puts food in front with a stick, aims himself toward where the town, if hopefully is, and then when he turns, he just starts to lope for this meat. And he's aware of this sometimes, but he can't reach the baby.
Oh no, it's great. I'd totally forgotten it was called Cargo. Yeah.
Oh, my stars.
And the best part is like, the makeup in this thing is very nicely done because it's not a long journey, right? But it's the entire process of somebody turning from a human to a zombie, right? And so his eyes get more sallow, but not all the way. We don't get there quickly, right? And then there's maybe the weirdest thing about this is that the camera is often on the main character, but the camera is like right, if you can sort of use my microphone here, the meat is here, the camera's like here.
Yeah.
So it's kind of in the frame, kind of like hovering over the top lip of the camera lens.
Yeah.
A little out of focus, like you would be if you were starting to lose it. Maybe you were turning into a zombie and all you could think about was the meat. Like,
well, it's very intimate too. It's like, because the problem in this is nowhere around here. It is just here, just in this two-person space. We don't need to see anything else going on.
Yeah.
Actually, we're hoping to see a wide shot so we can see a city.
Yeah. We would love to see a solution to the problem, which may or may not ever come.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's great. I'd forgotten it was called Cargo. They made it into a longer film?
I think they did. And I remember thinking, I don't know, that's necessary.
Okay, so you mentioned, you don't like playing horror games.
Any game where, the one thing I cannot deal with, which makes a great horror game, is remove my ability to fight back.
Yeah.
And I've often said, even if it doesn't work, it's like, give me a stick.
Yeah.
So, and then, even though it's a pointless mechanic in the game, you can try, and then there's
get out of
Just
here, you
make me feel strong.
It's like, well, I tried. I'm trying my best. But any game where it's like, if you see something bad, you gotta hide, and then you gotta wait for it to go away so you can sneak and hide again. I can't do it. It's too
That's
much.
the only thing I'm good at. I am not, I don't generally go up and punch a monster in the face. I tend to be the...
Just give it a try.
Did
anyone play or try to play, terrible, the Blair Witch game?
No.
Blair Witch game?
Yeah, they made a Blair Witch game.
Oh, I saw my friend's stream.
No.
I saw a couple seconds of it, and it was mostly like her trying to interface with
Just
some
trying
kind
to
of
figure out what's going on
dude
with the camera mechanic.
who was like, I need you to go into the shack. And I'm like, this does not have to
It's
do
a
with the
very
witch.
bad game. Did anyone successfully play the Blair Witch game? I'm just curious now.
I kind of need to
One
be...
person, great.
I need to be positioned on what was the gameplay.
I assume it was the camera continuing to fall out of focus.
You're just you're wandering around in the woods and it keeps repeating, which is like, yes, but you have to use the camera to see stuff that isn't there.
Right, yeah.
And rewind parts of it so that you can figure out shit, and it's really janky.
That's
and
no
I
good.
just got frustrated.
I tend to like that mechanic, but...
And I was not scared.
To be fair,
I longed to be scared again.
No one says, oh, this is a great game because the controllers weren't fun for me.
Right.
No one ever says that sentence.
It was so frustrating that I couldn't get away.
Yeah, no, that's not the thing anybody says. No, I mean, obviously I do put people in those positions a lot, right? I mean, my job is to give you all you could need to get out of a situation.
Sure.
Yeah.
But you have to figure out exactly what combination of those things is necessary. And that's why, I create things that have elements that you can't control. And obviously, I don't come in every box, so I have to create a proxy of me in the game. So, like, if you've played any of my adventure card games, Pathfinder, Apocrypha, or things like that, there's a timer deck in there. It's just a little mechanical object, and when it gets to the bottom, you lose the game, or if you get to the end of your card deck, you die. Like, that's it. That's all it is. Nice, simple mechanic. But I've spent a lot of time making sure that that thing scares the crap out of you. Right? It's the worst thing in your life, and you put it on the table. That's not my fault anymore.
See, I feel like, that's like the opposite of too many rules given or too much explained.
Yeah.
Where it's like, it's the player's problem. It's the person's problem that they're in it. And it's like, oh God, how do I get out of this? What do I do? I need to understand how it works. And for that system to say, you already have everything you need to live.
Absolutely.
It's on you now.
It's all here.
I wish you were, God, if
You're a
could only
badass
get
superhero.
It's just instant pressure, and
Well,
that's,
yeah.
it gets the whole thing started.
A lot of it is also done in the writing. So, like, with Apocrypha, the sort of main story is that you are something called the Saint, and you have many superpowers that you've forgotten. And so over the course of the game, you gain them back through restoring elements of your memory. And so the idea I had for this was I couldn't just write a thing that says, you have angel wings. You can shoot fireballs out of your brain. Like, no, it's dumb, right? I don't want that.
Spooky.
Yeah. I don't want that. So
Scary game.
what I did was I went to 10 of my favorite horror writers, among them the man standing up in front of you, and I said, I want you to write me 9 or 10 stories, but I don't want them to have a beginning, and I don't want them to have an end, and I only want them to be about 60 words long at most.
Oh my God, that sounds.
And
this.
because it's you, your story is whatever happened before then, and your future is whatever you will do with this new information. But this moment of revelation that this was you all along, well, I mean, you wrote it. You can describe, like, so you wrote the physician's chapter,
Right.
which is some of the scariest things that'll ever appear in one of my games, because it's about the Centers for Disease Control being the bad guy.
Oh, geez.
Yeah.
And so
It's anytime like what scares me is not like an evil that is gonna come get you and hit you.
Right.
And you're like, oh no, I don't like to be hit.
Right.
It's like, what if it's about convincing you and swaying you? And so the physicians have, over a long period of time, have decided this is the correct way. This is the best way to move forward.
Right.
And you can't, and we may be able to convince you too that it's a good idea.
Yeah.
And now you're one of us again. Now you become one of the problem.
Making more of us,
Is
right?
that how you became a vampire?
Yes.
Cool. I'm very afraid of it, so I just joined them.
It was enticed.
It's not it's a necessary but not sufficient step.
Yes, fair.
He has to want to be a vampire.
That's also true.
Yeah, I think the great thing about that process was also that I only asked each person to write a very small group of things, so they never ran out of good ideas.
Yeah.
You know, like it was like, I just want your 10 best swings at this pitch. And so everybody, I mean, you have to understand the group of people here is Patrick Rothfuss and Jerry Holkins and Kidge Johnson and Aaron Evans and Chris. Like every one of these people, I told all of the names that were in this as well, right? So they're all elevating their game to justify them being in this list. Like, I mean, there was a real one-upsmanship going on in this thing.
I think you wrote me back after I sent you my first round, and you were like, not good enough.
I don't think I said that.
Maybe try to do better next time.
I don't think I said that at all. That's simply false.
Here's what Jerry wrote.
That's simply false.
He just shows a gif of Patrick Rothfuss going.
Genuinely, I opened Chris's email with all these things and went, I literally closed my laptop, was like, I'm done for the day. I cannot.
Okay. Aw.
It was, but I mean, the important thing is each of them was very different, right? And Jerry's is crazy nutball, scary fairies, right?
Oh, yeah.
And Aaron's is demons that have taken over Las Vegas, and so how would you know, right? Like, and so, it's all very different, but, I just got the right person to do the right job. and only gave them the smallest possible job.
Yeah, you didn't force any, like, also you have to refer to these events.
Yeah.
And this thing.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, it purifies it. You're distilling an entire story into the smallest possible thing. There's no excess weight that you can bring with that. It only is the good stuff.
Yeah, which is why, and I think this is where we'll end, because I got that 5 minutes a little bit ago, but like, I'm going to mention Thomas Ligotti again, the writer.
Sure.
But one of the things I like so much about his writing, other than it being better than Lovecraft and not racist, is that he really captured for me, the idea of like these like tangent, like derivative of the line of the moment, which I think is really like a dream-like, a nightmare-like, where you are not allowed to leave it. So these little writing impulses that you have, that you've asked us to write, or when you have a nightmare, it's always like, this bad thing is happening, and you're in it, and it doesn't matter what the thing is, but when you wake up, it's like, everybody was mad at me at work, even if it's as trivial as that. Well, there's things you do when that happens. Well, you'll apologize, and you'll go do this thing. We work extra hours to make it up to them, blah, blah, blah. There's always solutions. But in that nightmare, it's like, you are here now, and there's no fix, and this is forever now.
Yeah.
And you're here forever. Yeah.
And you
don't get
somehow
closure.
already know this.
And the dream infuses you with the knowledge of, yes,
there's nothing that you
it's
can do.
always
in this
been
situation.
forever.
Yeah.
And you messed up.
Right. It's
Yeah.
only the bad thing, and it's happening.
Yeah, and that's all you deal with.
Well, that's all that babies experience until they're about 18 months old.
Is that why they cry all the time?
Is that moment of this is forever, right? And we get back there and we don't like it one bit.
No, I respect that a lot. Like my dad once said to me, it's like, what do you think it would be like if we could remember what it was like to be a baby? And he said, I think it's good that we don't, because I think it would be like being insane. Nothing would make any sense. And your brain is trying to learn and assemble this thing. But thank God we don't remember what it was like to have to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Boy.
Well, I think that's a good place to end it. Thank you so much for being here.
That was fun.
Appreciate it. We have I have a table in Bandland by the front entrance, so swing on by if you wish. And all these fine people are available in various sectors.
Quick note, if anybody wants to come, at 6 p.m. in this room, me and the SB Nation folks are going to do a panel called Weird Rules, which is going to be hysterical because it's a sort of live version of their video series called Weird Rules, which is amazing. So come to that. Anybody else have anything they need to plug?
No, I'll be at the booth with Chris.
Yeah. You good?
No, I'm good.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, guys.
In a world of legendary heroes, one man will rise to take all of the credit.
This game has something that no one else will. Me.
This is where the magic happens.
Hey, can I get a coffee? I'm coming on! Everybody has that game that they fell in love with because they make an impact. Those games were somebody's legacy. Well, this is my legacy.
Our legacy.
Our legacy, whatever.
It's not my legacy.
I have a BA in Women's Studies.
What exactly is women's studies?
It follows the experiences of women and the contributions they've made to...
Inquiry withdrawn.
Quick thing, I'm worried about the time.
Yeah, David, I'm moving as fast as I can. It's not my fault that these watermelons don't explode like real heads.
I can get you real heads. Not human.
That's commitment.
I built your vision. It's like you're this brilliant painter and I'm your favorite brush. I'm just some tool to create your masterpiece.
I like that metaphor, but it's not quite right, is it?
Are you seriously about to noodle on my metaphor right now?
I know that I can be difficult. Papa, you can't give up. We're like the Beatles. Together, we make masterpieces. I could write the lyrics and the music and everything, but it would sound completely different without the drums.
Wait, I'm Ringo?
Well, yeah. Of course you're Ringo. I mean, look, somebody's got to keep the beat.
Oh my God! At least you brought me breakfast.
Oh, this is mine. It's prescription.
A prescription bagel?
Legally, you're actually not allowed to ask me about it.
Whatever.
In a world of legendary heroes, one man will rise to take all of the credit.
This game has something that no one else will. Me.
This is where the magic happens.
Hey, can I get a coffee?
I'm coming, Ian!
Everybody has that game that they fell in love with because they make an impact. Those games were somebody's legacy. Well, this is my legacy.
Our legacy.
Our legacy, whatever.
It's not my legacy.
I have a BA in Women's Studies.
What exactly is women's studies?
It follows the experiences of women and the contributions they've made to...
Inquiry withdrawn.
Quick thing, I'm worried about the time.
Yeah, David, I'm moving as fast as I can. It's not my fault that these watermelons don't explode like real heads.
I can get you real heads. Not human.
That's commitment.
I built your vision. It's like you're this brilliant painter, and I'm your favorite brush. I'm just some tool to create your masterpiece.
I like that metaphor, but it's not quite right, is it?
Are you seriously about to noodle on my metaphor right now?
I know that I can be difficult. Papa, you can't give up. We're like the Beatles. Together, we make masterpieces. I could write the lyrics and the music and everything, but it would sound completely different without the drums.
Wait, I'm Ringo?
Well, yeah. Of course you're Ringo. I mean, look, somebody's got to keep the beat.
Oh my God! At least you brought me breakfast.
Oh, this is mine. It's prescription.
A prescription bagel?
Legally, you're actually not allowed to ask me about
Whatever.
it.
All right, first of all, welcome everybody. My name is Larry Herb, Xbox's Major Nelson. We are back here at PAX. Excited to be here. I am excited to be here with my friends from Obsidian. We're going to talk about their new game, Grounded, which was revealed at XO 19 just a few months ago. How many of you guys saw the trailer already? Okay, a few folks. Why don't we roll the trailer now to bring everybody up to speed, and then we'll get into the talk. There you go. All right, let's get things started right now. I'm going to introduce Adam Brennicke, who's the game director, sitting right here. Adam, welcome. Welcome to PAX East in Boston.
Thanks, everyone, for having us. It's pretty awesome to be up here on stage talking about the game.
Why don't you talk us a little bit about the key feature of the game, and then we're going to introduce the rest of your team, because 25% of your team is sitting right here.
Yep. So if you couldn't tell from the trailer, Grounded is a survival game, a survival adventure game. It's a pretty big departure for us at Obsidian, and it's something that we've been wanting to make for a while at the studio. I've been at Obsidian for my entire career, so I've been there for 15 years, and I've worked on pretty much every title that we've shipped. And we were, all three of us, we were working on Pillars of Eternity 1 and 2, and during that time, survival games kind of came out of the ether, and it's kind of a new genre. And it was something that we really loved as a team. We played a lot of them together, and it was something that after Pillars of Eternity 2 Deadfire shipped, Fergus Urquhart, who's the studio director at Obsidian, gave us the opportunity to work on a survival game. So he just said, hey Adam, pick who you want on the team and start working on something. And so that's where Grounded came to be. And just a couple other things about the game. As you can tell, you are surviving in a backyard, and you're about the size of an ant. And a couple other things that we're trying to do with Grounded is that you can play it single or multiplayer, so you can go through the game if you want to play by yourself. And it's a cooperative experience if you want to play with your friends, so it's up to 4 players online. We also want to add a story to the game. Something that we pride ourselves at Obsidian is story, and so we want to have a rich and awesome story that takes you through the yard. And then the other thing that we pride ourselves on is Grounded has a living world. So you do have a simulation, which I'll talk about later, but it's a huge world with a lot of life, insects doing their own thing, and that's something that we're trying to add to the survival game. So we're going to kind of talk about a couple different things, share some new stuff with you, a lot of new concept art, and we kind of, going from the very beginning of developing the idea for Grounded and through all aspects of development and the game design, on how we're making a small game, but it's a huge, big world to explore, and it's something that we're really excited to kind of start talking about more with all of you.
All right, we're gonna have you introduce the rest of your gang here. But just a reminder, we're gonna talk for about probably 40-45 minutes, and then we are going to take Q&A from the audience. If you're in the Twitch chat, we're gonna be. I'll keep an eye on that as well. You'll see me glancing over to that. So without further ado, Adam, why don't you introduce some of your team members here?
Yeah. My name's Adam Brennicke. I'm the game director, and with me is.
I'm Sean Dunny. I'm the lead environment artist on the project.
And my name is Robbie Adadero. I'm a senior programmer.
And as Larry said, this is about 25% of our team up here. So it's something, as I said, I've been at Obsidian for a long time. This is by far the smallest project I've ever been a part of. And we're running it quite a bit differently than our other projects. We're very agile, which means that we can adjust and, change course and develop ideas very quickly. And that's one thing that we're very excited about when we go to game preview and early access, is taking a lot of feedback from the community and seeing how people are playing the game and using that as inspiration of where to go next and where to take the game.
Now I want to ask you about, Adam, this is obviously a small team. That's pretty big departure from what we've seen from other studios. I mean, Obsidian has a lot of folks that work there. You're just a small group. What's it like working with this? I mean, you talked a little bit about it, but it's got to be very different working with 12 people versus 1,200.
Yeah. What's one cool thing about it is that as the director, I can go and talk to everyone every day, like for a very long time, which is pretty fun to do. And we're all pretty much in the same office space. Like, it's very small. We have a big pit with all the artists, and it's just fun to collaborate in that type of environment.
What's it like for you guys? You worked on other properties, working on a small team.
It's actually been great. On Pillars, we had a smaller environment art team, and working on a team of this size really allows us a lot of flexibility. Like Adam says, we're an agile team, so people come up with ideas for something, and that goes into the game that day, and there's not really a whole lot holding us back. Like, we don't have a lot of overhead when it comes to making new things. So it gives us a lot of creative freedom to really make the kind of game that we want to make.
Now, what's interesting is, and Robbie, I'll get to you in a minute, but what's interesting is, you talked about that, you can get that into the game that day. Those of you that aren't in game development, that's a big deal. Like, that's huge, the fact. Most people think, well, why can't you just put this in the game? It's so easy. But it's not, because there's processes and making sure things don't break. Robbie, how's it been for you?
Yeah, I would say the big thing for us is everyone on the team really likes, survival games. It's a game style where you have a lot of creative ideas. Like, the artists have design ideas, the programmers have design ideas. And when you're working on a big project, typically you kind of have to stay with your realm of like, oh, I'm a programmer, I'm going to program. But with Grounded, because we are so small and we're a pretty senior team, we all get to also play as designers and come up with interesting ideas and put them in the game immediately.
Yeah, and it also fits with this style of game. One thing that really excites me about the world of Grounded is that it's super easy to come up with ideas. Everyone's really familiar with all the stuff in the world. Everyone knows what insects do. Everyone knows all these objects. And compared to what I'm used to working in a fantasy world or a sci-fi world, being able to use real objects and think about how they can fit in with a game is pretty fun to do as a team. And there's a lot of riffing back and forth between the team members. And we can kind of adjust and put that stuff in really, really quickly, and that's been a lot of fun.
Let's jump into it, and let's show some game assets and kind of the idea of the journey of the game. So this is kind of your beginning idea of hey, you're small, but how small are you?
Yeah, it's one question that we get asked a lot is how small are you? And we actually did a lot of thinking about how big is the player. So the first exercise that we did was we took a bunch of objects that we're really familiar with, and we just kind of toyed around with different scales. So, for example, a paper clip or a matchstick or a Coke can, like how does the player compare? And we put up prototypes of different scales fairly quickly, and we arrived at about 10 millimeters as a good scale for the game. So what that means is that most insects are fairly large, but not too big. So it's something that you can fight, so you can feel like you can take on the insect life. And a spider is going to be pretty big, and an ant is about larger than a dog. So we kind of ended up with that scale because of those things.
Now let's get into the artwork of the game, Sean. This is one of your areas. So I want you to share some artwork with the team here and kind of take us along the journey of creating the look of Grounded.
Sure. So it was actually a very surprisingly easy process to come up with our look for the game. Initially, our art director, Kaz Aruga, made this visual target here, and we sort of analyzed it, and we looked at, real life reference and decided what do we want, what should we convey with our game, what makes things look small, essentially. And so this is what we sort of came up with, was these dust motes floating through the air and light transmission through plants and other thin objects. That really sells that scale. And then the level, this like micro noise level of detail on things. And so we went through and Kaz concepted this, and we iterated on it as a team and came to our final art style, which is more like this. What we found is when you look at things up close, they get kind of gross. I have a macro lens for my camera, and once you start taking pictures of things at that scale, they're covered in hair and
you can't unsee it, right?
It'll really make you reconsider like everything that you interact with in your daily life. So we wanted to maybe tone that down a little bit and create a little bit more of an inviting world, something that gives you a sense of adventure. Like, I want to make a game that feels almost like an Indiana Jones movie, where you go out and you explore and you live in this like larger than life, so to speak, world. But it really makes you want to be in it and find out everything about it.
Sean, I want to talk to you. You had an interesting experience because it seems easy, like, hey, we're just going to make things small and just make the world smaller. But that was actually quite a few exercises you and the team went through to come up with the art style. Tell us about some of those stories.
So we spent a lot of time staring at the ground. On walks, I would always have my camera out and take pictures of the ground and the dirt and stuff. And one day there was a fire drill for our office building, and everybody's sitting around waiting to be able to go back inside. And our art team, myself and Kaz and John Lewis, our lead VFX lighting and world building artist, were standing in a circle, crouched over the ground with our phones like 2 inches away from the grass, just analyzing, well, what makes this stuff look small? Because you really want, when we first started out, we had the sense of scale that, like, you were a regular-sized person in a world filled with giant things, and that wasn't the feel that we wanted. We wanted you to feel like you were a tiny person. So that was when we really dug down into the look of things and added all this additional layer of clutter and really honed in on the things that make something feel small.
So it's interesting because if you look at the world, your target, and then where you ended up, obviously they're very similar. But when you get down to that scale, the world's wildly imperfect. Like all the pieces of grass aren't the same height, and they're maybe bruised and whatnot. So you had to kind of make it and then dirty it up again, right?
Oh yeah, it's definitely. We want to make it look like a lived-in, real place. Obviously, we have a stylized art style, but we still want it to feel like it is part of a real world and fits there. So part of that, too, went into our characterization. We wanted the art style to be unified across the board, and so we have a stylistic approach to characters as well. This is some early concept by Mitch Lloydalt, who is our lead UI artist. And it was just sort of exploration for, character style and personality, and trying to build out this large cast of characters and then refine it down into the ones that we wanted to be part of our game. And our goal was to have 4 distinct characters that you could choose when you're playing multiplayer.
Now, something to point out here is you're probably looking at this going, what's up with the tank tops and the neon colors? So you want to talk about that?
Sure. Our game is set in the early 90s, and so there are a lot of stylistic choices that we made that will reflect that time period, and probably also some things that you can find around the yard that will also be evocative of that period of time.
Why don't you show us what we've got the final characters up here, right? Or pretty close.
Yeah, so we went through and we iterated on these characters and iterated on them and chose different pieces of the outfits that we liked and settled on these for our final characters. And so this is a piece of concept art by Kaz, just detailing. This is our what our 3D modeler used to make the characters. And
and those reference gets passed to modeling and texturing, and this is what we end up with in the game. And you can see that we have distinct personalities for all 4 of the characters with their poses. The last 2 characters don't have their poses in yet, but we want to give a unique personality, so when you choose this character through their banter and how they interact with the world, you get a sense of their characterization and their backstory.
And these are all the characters are they're differences in the personality, right?
Yeah. While we don't have statistical differences, we just want you to choose whatever character is appealing to you. So there's no mechanics behind the characters.
Robbie, I want to talk to you about the gameplay and talk about this survival gameplay and what that means and how you translated that into Grounded.
Yeah. So one of the other challenges and kind of fun parts that we got to collaborate on was how do we do survival gameplay in a small world like this? So again, Mitch Little, who was explained as our UI artist, we like to call him the flavorizer as well. He came up with this concept of what if there's a device that you wear that's kind of like a mix between a Tamagotchi and a Fitbit that you slap on like a slap bracelet. It's wild, I know, but it was pretty neat. So we called it the Scabby, which is short for the scanner bracelet. And on this device, you can see there's a thirst meter. It's tracking your hunger. The red bar on the right is your health, and the left bar, the blue bar, is your stamina. And that's one thing that we want to do as well is when we do a lot of these mechanics in UI, we want to try to integrate it into the world as much as possible. So this device not only tells you your stats, but it's also a part of our story, and there's some backstory with how the characters came to be that this explains it.
And it's also important to point out that you mentioned that this takes place in the 90s, and LCD was all the rage for displays in the 90s. Yeah. So you guys kind of adopted. So it's not high def. It's kind of more tuned to the time. Yeah,
Mitch was very particular about what kind of ink and screen and everything that this used that matched the time period. He was, when everyone was just like, it doesn't matter, Mitch, and he was like, no, it's got to be exactly like this, and he honed it in perfect. So he killed it on it.
Can you show us kind of surviving with the scab a little bit?
Yeah, so another problem, or another challenge I would say that we had to deal with is in survival games oftentimes when it comes to thirst, you're usually surrounded by large bodies of water, and that can be something that you use to filter water or whatever. But that's not necessarily something that exists in a typical backyard. So one of the like brainstorming sessions we had as a team was like, hey, what if every morning there's dew that forms on the grass, and you have to find ways to use that. And so in the video here, you're seeing there was another idea of what if you could just knock it down with throwing a pebble at it, and that's how you drink it. And as you drink it, you can see your scab UI on the left there. The water meter goes up. The other neat thing that's kind of shown off in this video that we wanted to make sure was core to the gameplay was we wanted almost every object you can hold in your hand, we wanted you to be able to throw it. So you can attack creatures like that, you can interact with the world, you can toss tools to your friends, but it creates a lot of fun stuff.
Yeah, one fun thing is because you can throw everything, you can throw all your weapons as well. So you can create 20 spears and just chuck be the spear chucking person. You can make a bunch of axes and just chuck axes. It's a lot of fun to play that way.
You talked about crafting, but there's also crafting in the game for consumables, right? For eating, right? Let's talk about that, right?
Yeah, so the other challenge is, the basic survival challenge is food. There are natural sources of food you can find, such as mushrooms, but that only helps you so much, and there's only so many in the yard. So eventually you have to find ways to get nourishment. So what you could do here is with our building mechanic, you can build buildings such as like our roasting spit, which not only gives you light, but you can use it to cook meat on it. Well, what meat? Well, bug meat. So as you saw in our trailer, what's that then?
I was just going to point out too that there's a couple other things that I wanted to point out is that we're using a radial menu, so we have a building radial menu for like quick access to build. And then you actually place a blueprint before you start building the object, and everyone if you're playing a multiplayer game, everyone can see that. It's pretty fun when you're working cooperatively to build a big base.
Yeah, so if you eventually find an aphid that's running around, they're pretty hard to catch. You craft a spear, throw it, kill it. You can throw it on the fire pit and cook it up and have a tasty aphid snack.
Aphid.
And this should be what, if you guys got pins, like that's what the pin is.
You should have these on your chair. We talked a lot about, obviously in the trailer and we're leading up to this, there's the world of the insects that are antagonists and protagonists. Tell us about these species.
Yeah, as I mentioned before, the insect life is really important to us and something that we're really trying to push with Grounded. And we're running a huge simulation, so there's hundreds of insects doing their own thing outside of the view of the player. So while you're gathering and harvesting and building your base, all the insects are doing their own thing, and they all have their own routines. So they hunt, they go to sleep. If they get tired, they'll go to sleep in their den. they're sorry, if they're at night, different things will happen. So some insects will come out at night rather than during the day. So you might get different interactions during the night than during the day. And while you're playing, you might get different interactions depending on how you're going through the game. So you can also affect the simulation depending on how you're interacting with the insect life. So if you go in and kill an entire population of one of the insects, that might be food for one of the creatures. And so you might change the ecosystem of the world. And that's something that's really cool for us. We're going to go through a few insects here, just kind of give you an idea of what we're talking about. So first up is the ant. Ants act like what you expect an ant to act like. They want food, right? So they're looking for food. They behave like an ant colony. So individual ants will go look for food, and they communicate with each other through a pheromone system, which is pretty neat. And they're fairly harmless unless you are aggressive towards them.
But these aren't the only kind of ants you have in the game. There's certainly...
so we have a bunch of different ants in the game. So if you are angering the ants, they'll actually send out soldier ants, which are a lot bigger with pincers, and they're a lot more tougher in combat. And they look for food, and they'll actually take your food. So if you're not protecting your food at home in your base, they'll actually steal it.
Now, there's something very subtle, well, maybe not so subtle, that maybe folks picked up on or did not, but we switched into a third-person mode here. So what's that all about?
Yeah, so we actually support third person. I know a lot of people like to play games in third person rather than first person. So we do support third person mode as well.
But you can change it on the fly.
You can change it on the fly.
Good, okay, cool. All right, let's go ahead a little bit. And Sean, tell us about, oh, look at this guy. Who's this?
This is my favorite insect in the game. This is our gnat. We wanted to create a creature that we want all of our creatures to have a lot of personality. And so when we designed the gnat, we really wanted to give it a lot of character. So we based it off of real gnats. There are a couple of different varieties, and we picked the one that was the goofiest looking. And it basically becomes a giant flying beach ball. And they are pests. They do behave like regular gnats, where they actually have special navigation code that prevents them from flying in straight lines. So they're constantly sort of bumbling around and bumping into things. And they don't actually have a real attack. The only thing that the gnat can do is bump into you, which is usually just kind of an irritation. But when you're climbing up high on a tree branch or something, and you see three of these things like bumping their way towards you, it becomes a real concern. That's when you start needing your 20 spears to fend them off.
Now, of course, we have the gnat, and then that's kind of at the lower end of their more of an annoyance scale. And then at the other end of the annoyance scale are things that are a little bit more deadly, right?
A little bit.
A little bit. Just fair warning, we do have spiders in the game. So as we showed in the trailer, spiders are scary, and then we want them to be scary. So this is an example of one of the more hostile spiders and one of the larger spiders. It's a wolf spider. Wolf spiders hunt at night, and they burrow during the day, so you can actually go into their dens during the day and see them sleeping. One thing that we are actually pretty proud of is we are working, we know that there's a lot of people that don't like spiders and have arachnophobia. I'm actually scared of spiders.
How many people here do not like, everybody doesn't like spiders. Is there anybody like this freaks them out? We've got a few people.
Scared of spiders.
Yeah, we've got a few people.
Yeah, so one thing that we are actually working with the Microsoft User Research Lab on is putting in arachnophobia mode and understanding what makes people scared of spiders, and having a mode where you can turn it on and it will change the look and feel of the spider. So some things that we're looking at is changing the, like removing the legs of the spider. Because that's one.
That sounds even more horrifying. A legless spider coming at you.
We've gone through a bunch of iterations on this, and changing, how many eyes the creature has down to like 2. That makes it less spider-like. The other thing, even audio. So just even like the clickety-clack of, you can't really hear a spider, but some people just associate that.
At that size, you may be able to.
Yeah. With spiders. So like we are doing a lot of stuff to figure out like what makes that fear of spiders and seeing if we can adjust that so everyone can enjoy the game.
It's probably a good thing, but the screen really isn't doing this justice. There's your character off on the left-hand side with looks like a torch or a match, but then on the right-hand side is a very large spider. So just trust us. Robbie, what else you got? No, we're gonna, this is a very interesting story because the insects are not only friends or foes, but you can also use them in interesting ways, right?
Yes. So we've kind of shown off there's ones that can be pests, there's ones that can be hostile, there's ones that are neutral. We wanted to make sure there was a variety of life that was just sprawling through this yard so that it felt real. And we wanted to make sure some of the insects where they could actually be beneficial to you if you start to kind of understand what they're doing. So one example of this is our cute little weevil here. When, much like Adam said, like they all have routines. So what the weevil does is they like to eat mushrooms, for example. And if you're running low on food and you come across a weevil and you see he's got his snout on the ground sniffing around, you could kind of lurk behind him and he might lead you to a mushroom patch. So we wanted to make sure that not every creature was necessarily had a negative association to the player. They could use the wildlife to benefit them in certain ways. And there's a little teaser image there at the bottom too, that we do have variations on some of the creatures. Won't go into why this pustule weevil is down there with his crazy eyes, but
Which I believe, according to the slide, says evil weevil.
Yes. The other cool thing is if you do start to attack the creatures and kill the creatures, you will be able to loot bug parts. And with every different type of bug part that you loot, you'll be able to craft new tools or new equipment. So for this example, if you kill a weevil and take his face and make a mask with it, you can wear it and it'll actually prevent you from taking damage in one of our areas called the haze, which is like this area in the backyard that has like toxic gas. So this is how you'd be able to navigate through that area.
Now, we talked a little bit earlier about crafting. Robbie, can you tell us how you can craft and build in the world proper?
Yeah, so one of the other, like being in this small world, another one of the things that was kind of a fun design challenge was how do we, what in the yard do we let you craft with, and how do we make sure these things, when you craft them, help evoke the scale that you are small? So here you're seeing a couple of concepts of our tier 1 tools and weapons, and we wanted to make sure that each tool and weapon had a distinct use for it. So for example, if you find a pebble and some raw fiber and pick one of the, what we call them sprigs, they're just like little plants that are starting to sprout, you can craft a pebble hammer, and you'll use that to bash things. So if you run into acorns and you want to bash an acorn to make acorn armor, you'll need a hammer to do that. And all you can see on the right-hand side, we mentioned that you can use insect parts. Well, these are a couple of things you can use with the ant legs or ant mandibles. So we have an ant club. It's a big like bat, and a repair wrench for your base building that uses one of their mandibles as the wrench head.
Lovely.
Yeah. So all of us here, we've been playing survival games for a while now, and one thing that we've been pretty proud of is we play games and we come back and say, hey, we had a lot of fun with this, but what were some things that were frustrating to us that we feel like we can improve on as a team? And one area that was just some of the frustrations that can happen when you're crafting, when you have a lot of intermediate materials. So what we wanted to show off in this video is, for the spear, for example, requires woven fiber. And to craft woven fiber, you need 4 raw fiber. Normally you'd see the spear needs woven fiber, you'd have to jump over to that one, you'd have to then craft it, then jump back to the spear. It becomes kind of a little monotonous task. So what we added here was the ability to inline craft woven fiber by just clicking and holding on the ingredient, and it'll make it right there, so you can immediately craft your spear and get back into the game.
Faster crafting.
We went too far.
There we go. So in addition to making tools and equipment and armor, this is a dangerous world, and you will need protection to survive. And one of those ways that you can protect yourself and your items is by building a base. So, you know, as Adam and Robbie said, we've played a lot of survival games, and sometimes base building can be a bit of an exercise in frustration, and we want to reduce that as much as possible. And then also at the same time allow you to have a lot of tools to express yourself via architecture. So we wanted to make a system that was easy to use and fun, had a lot of variety, and let you build cool things.
And added to the personality of the game itself, of course.
Oh,
Like things that are in-game universe.
Yeah, we fun first is really an overarching rule for our project, and we really wanted to make this a fun thing to do. So, you have a number of options that you can use to build things. You can make things out of grass blades or bits of weed or sprigs or rocks, and create these sort of intricate structures. And while you start off pretty early on with just sort of 4 walls and a campsite, as you go, you can start to create some fairly impressive structures.
So this is your base / house. I can see you got a workbench there. You got the fire. You have a second floor with a nice landing here. Very, very nice. And there's a lot of your resources up here.
You can make it as grand as you want. Like, we want to enable you to live out whatever housing dreams you want.
We also noticed that when we get back, when this loops again, it looks like you've taken a trophy from one of your kills and placed it above the entrance door here with a ant head. Is that accurate?
Sure. I mean, you have to get a little bit creative with your decorations when you're that size. But we do want to give you that option to populate out your house with whatever horrible trophies you have taken.
Yeah, one other thing that I want to mention is we also have a creative mode. So if you just want to build a huge base and not really worry about things attacking your base, you can do that as well. One reason to build a big base is because there's threats in the yard that are increasingly getting stronger as you get stronger and see you as a threat as you get stronger. So you want to be able to defend all your cool stuff that you're making and building and stuff like that. So there's also traps and other defenses that you can build to strengthen up your base.
So, because it could come a point where you've built this beautiful structure that it could come under attack from a horde of ants, or having ants in your house at this level is an entirely different problem, isn't it?
Yeah, it's so funny to see, like, when your back is turned, an ant comes and steals like something off your campfire, and he runs away, and you're like, where did my meat go? And you can see him scurrying away. That's a pretty fun thing to see in action.
I think it's important to point out as well that we've shared some of the game, but there's a lot more depth to the game here. I mean, certainly just with a few videos you don't get sense that. Robbie, can you talk a little bit about that?
Well, one thing I wanted to note, even with this too, was like all the walls here in this particular building you're seeing are made with grass blades. We have hundreds and hundreds of thousands of grass blades, weeds, dandelions, clovers. You can chop down every single one of them, or you can just create a bomb and blow them all up, and that's pretty fun to watch too. So it was one of the more interesting things we did on the technical side that we wanted to make sure you could do was almost everything you see in the yard you can interact with and change and manipulate or chop down, and it makes the world feel pretty alive.
All right, Adam, I'm sorry, you had something else to add?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
So yeah, so we're coming soon to early access in Xbox Game Preview. So we're launching on Xbox One and Windows 10, and for those that are on Game Pass, it's free. It's going to be on Game Pass. So the barrier to entry is nothing if you're on Game Pass. And one thing that we would like you to do if you're interested in the game, and clearly you are because you're here, is we have an insider's flight. So that is like a preview test that will be coming very soon. So if you're interested in participating in that, you can go on our website, and there's a link to the insiders program. And then we also will ask you if you want to play on Steam, wishlist the game on Steam. And it's, again, as I said before, it's very important to us that that this game is going to be in early access and Xbox Game Preview. We want to get the game in people's hands and hear what they're doing and how they're enjoying the game, and we want to adjust and make the game as best as it possibly can be. This is just going to be the start of the journey for making this game. We want to make continue the storyline, add more and more systems, and adjust the gameplay for the future. And we want to bring everyone on and hear how they're playing.
What's the best way for people to follow, engage accordingly? There we go.
We got a slide on that. So yeah, Twitter, Discord, we got a Discord chat up, and Facebook.
Awesome stuff. We're gonna we got probably about 15 minutes left here, so we want to grab some Q&A. If you guys want to step up to the microphones there, we'll do the best we can. If you're on the Twitch chat, I see you. Drop it in the Twitch chat, and if I can, and if it's nice, I will ask it. If it's not nice, I'll ignore it. So if you got any questions, the microphone's right up here in the center area, right there. So go ahead. If you could just tell me your first name and where you're from. Hi there.
Hello, my
Hi.
name is Lisa, and I'm from Rhode Island, which is a state, I swear. My question is, in terms of the blueprints, like, do you start off with so many? Do you have to find them? Do you get them as you level up? Like, how do you go about obtaining more blueprints to build more stuff?
Yeah, great question. So you get the blueprints as you progress through the game. So you start off with a limited amount of blueprints and recipes, and as you go through the game and discover new materials, you'll get more recipes. It's one thing that we are currently iterating on, and it's something that we would love people's feedback on.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rhode Island.
Hi, my name is Glenn Morris. I live here.
Hi, Glenn.
So I have never missed an Obsidian panel at a PAX East. My question is actually about Microsoft. After the acquisition, I think a lot of people from the player side thought, sigh of relief, financial security. But here you're talking about arachnophobia research database. I'm wondering, what were some of the things after the acquisition that people never thought to ask and then said, we have access to what?
Yeah, so Microsoft's been a great partner. So we actually started working on this game before the acquisition. But once we got acquired, yeah, it opened up a lot of doors for us, similar to the arachnophobia mode that you mentioned. I think having access to the accessibility lab as well, and getting input on how to make the game more accessible is great. We want to make sure that the game can be played by everyone. So hearing their input and their feedback, and then also the user research lab, like getting a lot of play testing, which is really important for onboarding players. Having access to that and being able to participate in that program has been great to iterate over the early game, and making sure that first like 10 to 15 minutes is really strong.
Thank you. Quick question from chat. Let's see, where is it? Brandon 456076. Will there be a robust weather system?
So weather right now is not currently in the game. It's one thing that I personally would love to see, because I think like rain, for example, would be a really, really cool thing to have. Just because I have no idea how it's going to work. But I think that's something that is on the table for post-release once we're out in early access. And that's something that, you know, if you have ideas for features that you think would fit well with the game, or you think would be cool, you know, bring it up, and we definitely are listening.
Thank you. Hi there. Next question. What's your name? Where are you from?
Hi there. My name is Mike. I'm from Orlando, Florida.
Right on.
I kind of had like two-ish design questions. The first one is like, it's a weird question, but where exactly would this take place? Is this going to be like in a child's backyard, like in like a random park, kind of like woodsy kind of thing? And like, how does that inform the type of like real-world objects you'll see in the wild and could interact with?
It does take place in a backyard, and we definitely wanted to have a wide variety of things that were more than just plants, because as cool as it is being small, like eventually, you know, you're going to get tired of just looking at the same green over and over again. And so we have studied the backyard with a number of unique features. I don't know that we are ready to talk about any specifics with that, but there's definitely a lot to find out there. We wanted to make it an interesting place.
Yeah, and one thing that we, you know, just in general at Obsidian, we like try to give reasons for everything that we put in the game. And that's one thing that there's a reason for why all this stuff is in the yard. So and you'll find that out when you play through the story.
Cool, cool. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Next question. Hi there.
Hi, name's Henry. I'm from the DC area.
Welcome.
Thank you. So you mentioned that there were helpful bugs. Is there any ability to like farm or corral them? Like, could I start an aphid farm so that I don't have to go hunting for food?
That is something that it's been on our list of things that we've wanted to explore. Everyone on the team always goes, yeah, I want to do an aphid farm, potentially want to tame the bugs, pet the bugs, make them my friend.
Ant rodeo.
Yeah, we've been even tossing around like, well, can we use, like, oh, they like to steal your meat, can we use the meat to make the ants your friends? Like, that currently we haven't done that yet, but these are all the kinds of things that are just extra ideas that have been stewing in our head. We've heard a lot of feedback when we first announced at XO about stuff like that too, so we know it's definitely something that the fans are looking for, so we're going to be putting it into our roadmap.
Cool.
Thank you. From the Twitch chat, IG_ asks, does the grass/plant regrow?
Yeah, so that's one awesome thing about this game is that things can regrow and it feels okay. So grass will regrow over time and mushrooms will spawn back, and there's other things that will change over time as you play the game.
All right, next question. Hi there.
Hey, I'm Matt from near the DC area as well.
Hello.
And I was just wondering we got to see a lot of gameplay, but I was wondering if you could speak to what the sound's going to be like. What kind of, do you want to have music? Am I going to be walking around? Is it going to be a Minecraft feel, Dark Souls? Like the rain thing is a really cool thing that we were talking about with the weather. How do you plan on incorporating sound into your small world?
So Justin Bell, who's our audio director, and he's worked on pretty much a lot of our titles, Pillars 1 and 2 and Outer Worlds. He's currently composing music for the game, so we do have a music soundtrack. It's more ambient, and just because since we are building an open world game and you're going to be spending a lot of time in this environment, we do want to take inspiration from the time period as well. So there's a little bit of late 80s, early 90s flair to the music. In terms of audio design, we are, we want to make, you can't really understand what a creature is going to sound like, so we want to take some liberties in the creative decision making on audio design, and we want to make sure that they feel appropriate for what you think they should sound like, if that makes sense.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next question.
Hi guys, I'm Aiden from Boston. You guys keep talking about the story. Does that mean there's an end game?
Yeah, so we're actually not saying a whole lot about the story. There is a story, right? And yeah, eventually the game will end. When we launch in-game preview and early access, we will have some story, but it won't be, it won't be complete at that time. And we want to develop the storyline as we work on the game through the game preview early access process. So there will be an ending that you can complete the game, but there's a lot of stuff that we're not, showing and talking about intentionally about the story, just because we want it to be a surprise for players.
All right, sweet, thank you.
All right, from the Twitch chat, hello Twitch again. What can we expect for the in-game community interaction? I don't know what they mean, so let's answer the best we can.
I guess for some, you can communicate with each other through a chat wheel, similar to other games. So we do have a chat wheel. We have emotes that you can, give a thumbs up to your friend. So there are ways of communicating without having to type in or do voice over IP.
All right, next question. Hi there.
Hi there, I'm Logan from the Cape. My question is about crossplay. Is there any initiative to have there be crossplay between the different platforms?
Yeah. Yeah, so we are, our intention is to have crossplay day one on the game, so.
Thank you.
Next question.
Hi, my name's Solomon. I'm from Framingham, Massachusetts, and I was wondering how did you go about optimizing the game when there's so many insect interactions going on in the background?
I'll take this one. This was a pretty challenging problem for us. So we had a bunch of creatures in the yard, and as we started to add more and more, we had that problem where, all right, the game's starting to slow down once we add 100 more characters or insects. So we had to devise a system that we wanted the entire yard to be simulated. We wanted the entire yard to be doing something so that even when you're on this corner of the yard, that anthill over here is still completely operating. So we devised a system where when they get far enough out of the player's range, we turn off a lot of the stuff that is heavy for the characters, so a lot of the animations, the models. They're running a lot of their similar AI. Brian McIntosh kind of helped design a lot of that too, where there's a pretty neat debug mode that you can't see in here, but you can fly way above the yard and turn on debug, and you can just see like these little polygons of everything just moving around and picking up stuff and saying, I want to go to sleep, or I'm going to go steal this piece of food. It's quite impressive and pretty neat to look at.
Cool, thank you.
New meaning to debug mode, right?
Yes.
Interesting. Next question.
What kind of interaction will there be with other parts of the ecosystem of the backyard? Like birds eat insects, would there be any expectation of seeing them possibly?
Yeah, right now it's mainly like insect on insect ecosystem. So if spiders will hunt, and if you start killing all what they usually hunt, like then they'll have to go somewhere else. So that's kind of what we're looking at for launch. We want to be able to expand on that as much as possible. We got all like the framework done, and we're looking at ways of expanding that for the future.
Thank you.
We had a question from the Twitch chat about weapon durability. Is that something you guys are working on?
Yeah, so we do have weapon durability. I mean, it's the durability is pretty, I guess, you won't really notice it. It's not like a super fast durability, or in terms of, the strength of the weapon will eventually degrade over time and then break, and then you have to repair it. And same thing with armor.
And this also is why you want to like craft some of the tier 2 items. Like the ant club will have much more durability than a sprig with fiber and a rock, for example.
Hello there. What's your question?
Hey, Brian from New Jersey. So about that arachnophobia mode where you can kind of tone it down to help people who are scared of spiders, is that more server side where everyone who's playing together now has to see it that way? Or if I'm playing with someone who wants to have that turned on, but I want to see the game at its basic with everything turned off, can I do that as well?
Yeah, it's client side, so you can do it on a per person basis. And it is surface mode or surface level, so it doesn't affect the way the spider plays. We still want the spider to be a challenging monster in the game, even if you are playing on arachnophobia mode. And we really want to evoke like the sense of danger that comes with fighting a giant monster just without triggering somebody's phobia.
We had a question from the chat. I don't even think this is possible, but they said, what will happen to the ecosystem if they wipe out all the spiders?
Yeah, who knows? Everything will go, all the insects will just go crazy. There's no spiders in the world. I have no idea.
The neighbors have spiders too. They'll come.
It's always the neighbors. We have a question here. Hi there. What's your name?
Hey, my name's David, and my question is, you said there's going to be a story. You said there's exploration and progress. Would anything be story locked? Or would you basically be able to do anything or go anywhere with enough exploration and preparation?
Yeah, that's a great question. So the way that we're looking at the world design is we're taking some inspiration from like Metroidvania games. So you'll have to be able to craft certain things in the world to be able to progress into different areas. One of the examples I think Sean's going to talk about, because I'm pretty sure I know what he's going to say.
Maybe. So one of the things that we come across sometimes is if there's an area that's up high and requires some, difficult to traverse method to get to, people have raised the concern, well, what if somebody just builds stairs up there? And personally, I think that's great. We want to allow the player to overcome these challenges however they feel it best. And I think that giving the players the tools to solve whatever problem they need to solve, I think is a more interesting way to do it than artificially gating things.
Yeah, we call it like soft gates. But one of the examples is, like the gas mask that we showed off. You have to equip that to get through the haze area. So there's a bit of that, but we want the player to be able to kind of solve these problems in different ways as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. So which really, one of the questions in the chat will be the different kinds of areas like biomes. And you kind of alluded to something like that, right?
Yeah, we have a lot of different areas in the yard. So we want to, having just an area of grass is only interesting for so long. So we have a bunch of different, like, even in the grasslands, we have a flooded area where there's a sprinkler that's cracked and has flooded a big portion of that, of the yard. And, different creatures will call that home.
Okay. Hi there.
Hi, Mark from Ottawa.
Hi, Mark.
Tunneling. There seems to be a lot of tunnels. Any tunneling that can be made up by the players, or like digging or
like terraforming?
Terraforming.
Currently, we don't have any terraforming. We do have a shovel tool, but it at that scale, you'd have to move a lot of earth. So we don't have any terraforming yet, but like Adam and Robbie said, this is still early in the process, and we will take any ideas from the community.
Thank you.
How high can you build?
Yeah. Right now we do have some limitations on how high you can build, and it's dictated by like how strong of materials that you're using to build. So depending on the materials that you use for your walls, you can build higher structures.
Couple more questions, and we're going to wrap it up. Hi, what's your name?
Name's Steven. I'm from Rhode Island. I imagine the world, knowing you guys, is pretty good size. Is there going to be other ways to traverse the world other than walking? Like maybe like we can craft stuff that can make us move faster?
Yeah, we do have a couple ways of moving faster throughout the world. There are items that you can craft to do that, and eventually, it's not right now, but something that I would love to have in the game is riding insects. I know that makes the team sad because they have to do it, but I'm like, I want that. So something that we might have in the future for quick traversal.
All right, two more questions. I've got to wrap it up. Go ahead. What's your name?
Jacob from Boston. And so in co-op games, sometimes when you take on enemies, you can just surround the enemy with your team and just hack them to death, and it takes away that sense of accomplishment. Do you guys have plans to scale the difficulty and rewards based upon how many players are in your game?
Yeah, that's a great question because we just fixed that problem like this week.
Sweet.
So we do have scaling for multiplayer, and the way that we're handling that is depending on, we have like I guess you could call it like an aura around insects, and depending on how many players are in that aura, the insect stats will be increased, so it's more of a challenge. And that is on an insect per insect basis. So some insects, like we really want it, like 3-hit combo will kill that insect. So we don't want scaling on some of the smaller insects in the world. So we are adjusting that and seeing how it feels. But we are working on that pretty much right now back in Irvine.
Yeah, the reason we didn't want to do like a global scaling across the board, like, oh, there's 3 players, so everything is like this, is a lot of times in survival games, players will break up, and we didn't necessarily want them to be punished because one player's over here by himself, and he's fighting, scaled creatures because there's 3 other people in the game.
Yeah, excellent, thank you.
All right, last question, and then we'll wrap it up. Hi there.
Hello, I'm Nick from Boston. I was curious about for the online co-op. Is it like going to be hosted like through like one person and the other 3 can't play like unless if the one person's online? Is it like separate servers? Is there like a distance limit on the players on like how far away they can be from each other? Things like that.
All the questions.
No, right now it is you host it yourself. So whether you're on Xbox or PC, if you're playing a multiplayer game, you host a session, and anyone on your friends list can join. There is no limitation to player distance, so everyone can walk everywhere. We even have it right now where you can play a multiplayer game and then reload that game as a single player game, play for a couple hours, then rehost it again as a multiplayer game. So we wanted to make sure we had that capability for everyone.
Cool. Thanks.
Great. Hey, all right, why don't we throw that slide up again that has the all the contact information? Because I think the main line here, right, a lot of great questions, a lot of great suggestions, is that this is a game that you guys are developing with the community, and that's what it's all about, right?
That's what it's all about. So, excuse me, start talking about the game, talk to us, we're listening. So that's something that, you know, ultimately we want to make the best game possible, and I think game preview and early access is the best way to do that. So we want to hear from everyone on how they're feeling about the game, what they like and what they dislike, and we want to make sure that, you know, the game is just as best as it possibly can be, and that's with your help.
All right, thank you. Anything else, gentlemen?
I was going to say, yeah, because we're a small team, we can pivot to any feedback really quickly. So if we see you guys are really clamoring about something that's really specific, we can see it, and as a team, just immediately say, hey, this is a high priority for us.
There you go. Thank you. Adam, Sean, Robbie, thank you guys. Team from Obsidian. Grounded coming later this year. Thanks again, and have a great PAX, everybody. Bye-bye.
Legendary heroes, one man will rise to take all of the credit.
This game has something that no one else will. Me.
This is where the magic happens.
Hey, can I get a coffee? I'm coming, Ian! Everybody has that game that they fell in love with because they make an impact. Those games were somebody's legacy. Well, this is my legacy.
Our legacy.
Our legacy, whatever.
It's not my legacy. I have a BA in Women's Studies.
What exactly is women's studies?
It follows the experiences of women and the contributions they've made to...
Inquiry withdrawn.
Quick thing, I'm worried about the time.
Yeah, David, I'm moving as fast as I can. It's not my fault that these watermelons don't explode like real heads.
I can get you real heads. Not human.
That's commitment.
I built your vision. It's like you're this brilliant painter, and I'm your favorite brush. I'm just some tool to create your masterpiece.
I like that metaphor, but it's not quite right, is it?
Are you seriously about to noodle on my metaphor right now?
I know that I can be difficult. Papa, you can't give up. We're like the Beatles. Together, we make masterpieces. I could write the lyrics and the music and everything, but it would sound completely different without the drums.
Wait, I'm Ringo?
Well, yeah. Of course you're Ringo. I mean, look, somebody's got to keep the beat.
Oh my God! At least you brought me breakfast.
Oh, this is mine. It's prescription.
A prescription bagel?
Legally, you're actually not allowed to ask me about
Whatever.
of legendary heroes, one man will rise to take all of the credit.
This game has something that no one else will. Me.
This is where the magic happens.
Hey, can I get a coffee?
I'm coming, Ian!
Everybody has that game that they fell in love with because they make an impact. Those games were somebody's legacy. Well, this is my legacy.
Our legacy.
Our legacy, whatever.
It's not my legacy.
I have a BA in Women's Studies.
What exactly is women's studies?
It follows the experiences of women and the contributions they've made to...
Inquiry withdrawn.
Quick thing, I'm worried about the time.
Yeah, David, I'm moving as fast as I can. It's not my fault that these watermelons don't explode like real heads.
I can get you real heads. Not human.
That's commitment.
I built your vision. It's like you're this brilliant painter, and I'm your favorite brush. I'm just some tool to create your masterpiece.
I like that metaphor, but it's not quite right, is it?
Are you seriously about to noodle on my metaphor right now?
I know that I can be difficult. Papa, you can't give up. We're like the Beatles. Together, we make masterpieces. I could write the lyrics and the music and everything, but it would sound completely different without the drums.
Wait, I'm Ringo?
Well, yeah. Of course you're Ringo. I mean, look, somebody's got to keep the beat.
Oh my God! At least you brought me breakfast.
Oh, this is mine. It's prescription.
A prescription bagel?
Legally, you're actually not allowed to ask me about it.
Whatever.
Thank you all for coming. Who was here last year at Sound Design Live? Raise your hand. Wow, we have a lot of new people. Okay, so those of you that don't know, you're in for a treat. We are going to be making some video game sounds, and we are going to be doing it with the sounds from the community. So that means that you guys are going to hold up random objects in the audience, and myself and Josh are going to pick it up or bring you up, and we're going to record the sound. My name's Ryan Stunkel.
Joshua Mallard.
And yeah, we're Blip Sounds. Thanks so much for joining, guys. Yeah. So how many of you guys are sound designers? Raise your hand. Music composers?
Okay.
Game developers? Nerds? Yeah! There we go. Cool. Okay, so the process of sound design, so for those of you that don't know, involves recording a sound effect, and then we put it into a DAW to make it into a better sound effect, basically. But that's a really terrible explanation, so I'm going to show you guys exactly the process in this video. If we can get it up. There we go. So you can kind of get an idea for how sound design is kind of done. We just record a sound and we process it and all of that good stuff. We did a metal pan and we did some water, and simply that's what our sound turned into. So I wanted to kind of just get you guys in the mindset, in the creative mindset, to create a sound effect for professional video games, since all of us together are going to be making a sound. That sound that you just saw is exactly the one that we will be creating today, or the animation rather. So let's pull up the video.
So this is the sound, or this is a variation of the sound that we just saw in the video. So you can break it down into a couple different pieces. We have a concept that we call thematic sound design in blip sounds, where we basically take a specific source recording and we break down what we see in the animation to determine what we are going to record. So what do you see, like if we were to mute this, what do you see in this animation? Feel free to shout it out. Water, good.
Yeah.
Exactly. What else? Heavy wind, okay. Outward waves. What is a nautilus made of? Metal, very good. So with this in mind, we can break down our source recordings into a few different pieces. We can break it down into metal, water, and wind. So when we're making our sound effect, we're gonna break it down into this. And you will see that our source recordings exactly break down into that. So the first one is our water splashes. Simple enough, just go to a pool, dip your hand in some water, or have your friends jump in while you record them. Easy enough. A metal pan. We recorded these at a higher frequency, and then these ones at a lower frequency, just to cover the frequency spectrum, because when we're doing sound design, covering the frequency spectrum is very helpful to make a satisfying and fulfilling sound effect. And then we also have our good friend white noise. White noise is basically just filling out all of the frequency spectrum at the same time in order to make it feel more fulfilling. So if we were to take this out, it feels good, but once we add this, the splashes feel really powerful as a result.
Yeah, it's adding a lot.
Yeah, it is, yeah. So yeah, I think, is there anything else we want to go over? I think that we can kind of just dive into this. So yeah, we're gonna just open up another session. We have our beautiful microphone here, a Zoom H6. Who here has seen one of these Zoom H6s before? Raise your hand. Okay, actually a good amount of people. Okay,
Yeah, and I can
more than
show
I
you.
expected. And then, yeah, it has different capsules and all this stuff. We'll explain this in the process as we do it. But yeah, this is the microphone that we use. It's fairly industry standard. And yeah, we're gonna record you guys with this. So yeah, look forward to that. So why don't we go ahead and get started with the 3 recordings that we're going to be using. We have metal, we have water, and we have noise. So why don't we go ahead and start with the easiest one to me, which is probably the water source recordings. Just give us a moment to set up for a moment. Check, check.
Check, check, check.
So if we're doing, I think we'll just go ahead and, if you guys have any water, anything related to water, like that water bottle right there, do you want to come on up? Yeah, come on up, come on up.
Yeah, water bottles, anything like that. Check, check.
There we go.
All right. And if someone even has one of those like hydro flasks, those metallic water bottles, those things are awesome.
Yeah, true, true. Hi, I'm Ryan. Nice to meet you. Josh, do you mind being the microphone operator?
Oh, yeah.
For the, yeah, so, okay, cool. Yeah, so I basically, what we're going to do is we're just gonna shake the water bottle. Do you think you can do that?
I think I can.
Okay, cool. What's your cosplay?
I'm like chic because I'm Zelda, but in disguise.
Oh, I see. Okay, that's a good one. When I was in high school, I would go to Halloween, or go to school on Halloween dressed as the Hulk before he gets mad. So I just go as myself. Yeah. Same concept, right? So basically, I want to explain one little thing that we do in sound design. We utilize something called an envelope. Who's here heard of an envelope when we're talking about sound design? Okay, a lot of people, good. So an envelope, for those of you that don't know, is basically volume over time. So if we have a sound effect like a punch sound effect, or an impact sound is going to have a very fast attack, while a whoosh sound effect is going to have a relatively slow attack. So with a sound like this, where there's 3 impact sounds, we're going to be looking for sounds with a very fast attack. So as a result of that, just you're going to do like a really fast, aggressive shake one at a time, basically. So whenever you're ready, Josh. think that's good. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Yeah. So throughout this process, we're just gonna have a lot of fun and just record a bunch of different sounds. Why don't we just go through the loop of sound? So we have the water, we have the metal. Does somebody want to have any unique metal source recordings? What is that, a coffee mug back there? The soda mug?
Oh.
Bring it up, sure.
Yeah. Yeah, really good thing.
Sorry for interrupting you.
No problem. Yeah, and as we record these, we really don't just try one method of hitting the object. Go ahead and experiment and see how many sounds you can get.
I'm Ryan. Maria, nice to meet you. Thank you so much. So, yeah, what Josh was just saying was really key, actually, for those of you that are new to sound design and Foley recording. Whenever you have a source recording, we can manipulate a sound in any which way. For something like this with a unique shape to it, we can, every part of the mug is going to make a different sound. Like the top of it was making a more high-pitched sound and it was ringing more, while the lower one was a little, this was lower pitch and this is higher pitch down here. So there's a lot of different ways that you can manipulate a single source recording. You just got to hit it and see what goes on. Anywho, go ahead. Could we try loosening your grip on it? Like just hold it from here like by 2 fingers, and now try hitting it one at a time. There we go. So it rings out a lot more. I think that's good. Awesome. You're a natural. Thank you. Yeah, it's back and forth. Yeah.
Well, we had wind next?
Yeah. I think we had I think we wanted like a wind or a white noise source recording. That little pink star thing. He has a what? He has a bell in it? Do you want to come on up? What's your name? Estrella. I'm Ryan. Oh, I was going to shake your hand. Nice to meet you. So why don't you go ahead and just do like one shake at a time. I think that's perfect. Awesome. Thank you so much. Yeah. All right, so let's get like something sort of like white noisy. That paper crumbling? Yeah, come on up.
Oh yeah, that's perfect.
I should have set the expectations from the beginning, but this sound is probably not going to turn out very well, just as a heads up. You'll learn a lot, but... Sweet, thank you so much. Oh, what's your name again? Rose. Rose, Ryan. Thank you so much, yeah, absolutely. Okay, I want to do, actually, let's do a different limitation other than the, like the elements, like doing like a wind sound or a noisy sound. Let's do something based off the envelope. Let's get like something that has like a deep impact sound to it. Does anybody have any ideas for that? What is that thing you're holding up there? It's a game. You must really hate that game. Come on up. How you doing? Good. I'm Ryan. Nice to meet you. So, oh, okay, Crazy Taxi. Okay, pretty good. On the Dreamcast. I don't know why you're holding it, but. That's good. Awesome. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate it. Cool. So we have, do you have any ideas? Do you?
Let's see. We have some hands. Maybe there's some good ideas.
What's up? You gonna be better than that?
Oh, yeah.
If you guys all stomped for us at the same time. Okay. So
Yeah, let's try with the
you wanna do the
XY
other
capsule.
Yeah, I'll
Yep.
explain. Do you want to set it up and I'll explain it?
Yeah.
So this microphone that we've been recording with, the Zoom H6, is this is a shotgun attachment that we have. And the shotgun attachment basically allows us to record very directionally. So if we point it over this way, we'd be able to listen to the people in the front versus over here. We'd listen to the people over here and we wouldn't hear these people as much. And there's two different types of listening. I don't even know what to call it. Stereo field or like generally. What'd you say? I guess it is a polar pattern, yeah. So it's the polar pattern basically implies that the number of channels and also like how it listens to something. If it's very directional, it can be more broad. And we have this one here, which is a stereo pair, and this allows us to record in stereo. So if you think of each of these microphones as an ear that you listen with, then we are using one ear to listen with, while this one has two microphones attached to it, and we're listening with two ears. So it's simulating human hearing because each of our ears hears and perceives things differently so that we can directionally hear what's happening on different sides and such, and it creates more stereo depth. You guys may or may not hear this, so this might go way over your heads and through your ears. But so what we're going to do is we are going to, I'm going to hold my hand like this, and then when I open, you guys stomp. So we'll try it once. That's awesome. Perfect. No, it's all good.
All right.
Well, and we'll start in a minute. Yeah, I was just practicing.
All right. Yeah, this might have to be pretty loud.
You think so? I think it'll be fine. All right. Ready? Guys, I didn't open my hand. What are you doing? Cool. So that'll work as a pretty good layer. So, because we want to fill out the frequency spectrum of our sound as well. So we have some of the bass elements. I think we probably want to get like one more metal sound in there. Probably something like a little bit on the lower frequency side, if anybody has it. We could try that. Yeah, with the hydro flask, yeah? Yeah, that was you. Yeah, come on up.
Oh, yeah, that's perfect.
Yeah. That's true. What's up? I'm Ryan. Of course. Yeah, I don't know why I'm shaking people's hands. Yeah. With all the... Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, that's smart. Actually, we could have used that for a sound, too, now that I think about it. It was some hand sanitizer spray. Yeah, so I think what we'll just... if you remember what we were showing with one of the previous recorders or Foley artists, just if we... This is actually really good because it's hanging from this little thing here.
Yeah, it has the resonance from the water.
Exactly.
Yep.
Exactly. Yep. So... I think the first one that you did where you like hit it on the side, let's get like 4 of those. You trying to break my equipment, man? Perfect. Thank you so much, man. Cool. Let's see. You know what? I want to get another white noise source. I think I want to have the entire audience just go at the same exact time to make this a source. We're going to do the same exact thing we did before. I promise I won't trick you this time. But yeah, I guess the stereo pair we should use again. Yeah. And yeah, same exact thing. Little practice. Perfect. Cool. Oh, you were still going. Sorry, I didn't realize you were recording. Cool. Thank you so much. Does someone have like a rattle in there or something? I don't know where that is. Everyone pointed backwards, and it doesn't sound like it's that far back. It's an egg? Oh, it's one of those shaker eggs. You want to bring it up? Yeah, come on up. Yeah, we should have just grouped it together. What's up? I'm Ryan. Alyssa? Nice to meet you. Yeah, so I think we're gonna do, so if you remember the animation that we have, it was a very quick attack, so like something very aggressive, and then I think having it like kind of sizzle out a little bit. Yeah, and let's do that like 5 times. I think that's perfect. Awesome. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. A plastic cup? All the way in the... Oh, you want, well, you just crushed it, so now we can't use it. If you want to get another one and bring it up. Yeah, the water cooler is not a bad idea. We do need some more water. We'll go into that in a minute. Let's give him a round of applause. Hi, how are you?
Hello.
I'm Ryan.
Mike.
Are you with Extra Life?
For the morning.
For the morning? Okay, gotcha. Go check out Extra Life, please.
Charity helps people.
Yes. Cool. So, and speaking of health, I saw you crush this on your head earlier. Perfect.
I mean, might as well keep it going that way.
Let's do one more. I don't want you to hurt yourself.
They're plastic.
Thank you so much. You guys are insane.
Yeah, thank you all.
Yeah. Let's get another water source. Thank you so much. Let's get another water source. I wanted something that's like not in a water bottle though. Does anybody have like the water in the cooler? There's an open. I'm not using that. I'm sorry. We can't use that. Does anybody have anything not water bottle-esque? Can of soda? What is that? Yeah, that's perfect. Come on up. So, okay, you're drinking it right now.
I am drinking.
Okay.
Do you want a fresh one?
No, it's fine.
I have one more.
No, it's totally cool. I don't know what we could do for this. Yeah, well, we could pour it. I was trying to think of something like more. Let's do this. Let's do 2 different recordings for this. Okay. Let's just start with you just like sloshing it around a little bit. Yeah. We'll do let's do 5 of those. Yeah, that loud one was good, yeah. It's perfect. Awesome. And then we'll do one more where we pour it into a cup, maybe? Appreciate it. Thank you. Can we get a hand for our enforcers? For this one, I think we're just going to do a continuous pour. So just do like a light and consistent pour. Brilliant. Art at its finest. Thanks so much. Do you want me to take this can for you? Yeah, sure. Cool. Cool. That was a good one, actually. I think that'll be a good one when we do it. Let's see, what time are we at? We're at 20 minutes. We have 25 minutes left. I think, let's do one more. What haven't we gotten? We've got enough white noise.
We have white noise, water, some metal.
Do we have what? High-pitch what? High-pitch metal?
High-pitch metal stuff.
Yeah, let's do another high-pitch metal.
Like keys or something.
What is that thing that you're hitting? Leather? Okay, I think we need something metal, unfortunately. The keys? Actually, yeah, those keys there, you with the hat. Yeah, come on up. Hey, how's it going? Ryan.
Jake.
Nice to meet you. Actually, do you mind just facing to the audience, Josh? Yeah. Cool. Can we get some silence, guys? Thank you. So just do like one big shake at a time. I think that's perfect. Awesome. Thank you so much, man. Yeah. Should we I think we should go into the recording process, or the designing process now. Unless anybody has like, you know what? What's put up your weirdest sound. What's the weirdest thing that you have? Like, Cheez-Its?
Yeah, we got Cheez-Its.
A banana?
What's that in the back?
Okay, Cheez-Its and banana, come on up. Somebody has a whole guitar. Is that a guitar?
Got some extra toasty Cheez-Its.
Okay, the Cheez-Its are extra toasty for those that want to know. Are you okay? Are you okay with sacrificing this banana for the sake of art? How dare you? How dare you? He says. Yeah, let's do the peel. I think that'd be good. Start with that. Yeah. Didn't go as planned, but that's okay.
Just a little bit of squish banana now.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll figure out a way to work that in. It'll be like the weird part of the sound. Appreciate it. Yeah, that's perfect. It's perfect. Thank you. For art to be created, it must be destroyed. Something must be sacrificed. And somebody had a guitar. We might as well just bring that up, honestly.
Yeah, guitar's a good game.
I don't know what we're gonna do with this. Yeah. Yeah, should we just have him play like some Rush songs for like the rest of the entire panel? What'd you say?
Some pinch harmonics.
Oh, pinch harmonics.
Yeah.
Can you do pinch harmonics? Yeah. That'd be sweet actually. So let's just do like one of those at a time so that we can get the reverberation from it. Perfect. Beautiful. Thank you so much. What's your name? Sebastian. Cool. Give a hand to Sebastian. Awesome. Cool. So that concludes the recording section of this panel. Now we're gonna take these. Oh, thank you. And now we're gonna take these recordings and drop them into our favorite DAW, Reaper. Check. There we go. Okay.
Check.
So now we have a little folder here. This is going to be like the most exciting part of this panel. I can't lie to you guys. I'm going to be dragging in all of these files. into the session. I can see all of you by your overwhelming applause that you just gave me. Yeah, yeah,
the best
and
part.
the standing ovation too. Don't forget the standing ovation. If only, if only.
Yeah. You'd be surprised how much time you'll spend sorting through recordings, naming sounds, all that stuff.
Actually, while we do this, why don't we get a couple questions from the audience?
yeah.
Do you want to handle that, Josh, while I do this?
Sure.
Feel free to just raise your hand, and we'll hear.
Yeah, some volunteers, and I'll make my way over, okay?
What project have you guys done recently?
So fun fact, we actually have a game on the floor called Maneater, which we took part in. And then we also had, we did some stuff for King of the Hat. That's like one of my favorite projects. The devs for that game are so cool.
What was your favorite sound effect to make for Maneater?
So it's a long story. I'm not sure if it actually made it into the game. I'll say that. But basically, I think probably all the gore sounds, just like recording the gore and like the blood and the blood splats and all that stuff. It's always a lot of fun.
All right, over here.
What was the weirdest source sound you've ever recorded, and what was the weirdest final sound that came out of recordings?
Do you want to answer that one, Josh?
Yeah, actually, at our blip sounds class a few years back, we recorded just air escaping from a balloon, and I made a whole piece of music with it.
What, you did?
Yeah, I don't think Ryan's heard it, but when you get a single sound, you'd be really surprised how much you can sort of mangle it and get a new sound. Was there a hand back here? Oh yeah, here, I'll go there first. All right, let's see.
Do you guys ever hear sounds in other video games or movies and try and reverse engineer it and be like, oh yeah, that was totally a box of Cheez-Its that made that sound? Like,
it's always a box of Cheez-Its. Just sound design pro tip, I'll save you a lot of time. It's always Cheez-Its. No, but yeah, reverse engineering sounds isn't too hard. Sometimes it's like really, really hard, but.
Yeah, if it's an unusual source like
yeah.
Star Wars uses an elephant for the TIE fighter.
Yeah, right. Or or you can take a balloon, blow it up, and then rub it, and then pitch it downwards, and it'll make the sound of an earthquake. The rules of like thematic sound design that we've taught here, and like all of the limitations that you can apply to the creativity of sound design, is pretty. They apply to like most things, but then there are some things like hanging a slinky from the ceiling to get the laser sound from Star Wars. It's just like, how do you even think of that? I don't know. But I think we're done, Josh. Actually, we'll do more Q&A at the very end, everybody.
All right, thank you, everyone.
Yeah. We'll do it for like the last 10-15 minutes if anyone has questions, and we'll be outside afterwards. So yeah. Thank you so much, Josh, for helping out. Josh is a killer sound designer and music composer, by the way. Give a hand to Josh.
Thanks.
Cool. So I think we're just going to go ahead and dive into this. I'm just going to drag in these source recordings, and we are going to listen.
Yep, that's a lot of files.
That's a lot of files, yeah.
And we'll use 10% of it.
Okay, so first things first. Okay, so that's the guitar. We have. Was that the Cheez-Its? What?
Is it being processed or anything?
No.
It just sounds cool.
That's
okay.
just what Cheez-Its sound like. What?
That's ready.
Was that on the? Honestly? Hold on. It's done. That's all we need.
Maybe
was this the
water?
banana here?
Oh yeah, banana.
Hold on.
Were you going for the
Pitch shifter.
pitch shifter? Yep.
You see, that's like the kind of like earthquakey kind of sound that you can get from that with the pitch shifter. Okay. That was the banana, yes. That's what I said. Oh, that key sound actually turned out pretty well.
Yeah, keys always great.
You're just like, it's done.
Some sounds you don't have to do a lot to.
So what I'm doing here is I'm just cutting out the sound ahead of time. So we're getting 3 different parts of the sound because there are 3 splashes. So we're going to use those as different layers. And you know what? We'll do that for the Cheez-Its right now, just because that's the best sound I have ever heard in my life. Okay, so here's another thing. If I play the sound here, it sounds cool, but what's really cool about it is the whoosh sound. The little whoosh sound kind of like builds anticipation to it. Welcome to Blip Sounds Talks About Cheez-Its for 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
And sometimes we'll call that dynamics, the difference between loudness and softness in a sound. The sort of build up to it and the envelope can have a really big impact on like what you're actually going to hear as a listener.
Absolutely. Let's see what this one was, the pouring, I believe.
Yeah, that was great.
Get out of here, Cheez-Its. You've had enough screen time. This will probably work somewhere. We'll just chop this up a few times and then we'll use that. And to make it, you're probably going to listen to this and be like, Ryan, this isn't going to work. The release of the sound isn't going down. But if we add a fade to all of these, ooh, now it sounds like it belongs in the sound all of a sudden. Okay, let's check out this one. That'll work pretty well too, actually. Was this the shaking of the...
Yeah, the drink,
the
energy drink.
That sounds really cool.
It's really good.
Yeah. I don't even know if it'll fit for the sound, but in general, it's a very cool source recording. Oh, that was the crunching.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I blocked that from my memory.
That's good. You know, I wonder if it wasn't crushed on the head, would we get the same sound? That's the real question.
Yeah. This is what a real sound designer will ask themselves. Okay. So I think I'm going to start just forming the sound for now because there's so many source recordings. I'm going to start with the basics first, and we have to do the Cheez-It sound. So I already set up the processing a little bit just because processing is very difficult to explain sometimes. So basically, we're just going to line this up to the animation properly. Let's duplicate this metal pan low sound. It will not duplicate, that's fine. There we go. Or no, it did duplicate. Nope, it didn't. Ignore me. So we are going to line this up to where the animation is. This is on frame by frame mode, so we will be able to mark exactly where the actual hits are happening. So the first one, I'm going to do a little bit beforehand because we have that whoosh anticipatory sound. Then we have a second one here. Then we have the third one around here.
Nice.
That already had some processing on it, but you know what? Cheez-Its don't need no processing. So we'll start with that for now.
And there's not even like too much complex things going on with the processing. For those with some audio background, even just EQ and pitch shifting can do a lot to change the sound.
Yeah, and for anyone listening, like we have a free course on the Blip Sounds website, just blipsounds.com if you want to start learning some sound design. We show you how to do like the basic editing, and we even show like the processing of what we would do for a sound like this. So that sounds pretty okay. I think we just need it to be a little bit tighter. Okay, not a bad start. We'll explore and see what else we can add to that. I think I want to get is there anything else that we have to put in here? The guitar? The guitar is a tough one. The guitar is like an extra sound that we would add to like the layering at the top of it. It's a really good sound, but it kind of depends on if it can fit into the rest of it. The stomp?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the stomp will help a lot, actually. Was it this one? No, that was a cool sound, though. That sounds terrifying. The PAX community is coming. I love you guys. Don't hurt me. That is so scary. Let's do that there. So this is going to be pretty, we call this muddy when it like gets very low pitched or low frequency. That'll be pretty good, I think. We'll just lower that in volume a tiny bit here. Let's try that. Okay, not a bad start. And I think the next thing is probably a metal source, yeah?
Yeah, something adds some impact.
Yeah, we had one of those first ones, didn't we? It was
the bottle.
Yeah. Was it?
There we go.
That'll work. You can see that by the waveform here. The reason I'm able to find these is because the waveform here is a representation of the volume over time. So it's basically it's exactly as we explained it on like the envelope, for example. Like we have a fast attack here and then a relatively slow release. Let's just drag all this guy up here. So this is a sort of low-pitched sound. So we're going to duplicate this track here, and let's remove this guy, and then we're going to layer this in time. Let's hear that. That'll be better on the high-pitched ones, actually. Let's move that onto that category. Sounds pretty good. We need something like a lot lower. Do we have anything like that?
That bigger bottle?
Was this it here? I don't even remember what that was.
Yeah, what was that?
Which one was that? Crazy
Oh,
Taxi.
yeah.
Yeah, okay. That was so cool.
Yeah, I love that sound.
You're a sound designer, aren't you, whoever did that one? Yeah, are you a sound designer? I knew it, yeah. I knew it. So what they were doing there is when they took the bottle and they rang it and then they moved it, the water inside of it was like just ever so slightly changing the pitch, but also is just changing the resonance as it rang out. And that caused this.
Try dangling it.
That sort of like ringing out sound effect.
Oh yeah, I'm in there though.
Very, very smart. Oh, are you?
Dangling it. If that goes into a game, do I get like VO credits too?
Yeah, of course. Let's see. So we're going to move all these guys over here to the start. And we're going to layer this in as well to the low metal pan sound. We're actually almost done here, surprisingly. This sound is actually turning out better than I thought it would be. Not that it was you guys or anything, it's just, you know. that last one's a little bit too loud, so I think I'm going to, what can we do here? Let's find a different one. It's just like very tonal, which is fine, but I think we're just gonna duplicate it. I think that'll work. Then let's get our video up and just look at it. Yeah, it's just so, maybe that'll be better. And what are we missing? More low end maybe? Oh, the audience, yes. Yes. That was it. Was it this one here? It sure was. And we were going to put this on the water on the hot grill sound. So the old sound that we had on this one was I poured water on just like a burning grill and I made that sound and it's awesome. So even though we have a sound here that is doesn't have a fast attack, we're going to make it into a fast attack. You can hear the shaker in there. So funny. So even though we have a slow attack, we can change it into a fast attack by cutting out the tips of it. And then we add our fades, and we allow that to fade out properly. And then we layer that in, and this should be the last sound that we need. Not bad. Let's see. If there's any processing I think I'd do, I'd probably... Yeah, it's a little bit better without that high-pitched sound. Or maybe we can just take it and add a pitch shifter to it and lower that. That sounds pretty good. And we'll cut out the... Ooh, there we go. Okay. And... Do you have any suggestions, Josh?
Maybe something, yeah.
Lower the... Oh, that's a good idea, actually, yeah. What is that high-pitched sound?
Sometimes having a sound be lower pitch can automatically just make you feel like it's larger. I have no idea.
Is your mic on? Or? Huh? That's a terrifying sound, whatever that is. Yeah, that's a great suggestion. Check out Strikecast Audio, Strikecast when you get the chance online. Thomas is a very talented music composer, sound designer. Him and Seth both. That helped a lot, yeah. And I think that another thing we need to do is we just need to cut out this frequency band. I will explain to you later if you have a question about it. Or I think we want it. There we go. Ooh. You hear what the? Do you hear that? Is that an okay sound? I think we're gonna end it there because I don't know what else we can possibly add that we recorded in the time that we had. But yeah, good job, guys. Let's move these up to the. So I think we're gonna do some Q&A here. We're just gonna move these up to the microphones, and you guys can line up.
So we'll just like
just move it on.
Oh, thank you. Hello?
We also, sorry? Yep. Yeah, so we're just gonna use this one right here.
All right,
So, somebody actually asked to hear the original game sound, and this is what it sounds like. And then this is what ours sound like. So theirs definitely sounds better, but.
All right.
Sorry?
Hello?
Thank you. Appreciate it.
yeah.
Hey, how's it going? Thank you.
Pretty not bad. So my name's Tim. I work with recording a little bit. I wanted to know what made you guys choose Reaper out of all of the digital audio workstations?
Because it's the best.
Oh yeah, we can talk about Reaper all day.
Reaper is it's $60 to try, or 60 days to try it, and then once you do decide to use it, it's $60. And it's also has probably the best CPU processing of most DAWs, and it's also extremely intuitive.
Really clean looking.
What'd you say?
It looks really clean.
It looks clean.
Custom actions are the big thing. Though,
Yeah,
right?
custom actions, being able to like, you can program in Reaper and do, what is it called? Just, I mean, it's, what? Yeah, it's scripts, but it's like a,
the custom actions.
yeah, I guess it's like just a custom action scripts that allows you, macros, that's what I was
Yeah,
thinking of.
you can set a whole macro for a chain of events.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, wow. I'll need to check that out. I actually do use Reaper, so I wanted to know why you guys...
Gotcha,
Oh,
gotcha.
yeah.
Cool. Yeah,
Thank you.
it's our favorite for sure, yeah.
All right. Thank you guys so much.
Absolutely. And for anyone that has questions after this, we'll be outside to hang.
Hi. So how does bit crunching work?
Kind of exactly how it sounds. You're literally
lowering the bit resolution of the audio.
Yeah, you're lowering the quality basically, and you're causing the bits that make up the file to be crushed.
Seems legit.
Yeah.
Hi. So what other things would you use to create white noise? Do you use digital sounds as well, or do you just try to find in real life objects?
So I thought you were going to answer. Yeah, so I prefer to do find natural white noise sources, because computer generated makes sense and it's the easiest to use because it's so readily available. But I prefer to find natural ones, like the water being poured onto the hot grill, or having you guys go at the same time. That kind of stuff is really a lot more unique, I think, and it kind of just gives a slight variance of personality to the sound typically, and it makes it more. It just makes it real and natural. There's just something subconscious in our brains when we hear something that's computer generated, but when you get a white noise source that's actually natural, it makes a big difference.
Yeah, huge difference. If you're looking at the sound you're doing, if you're watching the video and you record yourself doing the white noise, you can actually skip a lot of the steps by shaping the envelope yourself with your mouth.
Oh, cool. Thank you.
Absolutely.
So you were saying earlier that the simplest forms of processing are just EQ and pitch shifting. What would you consider more advanced processing tactics?
It's one step further, but I think dynamic processing like compression is where you get even more into just a bit of advanced concepts for processing audio. But nowadays there's plenty of free plugins to try out. The real goal is to reduce the amount of plugins you have so that you're not just staring at your screen, and you can really focus on speeding up your workflow by not scrolling through your 2,000 plugins list.
Gotcha. Okay, thanks.
Absolutely.
Hi. Other than besides Reverb, what other DAW engines have you used?
Pro Tools, Logic, Audacity,
Cubase, all of them. I think they're all comparable. I think it's when you really start specializing that you find what sharpens up your workflow. So Reaper, Logic, FL Studio, Cubase, they're all pretty comparable at the entry level. So finding the one you like is the tougher part.
You said one of you guys was a pretty good composer. I'm wondering if, as a musician, is it valuable to be on the compositional aspect of the side of things to make sounds? Is it easier for you as a musician, or would it say that doesn't really translate over?
Wait, are you saying the sound
Is
the
it
sound
easier
improve our music skills?
Well, is it easier to be a musician and put things together like this, or do you say they not think it translates very well?
I don't think being a musician makes it any easier, but I actually think it's really beneficial because you're not just thinking about orchestrating live instruments and stuff. You're thinking of the timbres of sounds themselves, and there's plenty of composers who have talked in depth about sounds for sound's sake, things like that. You know, composers like John Cage, a really experimental composer, but I think as a composer, dealing with sound design directly really helps you get an idea of like what extra sounds you can use in your music and how you can manipulate sound itself to create music.
Super cool. Thank you.
So when we're recording, not all of us like have thousands of dollars to kind of throw around at equipment and like kind of a studio to record. So like when I'm recording at home, for example, what kind of environment do you think would maximize the sound quality?
So you're asking about the environment over the gear kind of question, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I mean, ultimately, this is probably one of the worst places to record in here. There are people talking. There's noise sources. Basically, just find something that's small, padded, doesn't have a lot of acoustics in there. Or
Closets.
Closet. Like if you like the closet is probably one of the easiest home places to record because there's a lot of clothes in there. It's small. And yeah, there's not, it's just, you just get this source what's the word I'm looking for?
Low noise, uninterrupted.
Just anything, like if you're recording right next to your computer, for example, and its fan is going off, or if someone's outside, like, or if you're right by a highway, like those will all affect your source recordings, or at least get in there, and that's not good.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
Hey, so I'm a high school music teacher, and I teach a music tech class, and we do a unit on sound design for games. And I have a lot of students who are really interested in like becoming sound designers. So I was gonna film you guys, and I was wondering if you could kind of talk a little bit about how you kind of came to know that this is what you wanted to do, and how you became sound designers, so that they can kind of hear from like someone who's actually in the field.
Sure. Yeah. So kind of like why I decide to go into sound design and when I knew. You said.
Yeah.
So, well, I mean, I started as a music composer. I'm pretty sure Josh did too. And then we kind of just you honestly just kind of fall into it a little bit because you use similar tools. But at the end of the day, I think that sound design is technical, but it's technical in the sense that you can break all of the rules that music does have. So it has a lot more freedom, I would say. And I think the moment for me with sound design is realizing when I don't have to really follow the rules for it, and it's kind of liberating in that sense. I don't know what it is for you, but.
Oh yeah, for me, I'd say mine's a bit different. I did start as a composer, but I found that what I was interested in wasn't just, traditional music, but sounds themselves. Even today, a lot of my music is very sound design heavy, and I don't really mean like, what you hear like in trailers or anything, but like actually just manipulating sounds themselves. At the end of the day, even an instrument like a guitar is just another sound source for you to orchestrate with, compose with, or create sounds with. I think when you start looking at the things you enjoy, like video games or films, you start to see all the pockets where, your personal flavor of sounds can come in, and what you can do is actually a viable career, and there's plenty of demand for sounds in different mediums.
And I just want to say one more thing. I think that if anyone's trying to get into sound design, just do it. Like I know that's terrible advice, and like people are just like, I can't do it, but you can. Just start somewhere. Look up YouTube videos, take courses, and just get some.
Pull out your phone.
Your phone has
Audacity.
a microphone. Yeah, you can get Audacity and Reaper for 60 days and give it a shot. We have a monthly competition that you can take part in and start learning with our Discord community. It's a tough learning curve, but it's just start doing it. It'll suck at first, but you'll be able to make things in your mind exist in real life soon enough.
Sweet. Thank you.
Definitely.
Hi. I'm kind of looking for sound designer jobs. It seems like a lot of the sound designer jobs coming in, they want you to be the sound designer, the audio programmer, and like the implementation. So my question is really, how much do you need to know things like Wise and Fmod, or how much programming knowledge do you need to do to really implement and deliver your sounds?
My belief is that if you're making it in the sounds for games industry, you have to know it. There are a lot of people that get by without it, but I think the vast majority, you can sell yourself to game developers by saying, you will wake up in the morning and there will be sounds in the game, and the game developer does not have to touch it. And to all game developers, that sounds amazing, and they will love you for that.
So would you say Wise or Fmod is like the best middleware, or you should just go straight into programming?
You should learn you have to learn the programming with both of them, or at least be able to learn how to code. But I would say, I prefer Wise over Fmod, personally. I think he prefers Fmod over Wise. It's really just personal
I'm
preference.
getting ready to switch though.
Oh, okay, okay. Let's go Wise.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that you need to be a programmer in the traditional sense, but as you're in the indie community, wearing many hats is kind of the name of the game sometimes. And just like Ryan said, devs would like to pass it off to a few people or one person who can wake up and have sounds in their games. If you get to like really big budget projects, sometimes they specialize a lot more where you're just only doing sound design, only doing music, things like that. But having the flexibility, I feel like, is really worth it. And you'd be surprised, it's not super hard to get into. We have our free course.
Yeah.
Wise has certification courses. This is like the greatest time to get involved in a lot of these things.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Hello. I'm sort of a working sound designer. I do work for this creative agency that I'm part of. A lot of times when I'm working on deadlines, I'm sort of tempted to go to sound design libraries, of which I have like a few that are pretty comprehensive, and they try to market themselves as it's a much quicker way to do your sound design. But sort of a lot of times I've noticed, like when I'm on a really tight deadline, it's often a lot quicker, or it feels like it would be quicker for me to just sort of, I know what I want in my head, let me go record it and then build the sound off of that. Obviously, you guys have, I would guess, done a lot more work than me. In your experience, has it been much quicker, or even at all quicker to use like a library rather than just going and recording sounds yourself?
I'll say I have some really high quality sound libraries, and almost every time they don't quite do exactly what I need to do, and I start editing them anyways. So I think recording your own sounds gives you, a really unique sound source, but also a ton of flexibility that you might not get from even libraries that cost hundreds of dollars. On the flip side, though, if you're looking at really unusual sound sources, we won't all do what Ryan did and record alligators. So maybe you need a library for that, or like, weapon sound design, things like that. So it's a bit of a balancing act. I really recommend just being flexible and able to do both. Don't have a hard rule.
Did you say you're already a sound designer and you're working, or?
Yeah, I'm primarily a video editor, but a lot of times I sort of end up on sound design, and I've built up a lot of experience with sound design as part of that.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many sound designers in the industry that just will use libraries for the sake of convenience. But I think that most sound designers do prefer. I mean, as far as who I talk to, like a lot of. I mean, I'm such in such a bubble because of the Discord server, and most people are on the same mindset. But I think that if you can make your sounds more unique and definable, you can record it from scratch. And if you are a beginner and you do want to learn sound design, learning how to process your own recordings and like learn how to record properly and learn how to make bad sounds good, it's very valuable to learn that processing.
Oh yeah.
Just for not for you specifically, just for everyone, really. But yeah.
And you get over time, you build up your own collection. That's like a great.
That's
part.
really valuable. Yes.
Yeah.
I'm at a point where I hardly record anymore, just because I've recorded so much already.
And then you know exactly what everything sounds like already because you were the one that recorded it. So
and
you
I
don't
know
have to
exactly
guess.
how I'd like to process it and all of that. So.
Yep. Thank you.
Absolutely. All right. Last question.
So when you're consuming media, movies or whatever, are there any sound effects that make you come out of the experience and think, that's an interesting choice, I might have done something different?
Oh yeah. What's it called? The Windhelm scream? That thing takes me out of it.
That takes me out of it.
There's a scene in Lord of the Rings where it's just
did you
in
mean
there.
like in a good way or a bad way?
Either way.
Either way. It happens with good and bad. When it's bad, it's always like, oh, it's the same tire screech, or it's the Wilhelm scream, or the Howie scream, or whatever. I feel like there's a couple moments though where like a sound is really well executed, and I'm just like, that was well done. I think my favorite example recently was The Lighthouse. I don't know if anyone has seen that, but the ending of that movie where like he's like screaming and yelling or whatever. Yeah.
Oh yeah. And sometimes like A Quiet Place, the absence of sounds.
Oh, yeah.
That part where, I mean, I won't spoil, but when they knock that thing over and the sound just jumps out at you, I mean, I was scared.
Dynamics at its finest.
Yeah.
Cool. I think we're done for this panel. Thank you so much for joining everyone. We'll be outside to hang out in a little bit. Thank you so much.
In a world of legendary heroes, one man will rise to take all of the credit.
This game has something that no one else will. Me.
This is where the magic happens.
Hey, can I get a coffee? I'm coming on! Everybody has that game that they fell in love with because they make an impact. Those games were somebody's legacy. Well, this is my legacy.
Our legacy.
Our legacy, whatever.
It's not my legacy.
I have a BA in Women's Studies.
What exactly is women's studies?
It follows the experiences of women and the contributions they've made to...
Inquiry withdrawn.
Quick thing, I'm worried about the time.
Yeah, David, I'm moving as fast as I can. It's not my fault that these watermelons don't explode like real heads.
I can get you real heads. Not human.
That's commitment.
I built your vision. It's like you're this brilliant painter, and I'm your favorite brush. I'm just some tool to create your masterpiece.
I like that metaphor, but it's not quite right, is it?
Are you seriously about to noodle on my metaphor right now?
I know that I can be difficult. Papa, you can't give up. We're like the Beatles. Together, we make masterpieces. I could write the lyrics and the music and everything, but it would sound completely different without the drums.
Wait, I'm Ringo?
Well, yeah. Of course you're Ringo. I mean, look, somebody's got to keep the beat.
Oh my God! At least you brought me breakfast.
Oh, this is mine. It's prescription.
A prescription bagel?
Legally, you're actually not allowed to ask me about it.
Whatever.
In a world of legendary heroes, one man will rise to take all of the credit.
This game has something that no one else will. Me.
This is where the magic happens.
Hey, can I get a coffee? I'm coming on! Everybody has that game that they fell in love with because they make an impact. Those games were somebody's legacy. Well, this is my legacy.
Our legacy.
Our legacy, whatever.
It's not my legacy.
I have a BA in Women's Studies.
What exactly is women's studies?
It follows the experiences of women and the contributions they've made to...
Inquiry withdrawn.
Quick thing, I'm worried about the time.
Yeah, David, I'm moving as fast as I can. It's not my fault that these watermelons don't explode like real heads.
I can get you real heads. Not human.
That's commitment.
I built your vision. It's like you're this brilliant painter, and I'm your favorite brush. I'm just some tool to create your masterpiece.
I like that metaphor, but it's not quite right, is it?
Are you seriously about to noodle on my metaphor right now?
I know that I can be difficult, Papa. You can't give up. We're like the Beatles. Together, we make masterpieces. I could write the lyrics and the music and everything, but it would sound completely different without the drums.
Wait, I'm Ringo?
Well, yeah. Of course you're Ringo. I mean, look, somebody's got to keep the beat.
Oh my God! At least you brought me breakfast.
Oh, this is mine. It's prescription.
A prescription bagel?
Legally, you're actually not allowed to ask me about
Whatever.
it.
Two teams compete, running through. The team that wins moves on, and then the other pairs will come up and do the same thing. We've spent all the time that we could stressing them out, so we should get going by getting them into this. So the first group deciding on whether or not they get to make it into the final round. Ice Ice Baby. Take those far seats. Gentlemen Thieves. All right, here. Now we chose not to make them all play on the same, both play on the same controller. We just gave them their own controllers. Because 360 controllers are easy to find now, so it's not like a hot commodity. All right, go ahead and hit start. Go down to play. There we go. We see, nope, yep. Nope. Please be in the same sections. Y'all, there we go. Oh, that's better. I don't know what's going to happen with those teams down below now. I think we added AI. Let's go back. Yeah, can we go back and back and back? I've never seen the AI pop up before. Also, you're going to love this soundtrack by the end of this hour. We're going to see what happens with this AI when you get going. Is it gone or is it locked? Because... Apple, acorn, bee, snail. Gentlemen Thieves, you guys are bee and snail? All right. Press start to continue. Now we're going to go to select level. Now this is as much, I understand, for the audience as anything. Go there. We're going to run the tutorial so they can see how this goes. Also, give you a chance to get the feel of it. Now you notice they have to work together and be friendly, or go different directions. Ice Ice Baby going for the large catapult approach. Gentlemen Thieves just running the course and playing fine. Cactuses could cause trouble. They could catch you on your bungee. Yes, is that green apple bad? Oh, you keep getting confused on who's who. Yes, we can do that in a moment. This is just the tutorial. This doesn't count towards anything. This is to give you guys a chance to find that drift compatibility. And also, practice flinging, I guess. Hold jump together to go farther. You're catching up on them, even as the same apples. Yikes. So as a team, not only do they have to travel together, they got to do things like hold on to this disc, at least one of them, swing the other one around. Oh, nice catapult. You're that was the wrong direction to fling, though. You gotta communicate so that doesn't happen. Now you're gonna have to climb walls together. Ice Ice Baby catching up. This would be the time. The wall climbing. Look at that move. Boink. One of you's gotta drop and go back. Stretch that bungee back there. Grab and hold, grab and hold. Oh, all right. All right. They get a chance to finish this up, test out, make sure their controls feel all right. They hop on the slide. They don't hop on the slide. I lied. You guys made me liars. All right, go ahead and back out and we'll adjust those apples. Now here's a real important thing for you guys to know. This game, while not available yet, you can download the demo, which clearly these guys have been doing, which is why I've been in contact with the devs, and we got 3 brand new levels they've never played before. So you guys got to get out because you can't see them before you play. You don't get the preview. Yeah, don't trip the chords. So we got 3 levels. We're playing best of 3 levels, but we got lots of time today, so I'm probably gonna make, even if they win, like one team wins the first 2, I'm gonna make them play that 3rd level and just grind that other team into the ground. I mean, give them a chance to get 1 point on the board. Okay, are we good? No. Who's? Okay. You know that you're just gonna like roll over and switch anyways. Okay, everybody's good with their Carrick Towers? We're a B? Okay, no. Okay, Acorn Apple, B Snail, level select, Acorn Apple over there, Ice Ice Baby, go ahead and select that. Go inside there. Nope, yep. And then slide all the way to the side, all the way to the right, pointy pyramids. Never before seen game by you guys. This one counts. This is for real. Those cactuses will stick to you. Snail and Bee, the Gentleman Thieves, Apple and Acorn, Ice Ice Baby. come some plungers. I just want to point out that this level was the 2 of 5 difficulty, and we're just going to get harder. Oh, the gentleman thieves might have discovered it. Gentleman thieves broke the mystery. Now they're going to do is ride a raft. All right, Ice Ice Baby's got the walk down. Ice Ice Baby getting stuck on this bridge. Ooh, nice catch. Have some balloons, gentlemen thieves. Oh! A lucky catch from Ice Ice Baby. You've still got to cross the finish line. Well, that's odd. I don't know. The game ended when we practiced this level and that happens. There we go. Bee Snail. Oh, go ahead and back out. Back out. We gotta go to level select. We forgot to tell you that. 1 point, Bee Snail. Go over 2. Click in there. Go all the way to the end. No, well, not to the question mark, but to Pinball Panic. That last one was a 2 of 5. This one's a 4, 3 of 5. This is 3 of 5. Oh no, Ice Ice Baby. You ever wondered what it'd be like to be inside a pinball machine? sight. You could see them. Now you both have to climb that wall. Oh, gentleman thieves up the wall. Ice Baby's getting the hang of it. Not too far behind. That's it. They're at the top, baby. Okay. Cruising in. Gentleman Thieves making it through. Gentleman Thieves being lugged down by a... Fling you back in. Bounce yourself off the edge? I don't know. Is there an edge? Kevin, keep rolling around. Try and get somewhere. You're just a snail. I don't know how to get you out of this. Come down to the bottom. Perhaps there's a way to escape or for you to fall off. It's like you glitched through to the other part. Because you're in the wrong part of the level now. When they get there and open the door, Kevin will be able to fall through with you. Can you make it up to that red button? Because if you can drag him around, or has he trapped you through the door? You can get a little closer. Can you get to that? Go hit that red button. I have no idea how this, well, I mean... They should. Yeah. I think we might need to restart. Can you roll to there? Hold on. Can you get to that button? You can't. All right. We're gonna have to restart this level. Here's the good news. Y'all know what's coming. Got through that part much faster. Hey, it's real easy to see. It's real easy to see when you're both on top of each other. Climb was an evening playing field last time. It's a lot more entertaining when you guys climb together. Oh. Apple acorn, you got it. There it is. No, not that one either. Right there. All right. Go. Now, if you make it this time, Apple Acorn, right through that middle ramp. Yep. Yep. Nope. But you did throw plungers to the left side. Done. Oh, you missed the present. That's good stuff. Whoa! Oh no! Hold on tight. No. Okay, hold on. They're almost there. Go hit that bottom right button. Because hopefully the bottom right button opens this up. No, that's the bottom left button. The bottom right button. The other side. Down there. No, stop getting the white buttons. Go for the red one. Yeah, that one. Why no? They can't press it. Let's see what happens. All right. That was a close enough race. I feel okay about this. Last time I would have felt real bad because they were far behind. Oh no, snail! Oh, nice pull. Acorn, snail, and bee. Someone get to the finish of this game before you crash again. Oh, this part. Oh, yeah. Yeah, remember this one? I remember this one. I tried playing it solo. Oh, you guys got laser rope. Apple Acorn with the laser rope. It's the laser rope. Oh no! Oh, snail, good grab. Oh, just plungers, and now they're in your way. All right, gentlemen thieves. That was 2 wins. Do you guys want to play that one last brand new level? Ice Ice Baby, you still in for it? All right, let's do it. Go back to level select. We got two out of 3. So you guys still got it because there's only 3 brand new levels. This is the consolation. You get to play a never before played level, but you're still out. All the way to the end, all the way to the playground. There you go, teeter tots. This level's worth 3 wins. No, I'm kidding, it's not. It's not at all. Who got the present? Boing! There, extra. Who said that? Who? No! No! You don't come to the Omegathon and shout that. Yell together as a space team. Oh, no! No! Maybe it'll give them something. Like the non-stretchy rope. Oh, don't do that! Okay, that's good. No, but that's... There we go. Like all good playgrounds, there's a UFO shooting lasers. And TNT left laying around. Perfect plunger! You've got to capitalize on this plunger. You have the right idea. That's a really great set of plungers again. Oh, did you make it? Did you make it around? Oh, you didn't. Balloons still get stuck. Oh There we go. Oh, that was a heavy weight. You gotta get out of that hole, Ice Baby. There we go. He'll start to get the other guys. All right, establishing complete dominance. Team Gentlemen Thieves, tomorrow evening, final round, you're in. Team Ice Baby, time to get some bling. Let's see. Yeah, we should do that, huh? Let's get the controllers set. Do we just not tutorial them? Do you guys need the tutorial? All right, we'll tutorial you. Let's figure out who's sitting where. Hold on. We can't do anything with that because it gave you characters. All right. God Save the Queens, yes, first pairs. Showtime, bro time, second pairs. All right, go ahead and resume, because this is just learning to play together. You're a snail. Showtime, bro time, bees and snails. God Save the Queen. Apple and acorn. Top four teams. That's the way to think. Top four. That's because now you're not playing where everything feels. Oh, really? Who can do this part correct? Can they do it all together at once? Oh! That feels like we're gonna have some 3 exciting levels. All right, go to level select, please. And then go back inside that world. Yep. And then move to the furthest right world. Pointy pyramids. Brand new, only played one time before level. Wait for it. One of them. There it is. It's the cactuses. You weren't ready for them. They were ready for you. You guess just one gigantic ball. I feel like you decided to play together. Ooh! Nice catch. Oh, yet again, another nice catch by the queens. They're just flying through the hardest part of this entire level. Oh! But now they have to redo it. Giving the queens a chance to catch up. Oh, nice jump. Wow! Whoa, decide which way you're going there, queens. Very nice. Man, showtime, bro time. I thought you were gone with those balloons. There it is. There. Watch out, alien spaceships. Oh, good save at the last second by the snail. Realizing their peril. Oh no. Oh no. What? Can you save yourself? You saved it! Oh my gosh! Well, hacks. Oh, don't do that. The queens, meanwhile, making a ton of progress. Oh no! Oh no! Here. Be extra jumpy. Ooh. Yet another nice last-second grab. But there might be some trouble. The queen's trying to reset, perhaps? Okay. Showtime, crossing the bridge, hoping it stays together. Deciding to stay on the bridge for some reason. Oh, that was some tandem rolling right there, but God save the queen. Showtime, bro time. Lead one. We're gonna go to level select, so back out. Back to level select. We're gonna go over 2 worlds. Yep. And then we're gonna go over 1 world into Pinball Panic. Don't worry, this one's really good, real fun, real great. This level's not bad at all. Showtime, bro time. All you gotta do is win this level, and you're in the final rounds. God save the queens. All you gotta do is win this level to stay in it. Together, get around that, queens. I believe in you. All right, there we go. God save the queens into the tube. Showtime, bro time. Through the tube and past the next obstacle. Secure grab. Oh, God saves the queens. Flipped backwards. Showtime, bro time. Figuring out the climb. There we go. God save the queens onto the climbing wall. Showtime, bro time, off the track. Off the track again. Up the wall. One more launch for God Save the Queen. There's plenty to hang up Showtime, bro time, and plenty of time for God Save the Queens to catch up. Maybe they make it right there, like that, and that. All you gotta do is stay high. Really far back. All right, God saves the queens, back into it. That button's already been pressed. It's the red buttons that you care about. That was a trick play. Showtime, bro time, hanging out waiting for them to open the door. But God Saves the Queen's hugging the edge. Nicely done. Down to the final stretch. Get past. Oh, yes! Now, you thought when we said last stretch the level was almost over, and it kind of is, but you still got to climb this wall with plungers attached to your acorn. Look out! Bro time, crawling ahead. Oh no! An accidental slip of the button. Back to the ground. Showtime, bro time. Oh, it's holding on. Showtime, bro time, making it to the finish. Now, God Save the Queen. We have 15 minutes left, and we have one more untried level. Do you want to give it a shot?
I'll give it a shot.
There's a half yes, half no from the team. We'll take the positive side. Showtime, bro time. Let's get that last level played just to see how it goes. That race was real close. We're going to go down to the playgrounds. Just giving you a chance to get one that you haven't done before. One more in. This one's worth 3 points. It was good for the crowd. Showtime didn't hear it, though. They didn't panic. This is just designed to tie you in a knot. God Save the Queen extra bouncy now. Showtime, bro time put all their skills into those first 2 levels. They have no idea how to play this game now. It's a chain. You can't slide up a chain. Maybe it's going to give you balloons to help you out, just so that, like, we see you're struggling. see how that goes. Blow yourself up and miss 45% of the game. God save the queens. I think this game is out to get you. The balloons this time. Nope, you get extra springs. But that's helpful because that got you yet more extra springs. Oh! Split that pole. There we go. That's dynamite. Nicely done. What are you guys doing up there? But which game? Because this game, like, you're supposed to keep going. Oh, watch out for the alien. Oh, yeah, the game's like, man, these guys again? I see them. Just, here we go. They can't even make it with balloons? And your balloons are gonna start popping. Well, okay. All right, that was a thing. You did a thing. God save the Queen. We need to give you these like, hey, thanks for going in your out medals, but man, just know you destroyed them, and if they win, it should have been you, because look at how trash they played. Showtime, bro time. You put it, I know, you didn't even like get the cork undone. All right, we have 2 eliminated teams. We need to give a huge round of applause. Ice Ice Baby, God save the Queens. Thank you so much. Tomorrow night, Main Theater, 5:30, our final 2 teams. Showtime, bro time, and the Gentlemen Thieves will compete in a game to be the champion of PAX East 2020. Thank you for coming. Have a good night.
In a world of legendary heroes, one man will rise to take all of the credit.
This game has something that no one else will. Me.
This is where the magic happens.
Hey, can I get a coffee?
I'm coming, Ian!
Everybody has that game that they fell in love with because they make an impact. Those games were somebody's legacy. Well, this is my legacy.
Our legacy.
Our legacy, whatever.
It's not my legacy.
I have a BA in Women's Studies.
What exactly is women's studies?
It follows the experiences of women and the contributions they've made to...
Inquiry withdrawn.
Quick thing, I'm worried about the time.
Yeah, David, I'm moving as fast as I can. It's not my fault that these watermelons don't explode like real heads.
I can get you real heads. Not human.
That's commitment.
I built your vision. It's like you're this brilliant painter, and I'm your favorite brush. I'm just some tool to create your masterpiece.
I like that metaphor, but it's not quite right, is it?
Are you seriously about to noodle on my metaphor right now?
I know that I can be difficult, Papa. You can't give up. We're like the Beatles. Together, we make masterpieces. I could write the lyrics and the music and everything, but it would sound completely different without the drums.
Wait, I'm Ringo?
Well, yeah. Of course you're Ringo. I mean, look, somebody's got to keep the beat.
Oh my God! At least you brought me breakfast.
Oh, this is mine. It's prescription.
A prescription bagel?
Legally, you're actually not allowed to ask me about
Whatever.
it.
of legendary heroes, one man will rise to take all of the credit.
This game has something that no one else will. Me.
This is where the magic happens.
Hey, can I get a coffee?
I'm coming, Ian!
Everybody has that game that they fell in love with because they make an impact. Those games were somebody's legacy. Well, this is my legacy.
Our legacy.
Our legacy, whatever.
It's not my legacy.
I have a BA in Women's Studies.
What exactly is women's studies?
It follows the experiences of women and the contributions they've made to...
Inquiry withdrawn.
Quick thing, I'm worried about the time.
Yeah, David, I'm moving as fast as I can. It's not my fault that these watermelons don't explode like real heads.
I can get you real heads. Not human.
That's commitment.
I built your vision. It's like you're this brilliant painter, and I'm your favorite brush. I'm just some tool to create your masterpiece.
I like that metaphor, but it's not quite right, is it?
Are you seriously about to noodle on my metaphor right now?
I know that I can be difficult. Papa, you can't give up. We're like the Beatles. Together, we make masterpieces. I could write the lyrics and the music and everything, but it would sound completely different without the drums.
Wait, I'm Ringo?
Well, yeah. Of course you're Ringo. I mean, look, somebody's got to keep the beat.
Oh my God! At least you brought me breakfast.
Oh, this is mine. It's prescription.
A prescription bagel?
Legally, you're actually not allowed to ask me about
Whatever.
it.
I bring to you visitors from the land of sports. They do not know our ways.
That's not true. That's not true.
They know our ways. We're doomed.
I've never been introduced as from the land of sports before.
I think actually, just to get everyone in the mood, can we do like a sports chant?
I don't know any.
I don't know.
Oh, I literally just, can we chant sports?
Oh, sports.
Sports. Yeah! The power is unbelievable.
I don't know. I should have introduced you as from the nation of sports, because these fine people are from SB Nation. How many of you people out there have enjoyed the videography of these people?
YouTube.com/SBNation. Cool. Wow. Thank you. Oh my God.
Whoa,
crazy.
cool.
Okay, so just to be clear, they're also super nerds, like they're board gamers and stuff like that, but don't embarrass them. Like, so I want why don't you guys introduce yourself? Ryan, you want to start?
Sure. My name is Ryan Simmons. I am a video director at SB Nation and the host of a series called Weird Rules, and some That's Weird.
Yes.
Hello, I'm Clara Morris. I'm a video producer at SB Nation. That'll do it.
Hi, I'm Kofi Eboa, and I am the co-host of the SB Nation show Fumble Dimension.
We're gonna get to that. I'm Mike Selinker. I'm
John has remained in cryogenic freezing, where we have him in our office in New York. That's the only way.
Wasn't invited.
His brain is actually 800 years old, so we have to keep it cryogenically frozen in between video productions to keep it at optimal production. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about.
Just keep going.
I like that the cult of John has actually made it.
The cult of John is very real. Yeah.
So I'm Mike Selinker. I'm some sort of game designer, and I'm not afraid to admit that I like sports too. So
sometimes sports are good.
Yeah.
Sometimes sports can be cool and good.
Sometimes. And I do a lot of stuff on the internet about things that are weird and also things that are rules. And so I thought that this might be a cool panel to do live, and these fine folks were happy to come up from New York to do it for you. So you should be nice to them.
Everyone has been amazing, including you. Thank you very much for having us.
nice.
We're really excited.
This has been great.
Yeah.
So far.
Okay, so we have
All downhill from here.
So we have a thing for you to do.
Yes.
Does anybody here have some sort of cellular communication device? Possibly a supercomputer in their pocket. All right,
Some of
please
them
take
exist.
that out.
I will warn you before we get to the weird rules. I made this slide. I'm very proud of it. I did it in about 30 seconds downstairs.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
We are now entering the fumble dimension. Before we get to the weird rules stuff.
Oh, you made that slide. Oh, cool.
Yeah.
You made that. Oh.
I made you a bunch of slides, dude.
I haven't seen this PowerPoint.
You haven't seen a whole lot of
so
what's
surprised.
going to come. So do you want to give the instructions for what's going to happen here?
Well, let's just do a quick background. We're not going to go too deep into it because we'll do this later in the show. But Kofi, could you describe the last episode that you did of the Fumble Dimension broadcast?
So we
Fumble
had
Dimension episode 4.
So we had our lovely, lovely fans tell us what to put on the golf course, and it went well and not well,
Yes.
depending on what side of the video you were on.
So Fumble Dimension, for anyone who doesn't know, is your series with John Boyce,
Yes.
where you stretch the limits of what is possible in our known universe through sports video games.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. So up to this.
I love that description. It's always hard to just say what it is, but you kind of.
I just did it. I nailed it.
Yeah, you just did it.
Really good.
Well.
I nailed it.
It's like you're some sort of producer.
Yeah, I know.
So in previous episodes, they've made the world's worst basketball player and cloned him on every team in the NBA just to see, or is he the most average basketball player?
No, worst basketball.
Worst basketball. Okay, yeah.
Possible.
And then the football one could come up with one play and have was it Madden? I don't know, whatever it was. Throw it every single time on the field to see how many points you could get that way, and it turns out a lot.
Well, I think you're missing one important fact, is that they gave that play to the 2008
winless Detroit Lions.
Yeah.
To try and rewrite history.
And we won 3 games.
Hell yeah.
3. Okay.
You love to see it.
Just so you know, there'll be a test later. 3 is bigger than 0. But now, most recently, they made a golf course out of the game, The Club, and it has some interesting features, which we want you to select, because Kofi is going to make a hole for it live.
I'm going to show your Xbox just really quickly. So this is what we're looking at right now. Kofi is going to design a course based off of your input right here in front of our very eyes. Oh, just a hole. Yeah, sorry.
Not a whole course.
This took 8 days to make. The last one took 8 days. You know, I only have like 30, 40 minutes.
Just one hole of a course. You're right.
So can we get your options on screen?
Yes. So if I go back to the computer here, these are some of the options we have available. You can submit your desire right now on your cellular device at Selinker.com. Yeah. We've got cows. We've got ships. We've got helipads.
And I know that everyone's going straight for bees. That's the funniest one. But let's not undercut how good a stop sign could be.
Yeah, right.
Stop signs were
we got a lot of those.
Crazy popular, right?
On the first hole.
Coach them.
That's
sure,
true.
right.
Whatever your heart desires, that's on that slide.
That's right. So go there, choose an element, and it will be brought to you live if enough of you agree on it. Okay. So that's the future. Let's talk about the present. You got a show called Weird Rules.
Yeah.
And in that show, you take a rule that what?
The website went down.
What did you people do?
You overloaded on traffic, man. Look at all the support.
Did we crash the website?
We crashed your website. Oh.
What is wrong with you people?
You got in?
You got in? All right.
All right. Well,
one guy got in? You got in?
Bunches of you got in.
Oh, a bunch of people got in.
Yeah, they got in, but they all did it at once.
I was very ready to make one person responsible for what was going to happen on this course.
Well, if you didn't get in, go back and do it again.
Yeah, keep trying.
It'll work.
Yeah.
Okay. Back to quasi-reality. In this show, your goal is to show a rule that is a little odd.
Yes.
Some people might not understand why it's there, and then you show why it's there.
The crazy thing about sports rules, just like board games or any game, is that there's always someone who's trying to take advantage of some sort of loophole that's never been done before, or some sort of weird story leads to someone needing to write a rule. There's a bunch that we're going to talk about today. There's a hockey coach in particular who is in the NHL Hall of Fame specifically for breaking the rules. But yeah, there's, sports is still a game, and so you'll always have people trying to circumvent. I mean, we also did just see a couple of months ago that people are still cheating at the World Series, which is kind of crazy. But
right. That was, yeah.
But people are always looking to cheat, and because of that, these governing bodies of sports often have to come up with some sort of strange rule where if you're just casually flipping through a rule book, you're like, well, why the fuck? Why do they have to tell goalies you can't lay your stick in front of the goal? Well, because a dude tried it in the NHL for several games, and they had to stop him from doing that because he was too powerful.
So what I really like, what I really like about this series is it shows just how important good rules writing is, and as a good rules writer, I like that, right? So it's fun to see other people struggle. To get their rules across that work. And
particularly multi-billion-dollar sports franchises. Sure, yeah.
It feels real good. So yeah, and it can be very difficult to get something right?
Sure.
So we're going to see some examples of how that's done. So why don't you
Sure, yeah, we've got a few examples here. This was an episode we did about Lester Hayes. Got a couple of applause of recognition already. Yeah, Lester Hayes was he played for the Raiders from 1977 to 1986. And if you remember, there's a scene, y'all remember the scene in Little Giants? This guy's laughing already, maybe he knows what I'm talking about. Where the little kid puts stickum on his palms and his palms stick together. That was a real thing, it was called stickum. And Lester Hayes used it so much in the NFL, they had to specifically put a rule in the rule book that said, hey, you can't use, did you know this?
Yeah.
You can't.
I watched the video. I'm a fan too. I work here, but I'm a fan, you know.
Yeah, they had to outlaw, stick them in the rule book. And you would think, oh yeah, no, it should go unwritten that you can't cover your body in literal glue for a game where you have to catch a flying object.
I wouldn't think that.
Yeah. You would not think that?
I would not think it should go unwritten.
Right.
I like how the football games in like the 70s and 80s, the rules are just like, you know what? No. It's like,
One thing that we have learned from doing this series is that, like, for some reason, the very late 60s, definitely the 70s, and a good chunk of the 80s were pretty much lawless in sports.
Yeah.
People were being maimed and injured, and rules were basically being written on the fly.
The movie Rollerball was a documentary, right?
Sure, yes. Yeah, famously, that was a documentary. Here's from that episode, just to give you an idea of how bad this situation got for our friend Lester Hayes. This is what it actually looked like after he was done playing a football game. That's just hardened glue all over his knuckles. There was one time when he caught an interception on his forearm.
You do what you gotta do. You do what you gotta do.
Yeah.
You didn't think David Tyree learned from something.
Yeah.
I'm worried about that cup. Seems like that's going to say.
Yeah, that cup. That Fun Time Cup is really doing a lot of heavy lifting here. God bless. This is a fun one. This is like our most popular episode for some strange reason. That people really love Kentucky basketball, but
this is amazing.
There was a coach named Billy Gillespie who was coaching the UK men's team. They were playing in Georgia. Georgia was up 2, and I think a good a lot of things that also show up in our series are coaches and players who know the rule books really well. I think we've all probably played a board game with that person who like explains the rules to you, but then conveniently leaves out like the one in Rule 4, Section 6, B2 about like what your special power your piece can do, and it's like, well, fuck, if you had told me that at the beginning of the game, I probably would have done a lot better.
That's like my first 5 times playing Catan, and it's like, oh, by the way.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
By the way.
You have to actually string the roads together. Like, what
there
are
are
roads?
development cards. What are those? Oh, I'll casually tell you midway through the game.
Yeah,
You know,
sure.
it's like, yeah.
And so Billy Gillespie remembered in the middle of a game that if you block a free throw, which why would you ever think it's called a free throw for a reason, but if you block a free throw, you actually get a technical foul, which stops the clock. So they had 1.2 seconds left on the clock, and even though a free throw gives the other team free throws,
another shot,
you get to inbound the ball with like a timeout effectively. So the plan in the middle of this game was, let's foul a free throw and see if we can make some magic happen. That was also predicated on them missing the throws, which they nailed both of them, I think. It's been a while since I watched the video. But
And as soon as you said the words Billy Gillespie, I knew there was some shenanigans going on.
Yeah. He likes to get up into some shenanigans. This is also a good one. If you watch college basketball, you have never seen a digit larger than 5 on a jersey.
Yeah.
Because they signal with but this is actually written in the rule book, they signal with their hands the 2 digits of the jersey number, so you cannot have a number on a college basketball jersey that is larger than 5. Does that make sense? I feel like
It's
totally
like, this would be
rambled
like
through that.
15 instead of 6.
Right, yeah.
And what's great about this is somehow football has managed.
Somehow every sport, including pro basketball, has figured it out.
Well, football, they just call out the number.
Yeah.
Right, you couldn't do
basketball,
that. You couldn't do that on a basketball court. No,
Yeah,
that's
just
not
can't
possible.
compute. Too easy.
Not to mention that you're surrounded by like 400 cameras when you walk into a basketball stadium. I'm pretty sure they could figure out who did the egregious foul. And then this was our first episode. This is a rule that says, and the wording of this is hilarious to me, if through misadventure or sickness, whatever the fuck that means, the referees or the linesmen can't show up to an NHL game, the league has to do what they can to provide replacements, but then, we've got the data. We've got data coming in.
No, finish your story.
Here it is, folks.
We'll
okay. And if the league can't find replacements, both managers, or the managers of both teams, can come together and collectively agree on who will referee an NHL game. And in this particular story, the New Jersey Devils were playing the Hartford Whalers. There was a snowstorm. These referees couldn't show up. So both teams got together and they said, well, we have a guy who's not playing because he's got a bum knee. Oh, well, we have a guy who's not playing because he has a bum ankle. Let's get them practice sweats and they will referee this game. And sure as shit, they were like, yeah, okay, sure. And so for one full period, they just, and honestly, if you go to a hockey match or a hockey game, you too could be a ref, because they only picked people who happened to be sitting around because they were hockey players, but it really could be anyone.
Could you imagine having to ref a professional hockey game? Just like, excuse me, sir, please.
I'm sure I would die. I would physically exhaust myself and I would just die. But I'll do you actually one better, and it's really funny that you mentioned that. There's also a rule, very briefly, this is also something we've talked about, and then we can go into some of this other stuff, but there's a rule, who's familiar with the emergency backup goalie rule in hockey? Yeah. So you, every single person sitting in here could potentially become a backup goalie and play in an NHL hockey game, because the rule states, if both of the hockey goalies that are on your roster succumb to injuries, you have to have some sort of backup goalie. And I don't know why, but teams pull accountants and
you would think
soda machine vendors to do it, because they almost never get played, but it's happened twice in the last 4 years, including last week.
Yes, last week. Wait, I didn't catch this headline. Why would you re-examine this policy? It's the best policy in sports.
So they're now this week talking about changing it.
Oh.
The backup goalie? Backup goalie's too good.
Yeah, this guy's name is David Ayers. He's a 42-year-old Zamboni driver. Right. Which I can only, first of all, truly, I think driving a Zamboni would be a bigger goal for me than being a hockey goalie.
Actually,
if I had the choice, I would much rather
Importantly,
drive a Zamboni.
there is no rule that says that a fan can drive a Zamboni.
There you go.
Right? I mean, that's crazy. You wouldn't let that happen.
Sure.
Because I'd drive the Zamboni.
Yeah. I would kill 14 people doing it,
without being asked.
But that's a baller business card, though.
Yeah.
Zamboni driver.
Zamboni driver. Yeah. Zamboni driver, and he also has the distinction of being the oldest goalie in NHL history to win his regular season debut.
Oh,
so let's give it up for David Ayers. And this happened a couple years ago in 2018.
Yeah,
too.
well, I'm a Blackhawks fan, and
that's right. He was a Chicago
and
Blackhawk.
So Scott Davis, the accountant, came in.
Right.
I'm a numbers fan too, so it made me very, very happy. And he won. And he won the game.
And they won the game. It's incredible. I think that's the good luck charm of a hockey team, is to just have a rando be your goalie for half a period or whatever.
But there is a downside to it. I think that if you are an accountant for an NHL team, you always have to fear that they'll put you in goal.
Sure. Yeah. You can't be like, I have a ho-hum job pushing numbers. It's like, no, get up, Thompson. We need you. You're playing.
Yeah. What? It's like, it'd be like, you're playing Dungeons and Dragons, you're fighting a dragon, and somebody says, well, there's a real dragon outside. We know you can do it.
Yeah.
That's no good.
And my, truly, I think one of my favorite, and I know it's one of your favorites
it's my
too,
favorite
while we're
episode,
in the realm of NHL, is this guy, Roger Nielsen.
My hero.
He's the guy who ended up, a couple of woos of recognition for Roger Nielsen. He's in the Hockey Hall of Fame in the builder category, basically for breaking so many rules that they had to change the game. And I will very quickly roll through them for you. There's 3 that are really, really good. He realized that you could never have less than 3 players on the ice, regardless of the number of fouls when they played at the time. So he just kept putting too many men on the ice to keep stopping the clock and fucking up his opponents and making them angry. And the NHL immediately was like, yeah, you can't do that. That's just an infinite loophole of fouls. This one's really good. He realized the rules for a penalty shot never specified you needed an actual goalie in the goal. You could substitute them with a defenseman. So he just put his defensemen in the net, and then when the opponent tried to take the penalty shot, they would just charge him in the middle of the ice. Which has got to be fucking terrifying to be like, okay, go ahead, take your shot. Oh, shit.
You're going to miss that shot.
Yeah, you're going to miss that shot. And then we all know you can pull your goalie to substitute at the end of a game for like an extra attacker or whatever. He was telling his goalies, hey, listen, when you come off the ice, just go ahead and leave your stick right in front of the, like in the crease of the net, so that the puck can't go into it. And for several games, they let him get away with that, and eventually they had to write, I forget what the actual rule says. We have the text in these episodes, but the text of the rule book. The text of the rule book is, I always appreciate a rule book that I feel like kind of knows it's being a little cheeky, because they had to specify you can't put any obstruction in the crease of a net, including piles of snow, which only just tells me that someone tried to like build a snowman, which is what we're talking about here in the thumbnail of the video. Like, what? There's no way you would come up with that unless it actually happened in real life, which to me is fucking hysterical.
Yeah, there's no question that my first defense against NHL players coming down on me when I'm stuck in goal as an accountant is I'm making a fort.
Right, yes.
Right? I don't have a lot to work with.
Yeah.
And so I'm going to make an ice fort.
Right.
And that's, I don't understand why it's not allowed anymore.
He's also the guy, coincidentally, who started the whole towel waving tradition in hockey.
Yeah.
Hey, Mike, why are rules important?
Well, I mean, like the thing.
I feel like that's a great example of you do sometimes have to.
Because I would write that rule. I would absolutely write that rule. Rules are important, obviously, because they define the field of play. That's very important to get right, and getting it right is often very difficult. One of the examples I use to illustrate this is that in role-playing games, you spend a lot of time being afraid of damage coming your way. But are you sufficiently afraid of the wizard? This book is called, from the Encyclopedia Magica, produced by TSR in its last days before it was bought by Wizards of the Coast. A copy editor going through it, they decided to change the name of the character class from mage to wizard, and then globally searched and replaced the word mage to wizard. And so now the cube of frost resistance, for example, does 200 points of the wizard to everybody.
I think this also illustrates the importance of having a good copy editor.
Yeah, that's very important. And you know, that you might look through your crystal ball and see a mirror eye wizard out there, and and so obviously this is now very exploitable, right? You got damage resistance. Do you have the wizard resistance? Right?
So you think someone in tournament play would have tried to get away with doing wizard?
You're looking at it. So these books are kind of hard to make, right? And so this just gives you an example of, like, if you're casual, if you just stroll into work at 11:30 in the morning and just say, oh, whatever, search and replace that, you're going to get a rule book like the NHL's.
Yeah.
And so that's why I bring it to you guys. We'll do some examples of sports ones, of board game or whatever ones, you know. And so let's go into one of the meatier ones.
Sure. I got into. I just got distracted by Kofi.
Let's explain what Kofi is doing. Kofi, can you turn that screen around at all just to show people?
This.
Yeah, okay, sure. Great. So Kofi is now building live this whole based on your submissions of what should be on it. This is just the beginning. Yeah, you have to clear that Manhattan skyline to get onto the green.
Kofi, I don't want to spoil anything, but can you tell us what is like the third most popular request we got here? What are we seeing the third most of?
Their most popular request was moose.
Moose. Okay.
All right. Good.
Okay. So if you're looking forward to some mooses, we got some mooses coming up.
Some meese.
Oh, I don't think we mentioned we're going to let someone play this at the end.
That's
really
correct.
quickly, right? Yeah. So we're going to let one lucky person play this course, or attempt to.
Yeah. Give it
we're
your best
not.
shot.
We're not going to.
I'm not playing
we're
this.
not dumb.
I'm not playing this game ever again after this. It's been like 4 to 6 weeks of playing this. I feel like people don't. After every episode, I don't touch that game for at least 4 months.
Yeah, this is a real endurance test that we're making you go through.
Just some preservation stuff. It's too much.
Who here saw the Fumble Invitational, the Fumble Dimension Invitational? How long did it take you to play through that whole course?
Okay, so it took John and I 4.5 hours.
Okay, cool.
So we started at 3:30 in the office, and by the time we left, it was 8 p.m. Yeah. All of our coworkers had left. It was just us two in a conference room.
If I remember correctly, your score was something like 168 to 141 or something.
We cleared 200 at the end.
Great. That's a great golf score. That's so high.
Yeah.
So many points.
Oh, by the way, just for those who don't know, low numbers are good in golf.
Oh. Oh, shit.
You don't say.
Anyway, I'll let you get back to work. I just wanted people to see.
Of course.
You wanted to talk a little bit about this particular rule, right?
Yeah. So this rule is from a little card game called Magic the Gathering. And it says the rule is the head judge of a tournament may issue a proxy, see section 3.4, for a card that has become worn or damaged during the tournament. Any other cards that are not authorized game cards are prohibited in sanctioned tournaments. Well, we can all understand why the second part of that rule is there. Obviously, if I show up with a card from, let's say, Yu-Gi-Oh!, which has a toughness of 100,000, that's going to be, I understand that. But where did the first part of this come from? The answer is this card called Chaos Orb. So Chaos Orb is a card this is a real card. It was issued, it was playable in every tournament. And what it does is you can flip it onto the playing area from a height of at least 1 foot. This is definitely a manipulable distance, as you might guess. And then if what it touches, it destroys. Now, that's actually fairly easy to do, and the damage, so there are a couple of things that this caused. The first is people to put their cards very far away from each other. And I mean, I'm not measuring in inches now, right? I'm measuring in yards, right? But the second thing it allowed, again, and what's the rule from Air Bud again?
There's no rule that says a dog can't play basketball.
Right.
It's known as the Air Bud rule.
Yeah. No one said that the card Chaos Orb, once it was cast, could not be ripped into as many pieces as desired. And so, since it at that point, so of course, you make it rain, and everything dies, right? And this was a valid strategy for a little while. It cost you the Chaos Orb. That was hardly shuffleable. Yeah, it was hard.
It'd be hard pressed to show up with this, scotch taped back together in your sleeves, trying to play the game.
But for that, if that match was really important, that was an excellent way to win it. So now the judges have ruled that that card was damaged. I wonder how that happened. And thus would immediately be replaced with a proxy card that the judge would provide so that shenanigans wouldn't occur anymore, right? And the Magic Rulebook is filled with filled with nonsense like this. So yeah, they paid some tribute to this by issuing a card called Chaos Confetti, which could be torn into pieces, right? And the rules were structured around that occurring, right? But yeah, so it isn't just sports.
Yeah,
we have our own kind of things like that.
This made me the supreme silliness. Oh, by the way, how much are one of these cards worth these days now?
Well, you can't get them anymore generally, yeah, because most of them have been ripped into pieces. But they're quite expensive. But they're also banned in tournament play.
Sure.
And when we say banned, like, some cards are banned, like don't put that into your deck, right? These are banned if you walk in the room.
Cool.
Right, because they know who you are at that point.
Hey, how did you get kicked out of PAX? I brought in a Chaos Orb and they fucking threw me on the street.
I brought a full deck of Chaos Orbs. Anyway,
fight the police.
That's that story.
The supreme silliness of destroying your own card kind of made me think about this rule, and maybe not the rule itself, but what followed. This is MLB Rule 6.04D, which another hilarious thing about rule books is that they're by necessarily so organized that the actual rule address is usually like 40 numbers and a few letters and your social security number. Right. This one I like because this says if you get ejected from the game, you can still watch, but you got to change into your street clothes and then either leave the park or just, sit in the mezzanine. So you can sit in the grandstand and then finish watching the game. And then they also had to specify if you are under suspension, you can't go into the dugout or the press box. And this guy here, Mets coach Bobby Valentine, did manage to sneak his way in. I wonder.
No, that's not his mustache.
Why am I a Mets fan?
Why are you a Mets fan? Why are any of us a Mets fan?
I got a Mets question last night, and why would anyone give me that?
So the umpire declares some sort of catcher interference here. That's our good friend Mike Piazza, and Bobby Valentine comes out and he says, "I'm not so happy with that." He gets ejected somewhere in here. Yep, you're out of here. And then a little bit later, the broadcast catches him in the booth, and he's now wearing a mustache disguise like Groucho Marx to hide in the dugout so he can continue, I guess, just watching the game. Like, this is the extent that people will go to bend the smallest. I mean, this is Rule 6.04B. I mean, the funniest thing to me is that he had the fucking mustache on him when he walked into, where did that come from?
Or there was somebody who knew this would occur on the staff and always brought the mustache to work.
Yeah, there's a box to break. It says emergency mustache or something like that.
Wait, I need one of those.
How do I make it go full screen again?
All right, while you're doing that,
I'm clicking and it's not doing it.
These are hysterical videos. While you're messing with that, Clara,
Sure.
tell us about what it's like to work on this nonsense. Like when somebody comes in the room with one of these, what happens?
Well, first we tease them mercilessly, regardless of what they've brought.
Right.
But yeah, usually it is just like how you see it in the video. It's kind of like new to the panel that's hearing about the role, and the other person has done all the work. And we just, chime in with our little comments.
Yeah, there's nothing.
Comments.
Nothing.
Or shitty little jokes.
Yes. Oh, they're adorable.
No, thanks, man. I appreciate that.
You got your thing set up?
Yeah, we're all good to go. Okay. Wanted to go. So this is another one. These are actually, we're not getting into rules we've never done on the show now. So Claire and Kofi, I think, are hearing about these for the first time. You were particularly interested in this one too, Kofi.
Yeah, and that's the best way to go into these videos if you're just like a guest, as unprepared as possible.
Yeah.
so you can be surprised.
This is not something. This is not the one I was talking about earlier.
Actually,
but this is also pretty interesting. So, mostly for the phrase "failure to comply," which usually is a police officer is saying this to you,
Yes.
but now you're reading it in an NFL rule book. Basically, if you don't show up to the coin toss at the beginning of a football game for God knows what reason,
Right.
you just lose it automatically, and there's a penalty. And that, to my knowledge, has never happened in an NFL game.
Because if you're there for the game anyway.
Yeah.
It's almost like they heard someone be like, coin tosses are stupid. And they're trying to get ahead of that.
I'll show them 15, 20 yards. Rein it back in. If no one shows up to the game?
To the coin toss.
To the coin toss?
Yeah.
Everyone goes home.
Yeah, we just tailgate.
You just say fuck it.
Well, no, it's
if you can't even bring your ass out for the coin toss, it's like, what are we even doing here?
Yeah.
Right, well, most teams defer on the coin toss. So they'd both defer to each other.
Sure, right. Yeah.
And thus, neither would get the ball.
Yeah. An implosion happens and everyone dies.
There's an XFL rule for that.
The XFL is so much fun. It's like a video game.
No, I meant for implosions.
Right. Yes. And
this, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
All right, so I got this one. So I tried to think of the most pure form of competition in the game space is game shows, of course, right? Where you see people often literally die for you on screen. In this case, there's a rule in Jeopardy, a tiebreaker rule, and a lot of people don't know this, right? Maybe you've never even seen it in play. It says if there's 2 or 3 players tied for first place after each contestant unveils their final Jeopardy response, and this is important to know that the Alex in question is host Alex Trebek, that's in the actual, we'll present one more category and read the clue. The clue has no dollar value and does not increase the player's winnings.
It has to be Alex Trebek. It can't be.
It cannot be. If you have any other,
no one else.
You cannot bring a spare Alex.
There's only one man for this job.
Rodriguez,
no substitute
go home. So, and this has happened a couple of times since, and this rule was introduced in 2016. It's really annoying, actually. When it happens, it's just like, here's a question, whoever buzzes in, okay, you win. Like, it feels awful, right? And so, but how did it get there? Well, it happened because of a fellow named Scott Weiss. Do you have that video?
I think I have to pull it up.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Scott Weiss is a professor from Mount St. Mary's College. And he is, a super genius, as you might guess. Also a really nice guy, which is about to show up.
Yeah.
He was winning this match by a lot. And when you win a match, or when you're winning a match by a lot, you have a great deal of control over the game. So here's what's occurring. The question has been asked here. One of the men who shot her realized that when he saw her body, that she'd often waited him in a cafe in Dallas. Does anyone know the answer to that off the top of her head? No. Well, these 3 did. Because the first one has $8,000 and answers who is Bonnie Parker. Spoiler, the next person's also going to have $8,000, and Scott has $13,000. So even if they both get them right, if Scott gets it right,
for some reason.
Yeah, if Scott gets it right, he can bet more than they did, and he will win. So he gets it right and bet $2,600. Which caused the world's first 3-way tie, requiring the producers to not only give them all money, they all got $16,000. All of them were invited back to compete the next day.
That rules.
What a nice guy.
It is literally the most humanitarian act that has ever been done on a game show and could not ever be allowed to happen again. And so they put in that rule specifically to avoid ties in Jeopardy from that point on.
I wonder if they all looked at each other like, everyone know this? All right.
Yeah, actually, yeah, and he was asked afterwards, like, there were people who were like, God, that guy was an idiot. Why would he do that? Yeah, he won $16,000 and made 2 people's lives great. Right? Like, that's a fair trade.
And the crazy thing about it, though, is they have to put in the wagers before they even see the question.
That's right.
So this was a totally random
he didn't know.
chance.
He didn't know. He could have lost. He didn't lose. It's one of my favorite moments. All right, this nonsense. What is this?
Yes. So the Jeopardy thing. This guy's really excited. This guy loves this role. This has not been successfully attempted in the NFL since 1976. The Jeopardy thing made me think of this because the Jeopardy thing, there's now a rule for something that article said was a 1 in 25 million chance of 3 people tying at the end of Jeopardy. Yeah. So something that will never happen again, they had to write a rule for. This is something that there's a rule for that I don't think I've ever seen happen. This is what I was telling you about earlier. The fair catch kick. So when you can do a fair catch after a kickoff or a kick return?
Yeah, I've heard.
When you do the fair catch, you know how to do that.
I dabble in football.
You've dabbled.
Have you watched football?
It's on like every Sunday. It's incredible. After you catch the fair catch, you can elect, instead of starting a new drive and set of downs, you can do a field goal from the line, from right there, from the line of scrimmage.
Oh, from where you catch it?
From where you do the fair catch. I don't know why, because you're usually so far away, it's not really gonna...
like you're normally 70 yards out, but if you weren't...
Kofi is like trying to absorb this information.
So basically, you can just like kick a field goal after you catch it.
Yeah.
That's basic. So
In
why,
that same play?
What do you mean in that?
Well, no. So you don't catch it, and then there's still guys running at you, and then you kick the ball.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to think. I'm like,
no. That would be fucking awesome.
I would.
That's basically like Australian rules football or something like that. That's the XFL.
That's the XFL, yeah.
I don't know. So that's B. Snap from the spot of catch. Putting the ball in play after fair catch, you can do a kick. I don't know why.
Maybe the kicker's last game.
But can't you just do that anyway?
You could, and the thing is, you can kick a field goal on any down, anytime you want.
Well, but
what's that?
No, you'd have to snap
Right.
it. This is kicking it from the point you caught it.
Right.
You just gained 15 yards.
Right. What?
You gained the distance, so you would snap it back.
Oh, right. Yes. Yeah. Yes, it's held. That's right.
Right. No, that's actually really good.
This might be why we've never seen it, because I think this conversation would break out on field, and the entire thing would just come to a complete.
The ref would be like, "You want to do what?
That already happens in football games. And if someone, could you imagine if Pete Carroll was just like, "Yeah, I'm going to do the fair catch kick," and everyone's like, "Wait, what the fuck is he talking about? What?
Is he just making stuff up?
Someone's yelling something in the back. There was one this year? Are you serious? When?
Okay. All right.
Oh, shit.
Well, no, I need to hear this now.
Now you have an episode.
Yeah, you have the
then
floor.
someone needs to update the Wikipedia page that I pulled that date from. Oh, they failed. Oh, that's the last successful one. Okay, we got it.
Last successful attempt. Sure. All right. Wow. None of that makes any damn sense.
Anyway, because rules are hard, we started changing things to a series called That's Weird, where we started moving away from rules and just telling more general sports weirdness, because even rules aside, sports themselves can get pretty weird.
Yeah.
This is about the guy who scored the first touchdown in the first Super Bowl was a backup who was extremely hungover the entire time. Debilitatingly so. He went out and partied the night before because he was a backup and he didn't think he had to play, and he was out until 6 o'clock in the morning, and then the starting receiver broke his shoulder, and it just makes me laugh because I think I would rather kill myself if I was a backup and I showed up hungover.
Sports.
My favorite part of that story actually is that he called his teammate to make sure there wasn't a guy downstairs checking to.
That's right. Yes.
During the curfew.
This was the Vince Lombardi era, so he had hired chaperones to watch his football players to make sure they weren't escaping the hotel to do exactly what this guy did.
Yeah, there was a rule in place.
Yeah. That's the weird rule. He just didn't go back to the hotel. And then there's this one, of course, my favorite is the Golden State Warriors player who was.
Hold on.
Am I going too fast?
No. I just want to see, just for the moment, picture what, if you haven't seen this episode, picture what you think this episode will be about, right? Just hold that thought in your head and then compare it to the reality that Ryan is about to describe.
So Seth told our other producer, Seth Rosenthal, he wrote this episode and came up with this, and I can't remember the guy's name, so I'm actually frantically trying to look it up. But there was a dolphin in one of the aquariums in California that had swallowed a screw that was going to threaten the life of this dolphin, because I guess you can't have big metal screws floating around your insides if you're a sea creature like that. And so
or human.
Or human, or any sort of general living thing.
I like how you thought it was a challenge.
Right.
Yeah, just in case.
Yeah, just in case. And so someone that worked at the zoo was like, "Hey, I know the publicist for the Golden State Warriors. Let's see if there's someone there that has really long arms that can reach into this dolphin and pull the screw out." And so they called him up, and this particular guy was home. They were traveling, but he was in California with a knee injury.
Yeah.
And they called him up and they said, "Hey, do you want to come reach into this dolphin?" And he said, "Yeah, sure. I'm not doing anything."
My schedule's open.
Yeah. So how did that match up with the thing you had in your hand? See, reality always wins.
There's actually some photographic evidence of this occurring. Let me see if I can pull this up really quickly.
I don't remember that.
So we also, our great animator Phil, sort of animates these for us, and there he is. This guy reached in, this NBA center reached into a dolphin's stomach and pulled out that screw. That's him sweating like he's deactivating a bomb. But that's the screw right there. That was inside a dolphin, and they called him up. And this guy, I love this guy's face. Like, I can't believe I just fucking watched that happen. I missed that.
Hi, how was your day at work? Whoa.
It was fucking
I got
weird. Also, we gotta go to a Warriors game sometime soon.
And they kept the screw in the museum afterwards as like a keepsake.
They did, and I think they named a sandwich after this guy too.
They did.
That's pretty great.
Seth says his name in the video, and if anyone knows it, they're free to shout it out.
Clifford Ray.
That's it.
Yeah,
It's Clifford Ray. Thank you. Right there.
Yeah.
You like that, huh? You really like that.
Look, I mean, do you have the trade in this one? The recent trade episode?
Oh yes, two Yankees pitchers had their wives swapped them as lovers in the 1970s. There were these two Yankees pitchers named Mike Kekich and Fritz Peterson, who were swingers basically. And in the off season, their wives were like, "Hey, how about you move out and the other guy move in?" And they swapped wives and families and everything, and then their careers immediately imploded. One guy got traded like 4 months later before the season was even over, and
like one stayed together, and then
one couple is now still together to this day.
The other one,
True Love. Yeah, let's hear it. Let's clap it up for True Love. This guy right in the middle knows what he's talking about.
Okay.
So that's Weird Rules.
Well, let's get ready to move into the fumble.
And we are now re-entering the fumble dimension.
Kofi, are we ready?
Yeah. I've been
chilling. All right, well, let's switch over to that.
Okay.
We're gonna need a player, though.
Yeah, you pick a volunteer.
Me? Oh no, absolutely.
No, that's not. That was not a move. That was gonna get you on stage.
All right, let me go.
Pick someone, Kofi.
You in the back with the girl with the pink hair, the person next to him. Yeah,
cool.
Go for it, dude.
Let's hear for this person. Yeah.
Come on down, this person.
Welcome to the fumble dimension. What's your name and what are your pronouns?
State yours.
Devin.
Go. Cool.
Devin.
Where do I go?
You'll take my chair.
Kofi, you want to tell us what's in store for Devin here? What was the number one most requested? Hey, Devin, I'm Ryan, by the way. Nice to meet you.
Hi, nice to meet you.
What was the most requested item here?
Most requested item was, I think, the cow.
The cow.
The cow.
I closed the laptop.
The mighty cow. He closed the laptop. It's impossible to know.
But
only the fumble dimension knows now.
But I did it by proportion. So while you guys had like only a specific number, it's a part 5. So I just like multiplied it.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
There's a lot more than you guys requested for it, but
Okay.
there's more than certain objects in another. So, have you ever played a golf video game before?
Mario Golf 64.
It's just like that.
Okay. All right. So, here we go.
Devin, have you ever played a golf course designed by a mad person? Because I think you might actually about to have a maniac come at you.
This looks amazing.
You put your hand up, so.
Just to be clear, par 5.
Yeah, par 5. You got 5 shots.
Yeah. So we'll see where you are after 5.
Devin, did you vote for any item?
I voted for the cow.
Okay.
Oh, the helipad over the airplanes is good.
I'm not gonna lie.
And then the kangaroos.
I forgot where the hole
All
is.
right.
I'm not gonna lie.
Devin, are you a person who values the well-being of animals?
So you swim with the right
I guess not cows.
Well,
not after this first shot.
So you can change your clubs with the left and right bumpers, and you can pull the thumbstick down and then put it back up to swing. So it's
Does
like,
the red
Yeah, we
mean
should
that
mention,
I'm
for anyone who
going
hasn't
to
seen the
cow?
episode, these animals
The
will
red
die if
means-
they are hit with
That's
the ball. They do crumble into a pile. The ball seems to continue to go through them.
Yeah.
we got a little
It
practice
phases
swing.
through them, killing them.
Oh, so close.
Why did that cow die?
Oh, off the roof.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Nice first shot. Okay. All right. Spectator gallery in the way.
I do like the Mario reference. That was
Floating in the air.
Appreciate that.
This one.
All right, so now you have. Ooh.
Okay. Good. Good. In through the airplanes.
Oh, there's water.
Into the water. Bet you didn't know there'd be an actual water hazard.
Yeah.
Oh, I get to choose where
Okay.
to put it now.
Moose.
Yeah?
Cows.
Put it here.
Actually, I should let Kobe. Kobe, I need you to narrate in the voice. Nice.
All right,
narrate in the voice you
we're
narrate.
on we're on shot number 4, maybe 4 or 5 here.
I'm gonna go.
I think you're on 3.
Let's do this.
Yeah, that cow is not moving.
Did I not hit it?
Oh, I
Ooh.
Oh, by the outhouse.
Ooh, right onto the fairway, but
Yeah.
you're behind the building, sir. What is your next
No, no.
move? Oh, and it's gonna roll all the way.
Wait. Hold on.
I'm booing the game. I'm booing the game. I'm booing the game. To be clear.
This is where you part company? Is physics?
All right, we're in some heavy rough here.
Stop
Got some
signs.
stop signs, outhouses, and a plane.
So I need to go there.
Oh, the plane. You don't want to land on the plane.
No,
I think I actually want to aim for the
it's not an ideal shot for you. Ooh.
Oh.
And it's just gonna roll back
And
down.
All the way back down.
I'm not a betting man, but I'm gonna say you're not gonna beat par.
Oh. You can change the clubs though. You can change the clubs with the so it makes a difference.
I liked in the video where John would always use the driver for everything, including
Yeah,
putting.
it was a very interesting tactic. And all right, so maybe let's try that. Let's give that one a try.
Oh. Over the helipad. Good. Oh, into the rough. Oh no! Is it gonna be under a building? No, he didn't. Okay.
No, but you are
And
making
it-
progress, and I'm happy for you.
Thank you. I'm happy for me too.
Ooh. I don't like your odds of clearing the boat.
Oh my god.
Pressure's high, huh?
So like I said, this took us 4.5 hours to complete. So imagine us doing this for 4.5 hours.
I'm doing it.
You the man. Under the helipad. Under the helipad.
We're almost on
wow.
the green. Pretty good.
Yeah.
There you go. 40 yards.
Is the airplane over the hole?
Maybe.
I like the fortress maze of outhouses.
How many yards away is that?
This is kind of like a tower defense game in its own way.
You are 74 feet away.
Okay. I have no idea how much that is.
What club should he use, guys?
Yeah, you guys.
Did you just
guys
putt
have
the
done a
ball?
74
Is that a
foot?
shot?
Right.
I don't know.
What would you use to clear the airplane?
Wedge.
Yeah, wedge.
All right.
Yeah, maybe sand wedge.
Kofi, what
gap wedge.
What
Yeah,
have you
pitching
learned
wedge.
about the intersection of video game rules and sports rules by doing Fumble Dimension?
Oh man, it's the best. Ooh.
Oh!
Now.
What? Where are we?
Oh, we were making good progress. Oh man.
Wow, this looks like a normal course.
I didn't think the ball would ever pass that point, so that's why it's a little sparse.
Another thing I really loved about your episode was you couldn't store the whole thing at once, so there were parts of the course saved individually, which is great, until John hit the ball to a different hole.
Yeah. First play was like the first shot, first hole was just like, why? Oh, I left it blank because we had a hole limit. We had a object limit, and of course for like frame rate reasons that you can't put so many objects on a course, but
I don't know where you ended up.
Yeah, I admire your tactics.
You're good. You're good. Okay, through the kangaroo.
He's on the green.
Under the kangaroo. Did not kill the kangaroo.
All right, so for those of you wondering, the course that we made in the video is playable, but it's a series of 4 save files. So if you have the Golf Club 2019 or want to get it, you can actually
Who here
play.
has the Golf Club 2019?
Hey. That guy does. That guy raised his hand.
We don't judge in this room.
Play the course.
Is that the hole?
You are 5 feet away.
Okay.
Where is it?
Yeah. So there's an airplane wing in your way. You haven't had that problem?
I believe in you.
Let's see.
We don't know. In the hole.
Did he get it?
Oh, they think the kangaroo ate it.
Oh, we got it.
Devin. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, your champion, Devin. What was his score? Oh, whatever. 9. A 9 is respectable.
Sports.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming to Weird Rules Live.
Thank you for having us.
I want to thank Kofi Umoa, Sarah Morris, Ryan Simmons of SB Nation. You can find them on the internet at their internet addresses. And there you go. And I'm Mike Selinker. Thank you again. Have a good rest of your PAX.
Thanks, everybody.
yeah.
Thank you.
In a world of legendary heroes, one man will rise to take all of the credit.
This game has something that no one else will. Me.
This is where the magic happens.
Hey, can I get a coffee?
I'm coming, Ian!
Everybody has that game that they fell in love with because they make an impact. Those games were somebody's legacy. Well, this is my legacy.
Our legacy.
Our legacy, whatever.
It's not my legacy.
I have a BA in Women's Studies.
What exactly is women's studies?
It follows the experiences of women and the contributions they've made to...
Inquiry withdrawn.
Quick thing, I'm worried about the time.
Yeah, David, I'm moving as fast as I can. It's not my fault that these watermelons don't explode like real heads.
I can get you real heads. Not human.
That's commitment.
I built your vision. It's like you're this brilliant painter, and I'm your favorite brush. I'm just some tool to create your masterpiece.
I like that metaphor, but it's not quite right, is it?
Are you seriously about to noodle on my metaphor right now?
I know that I can be difficult, Papa. You can't give up. We're like the Beatles. Together, we make masterpieces. I could write the lyrics and the music and everything, but it would sound completely different without the drums.
Wait, I'm Ringo?
Well, yeah. Of course you're Ringo. I mean, look, somebody's got to keep the beat.
Oh my God! At least you brought me breakfast.
Oh, this is mine. It's prescription.
A prescription bagel?
Legally, you're actually not allowed to ask me about
Whatever.
it.
of legendary heroes, one man will rise to take all of the credit.
This game has something that no one else will. Me.
This is where the magic happens.
Hey, can I get a coffee?
I'm coming, Ian!
Everybody has that game that they fell in love with because they make an impact. Those games were somebody's legacy. Well, this is my legacy.
Our legacy.
Our legacy, whatever.
It's not my legacy.
I have a BA in Women's Studies.
What exactly is women's studies?
It follows the experiences of women and the contributions they've made to...
Inquiry withdrawn.
Quick thing, I'm worried about the time.
Yeah, David, I'm moving as fast as I can. It's not my fault that these watermelons don't explode like real heads.
I can get you real heads. Not human.
That's commitment.
I built your vision. It's like you're this brilliant painter, and I'm your favorite brush. I'm just some tool to create your masterpiece.
I like that metaphor, but it's not quite right, is it?
Are you seriously about to noodle on my metaphor right now?
I know that I can be difficult. Papa, you can't give up. We're like the Beatles. Together, we make masterpieces. I could write the lyrics and the music and everything, but it would sound completely different without the drums.
Wait, I'm Ringo?
Well, yeah. Of course you're Ringo. I mean, look, somebody's got to keep the beat.
Oh my God! At least you brought me breakfast.
Oh, this is mine. It's prescription.
A prescription bagel?
Legally, you're actually not allowed to ask me about it.
Whatever.
Thank you all so much for coming out tonight. I think we're ready. We can get started? Yes? We're allowed to get started? We're going to get started. All right.
Permission to come aboard.
Are
Permission
mics working? Yes.
to get started. Thank you for coming out to our GameScoop panel. The way GameScoop starts is, what's up, everybody? Welcome to IGN GameScoop. I'm your host, Damon Hatfield. Joining me this week is Sam Claiborne.
Hey, everybody.
Yeah.
We don't need to stop between people.
Tina Meany.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for coming.
And co-founder of IGN, Seth Macy.
Yeah, give it up.
We agreed on that job title earlier. Agreed on it.
We've got a great show for you
Hey,
this year.
Damon.
It's a leap year. This is, what's that, Sam?
I have a good F word to start this.
An F word?
Yeah.
There's a baby here, so.
Welcome to PAX East, everybody. Welcome to Wax. I don't know.
I'll allow it. I'll allow it.
good.
Got a great show for you today. We're going to play some games. We're going to talk a little bit about next-gen consoles. But first, Seth, you just recently reviewed the Mega Man 0 and ZX Legacy Collection.
I did. That's true.
You liked it a lot.
I loved it. It was
Thank you.
very good.
Gave it an 8.
I did.
8 is very good on the
8 is
IGN
great.
scale. Yeah.
That's a little trick to remember.
Yeah. And Sam, you have reviewed some Mega Man games in the past. So you both are kind of like Mega Man experts.
Yeah.
One
of us. Well,
Kind of experts.
yes.
So I wonder if you could help me out with something.
Okay.
This is a poster from.
If this is about the plot of Mega Man, I can't help you.
This is a poster from Nintendo Power from Mega Man 2. I have a question about Dr. Wily's shoe.
Oh.
What? That's not a thing. Like Dr. Wily's too cheap to buy new shoes.
Here's
like,
the thing.
What's happening?
Is that he invents robots to do all of his work,
Yeah.
and he's never invented a robot cobbler.
Yep. Cobblerman.
Cobbler man.
Well,
Watch out.
Mystery solved. Sam, this is your first PAX.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. While you were walking around the show floor, did you find any good old games?
Yeah, the whole purpose of me coming here was to shop for old games. And there was 2 places that I really liked. One was called Dial-Up Games. I'll show you what I got. All right, 1 second.
We have props.
So here's some two really cool things I got today. One is a copy of Space Harrier for Famicom, and that's weird because it's a Sega arcade game that's on the NES. So pre-console war, kind of weird. I got a boxed copy of Yoshi's Cookie from Japan, and it's got Yoshi being killed by cookies on the back. Can we put that up in Still Store? That was a fun one. What else we got here? Oh, and then each of us kind of picked out a game at the dial-up booth.
Yeah.
Damon picked
Shadowgate.
Oh, that's a great game.
Thank you. Thank you
Please,
for your
no
applause.
for Shadowgate.
that's a great game.
Garbage game. No.
Thank you.
I picked Super Adventure Island. I don't know. I thought it was on brand. And then Tina got The Lion King for Super Nintendo. So we're really excited to go home and play these. So if we could get through this.
Okay. Yeah, let's speed things up. When should we do the thing?
You tell us.
Should we do it now?
Yeah, we can.
Just do it now?
Yeah, we can do it now. You guys want a surprise right now?
You can do it.
Well, do you guys like our shirts? Well, if you would look under your chair, three of you may find something under
It's on the
your
front
chair.
of the chair because it was to hide the stickers on
The
these
front of the
see-through chairs.
There's a pesky goose.
Has anybody found
You two
a
should look.
pesky goose? Okay, we got one right here.
It looks like
Got
this.
one right
Hold
here.
it up. So
Come on
see what
up.
it looks like.
Come on up.
Yeah.
We tried to salvage the sticker for you. Oh, yeah.
There we go.
This gentleman found
There's
a
2.
scrap
Oh,
of
no.
paper.
And there's 3.
Sam will dole out the shirts.
Yeah.
Maybe you got a second. Okay.
Let's save some for the rest of us.
Shirt, and shirts.
All right.
There we go.
Congratulations to the winners, but in my heart, you're all winners.
Where do those come from, Damon?
Those come from the IGN store, store.ign.com. You can get your own copies there. Let's check in with the listeners.
Hey, listeners.
Thanks, yes. Remember, you can always reach us at the email address, gamescoop@ign.com, just like Mark in Stourbridge, UK did. He couldn't be with us tonight, so he wrote us an email.
It's a long trip.
He said, Dear Damon and company, wondered what you and the crew thought about the following. With the reveal of many Xbox Series X specs and console properties this week, Xbox has gone in early to try and dictate the early next-gen console conversation. The reveals seem to have gone down really well online with Xbox fans and media outlets alike. However, what the Reddit conversations and gaming website sections suggest to me is that gamers have already made up their minds on which next-gen console they will buy. I feel gaming has reached a smartphone-like stage of its life cycle, whereby people stay locked in the same ecosystem without giving much choice to change their main console. I'm one of those people. I know I'll be buying a Series X day one, and I've not even heard anything real about the PlayStation 5. What does the Scoop Crew plan to do, and am I in the minority? P.S. More game scope, please. We put up a new episode yesterday. Did anybody check it out? Okay, thank you.
It went badly for one of us.
I got 6 points.
Yeah.
It's pretty good. It was bad. I lost.
By show of applause, let's see. So as of today, as of February 29th, 2020, who's excited about Xbox Series X? And who would say they're excited about PlayStation 5?
Intellivision? Unexpected.
There is a new Intellivision coming out. The Amiga.
Atari?
And the Atari.
Animal Crossing Switch?
Yeah.
Yeah. Cutest Switch ever.
Well,
man, is the CDI?
If you want to go in on that with me, we can bring it back, I'm sure.
Well, I lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, people are still really excited about PlayStation 5, even though Sony hasn't really let us know much about it yet.
It'll tell if you're sweaty.
It may tell if you're sweaty, yeah.
It may or may not. Patent.
Yeah, is that the case right now?
Yeah, it's just a patent. They may use it. They may not.
But nobody else can now. If you
without the Wii Vitality sensor.
Yeah, totally. That was going to suck your blood, right? That was the idea of it?
Yeah, definitely.
It took the blood out of you?
Tells you what blood type you are.
And sent it to Satoru Iwata? Yeah. Narrowly avoided
and you
that
thought
fate.
Facebook was concerning.
Were you going to ask if we're ever going to switch console allegiances?
That's. I don't know if I was going to ask that directly, but I guess I was just curious. Like, there's Microsoft continues giving out information about the Xbox Series X. I feel like excitement is building for that, and yet excitement for PlayStation 5 remains higher in spite of the lack of information. I think that's interesting.
Well, they've dominated the last 5 years at least.
That's true.
And so I think there's a bit of goodwill that's already been fostered for the PlayStation community. So there's kind of riding on that, obviously, because there's not a lot of information on the PS5 out there yet. I'm excited that Microsoft's finally beginning to feel confident clearly. So it's nice that they're being a little bit more forward with their information so that we can know what their vision is for the future, since they kind of messed it up last gen or this gen. Yeah.
It was 2013. This is a true story. I was like, which one am I going to get? I'll probably get the new Xbox. And then Sony said $399, and I went onto Amazon and I pre-ordered the PlayStation 4.
Yeah.
I have no loyalty. Console loyalty.
But to price. Loyalty
to price.
price
Was the biggest factor. But I don't know, man. The Xbox Series X seems kind of rad.
Yeah.
It's weird. 12 teraflops is a lot of flops.
We all thought, I think Google thought they could peel off a lot of the audience to their phones by making just as good phones for cheaper, and they have. Just, that never worked on me.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure if that's going to work on me. But I'm the only Xbox guy on this panel, so what do I know?
Well, so I was an original Xbox person because I loved Halo, and all my friends were on every Xbox generation machine. So I go where my friends are, right? That seems to make sense. And everyone switched over for PS4. Everyone was on PlayStation. So sure enough, yeah, why not? There's a lot of crossover IP-wise, and frankly, we're all going to get both consoles.
Yeah, eventually.
But day one?
I mean, yes.
No.
But that's also because it's part of the job.
Yeah.
Hard to avoid.
You're going to get us?
It's a lot of pressure.
No, you get your own.
I have breaking news, everybody. Justin Davis has just tweeted or texted me to let me know if you guys use the code PAXFriends in the iGen store, you can get a discount.
You're kidding me. Show me the text.
I'll show you the text. It's right here. PAX Friends to get store discounts.
That's all.
He's in your phone as BFF?
What's up?
He's in your phone as BFF?
No, he's not. Man, I think I know what slide.
It had a heart emoji. I saw it.
First of all, are the potato dudes here? Yeah, they are. These guys. Okay, all right. Settle down.
I forgot about that, and now I'm terrified.
He intentionally
kidding. It was
shunned
cool.
it from his brain.
Okay,
Is this a topic?
We'll talk to you. No, I just wanted to identify them so we can make our quick exit.
Oh.
That's true. Is anyone excited for Resident Evil 3 Remake? Yeah. So I found this GamePro
What is going on here?
with Resident Evil 3 Nemesis on the cover. So this is 1999, November 1999. We like to flip through some old magazines here. So I found some choice selections in this issue.
Wait, can you go back?
Yeah, we can go back.
Okay, so it was a hot night, clearly, so she had to take off her sweater, but
Yeah.
she also had to run from zombies, but it might be colder later, so she tied her sweater to her waist.
Yeah. You want to leave it behind?
Yeah.
I had my sweatshirt tied around my waist, which was the style at the time.
Yeah.
There's an ad here. If it were a movie, it would have 5 stars, show 8 worlds, and play for 30 hours.
Wow.
Man, what could it be? It's Donkey Kong 64.
Yeah.
Too
Highly
big.
underrated.
Too big to be a movie.
What's the 8 worlds thing?
I guess there's 8 worlds in it.
Oh, movies these days, they show so many worlds. What is that about?
Did anyone else 100% Donkey Kong 64?
No.
Yes, yes.
You
yes,
100%ed it?
Yes.
I thought it couldn't be done.
It couldn't because there's that underwater level with all the bananas, and you cannot get them all in that submarine.
You just shattered my illusions.
Yeah, it's so hard. I'm just saying that's where I got stuck. I hit my wall.
I could have, well.
And you probably did it. I just couldn't.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying it was impossible.
No. Also,
like it was a
there was a
glitch.
really good emulation of Donkey Kong, the arcade game.
Yeah, for a long time, that was the only emulation of the Donkey Kong
Probably
arcade
illegal.
game. Yeah, though that was authorized.
I never played this game. I like how the text says, "Can an adventure be too big?" And that was exactly the criticism of that game. So, yes.
Yes, it was too big.
Turns out that it can.
It can be.
So
7.8, too big.
Okay, so this is an ad for a wireless controller, and I guess what's happening is Mom is trying to interrupt the game with blah 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 and
Mom who bore and raised you.
trying to get him to eat just a massive mound of broccoli, just the biggest
Who's
plate
looking out for your health.
of broccoli that you've ever seen.
Tina's finding sympathy in a different part of this advertisement.
What's that?
She's pro-mom.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine. I'm just trying to decipher. And the idea is that since it's a wireless controller, your mom can't unplug it? Is that
No, she won't
supposed to be
get
the
in
appeal?
the way.
Can't block this.
Yeah.
I think
She's
the idea.
in front of the TV.
Yeah.
You can physically block your image to it.
Yeah, there's other things that mom can do
There's
to
a
stop
lot
this.
wrong with this advertisement.
Well,
Also, is that a reference to Can't Touch This? And isn't this a little late for that?
1999. What's up? It kind of looks like that, right? It looks like the broccoli is saying.
Shouldn't it be saying Can't Brock This?
The broccoli.
Oh, the broccoli is saying it.
The broccoli's on the player's side because it doesn't want to get eaten.
Can't Brock This? How does broccoli sound?
Radiocom, no delay, Seth.
Oh, cool.
Look, I just have
Yeah,
a PSA. If you work in an office, don't cook broccoli in the kitchen in the office. It smells terrible.
Yeah.
You should not microwave broccoli
Don't microwave broccoli.
in your office.
In general.
Well, yeah, Mom has brought a glass of milk. Justin Davis would drink that glass of milk. And I only included this because it's just such a gross 90s ad that you don't see this kind of ad anymore.
What's it for?
Spree.
Spree?
Oh, the candy?
It's a kick in the mouth.
Yeah. Tangy, fruity, chewy Spree.
Okay.
Do they still sell
Candy on
Spree?
the edge.
Can you move on?
Edgy candy.
Okay, we're moving on.
Yeah, it's gross.
So,
Okay, let's keep on going.
Well, look, he's got the Resident Evil 3 look.
this is a Levi's.
Do you think this is some kind of zombie scenario?
This is a Levi's ad.
Okay.
And I just want to. Seth?
What? No.
Is this you?
No. No. Not at all.
Can you quickly Photoshop a hat on him?
All right, well, okay. There's an interview with Shigeru Miyamoto in this issue. And I like this quote. They say, was the creation of Zelda Gaiden motivated by unfinished creative business? Were things you didn't do in Ocarina of Time that you still wanted to do? He says, yes, actually. For the 64 DD, we thought of changing the dungeons and making some parody games based on the Ocarina of Time.
Which is what Majora's Mask was.
A parody game?
I mean, basically.
Maybe. And then they asked him, since we appear to be
Well,
fast...
do you think there was like so whenever we get a quote, we always get a translator, even though somebody else already translated it. It's a good news follow-up. So maybe that parody word was not the right word.
Yeah, possible. If
Yeah.
GamePro didn't have a Japanese speaker translate it themselves. But I imagine Miyamoto had his translator with him, so...
The Nintendo does their own translation a lot, right?
Yeah, Miyamoto has his go-to translator.
Mm-hmm.
He has a personal
It's probably
translator?
legit.
That's when you know you've made it. GamePro asked him, since we appear to be fast approaching the transition from N64 to Dolphin, looking back, what are your favorite N64 games aside from those you've personally created? Says it's rather difficult. I like games like Smash Brothers, even though they are not made by me. I like Konami's soccer game. And of course, Rare is good at making games. I'm sorry, I can't think about anything else right now. In other words, I want to say ours are the best.
Yeah. You really brought it back around there.
Yeah.
Well, insinuated it and then fully just said it.
I can't argue with that.
I wrote a story once after interviewing Miyamoto about what his favorite Mario game was, and he said very, kind of self-deprecatingly, Super Mario Brothers 2, which he did work on, but he didn't really, complete in the way that it got translated to Super Mario USA. But right after I published that, somebody got really mad, and they're like, I wrote this same article before, but it was a different answer. And it was like the same year. He was like said Super Mario World or something.
Yeah.
So
Changes every year.
yeah.
Just trolling all journalists.
Yeah, it's weird.
Okay, so in 1999, the Game Boy Advance was not out yet. And they have an article on the Game Boy Advance. The Game Boy grows up, and there's a little insert here that says, the 32-bit Game Boy Advance will be part portable game machine, part cellular telephone. Wow.
If only we would have Nintendo iPhones now.
Yeah, I don't think...
I like that it specifies, no, it won't look like this.
It's not going to look like this, everybody.
With the antenna.
We could just release that as a PS5 speculation thing right now. I think this is probably what it'll look like.
Sure, why not?
Antenna, black and white screen, phone.
PS5 cellular.
I like the pink, though. The pink looks really good.
Yeah, I think this looks good.
Of course, the Resident Evil 3 cover story. I like the opening paragraph is funny to me. It says, Resident Evil made its name on the PlayStation, and Resident Evil 3 Nemesis could be the best of the series for that system. Even in its early stages, RE3 looks like a monster hit with souped-up gameplay, killer graphics, spine-tingling sounds, and a throat-grabbing storyline. It's rated mature, of course, but that's probably not going to stop many hardcore gamers. I don't know. Why would an M rating stop hardcore gamers?
I don't know. Are there any unlockable sweaters? I haven't. Was this a good game?
The original RE3, I think, is okay.
All right.
Hopefully, they've improved it for the remake.
Yeah.
Would people agree with that? It's like, not the best. It's not as good as RE2, right? Yeah, I didn't think so. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's just the insert there. And then they talk about how different versions of Resident Evil are coming to different systems, maybe the Game Boy Color, and they actually show the Game Boy Color remake, version of the original Resident Evil, which never came out.
Which has like pre-rendered backgrounds and everything.
They were trying to make it work on Game Boy Color.
Man, that Game Boy was so versatile.
I know.
I mean, that version was terrible, but still, good try.
Yeah. Now, believe it or not, this is an ad for RAM. Like
random access memory.
Yeah, like RAM.
What is it?
RAM, like
And
memory.
Random access memory.
The ad is like parodying like cool cigarettes, like the old cigarettes
it's like a
ads, where it's like
Newport
people
ad.
like having a great time
Alive with
smoking
pleasure.
cigarettes.
Yeah,
Which is
totally.
weird for a video game magazine that's targeting youths.
Yeah, it's low tar.
Have you got enough RAM to take you to Xanadu? Go to rammatters.com. Listen, guys.
Is that link still functioning?
RAM matters.
What brand are you?
I'm sorry?
What RAM brand are you?
I don't know. An ad for RAM is pretty good. There's a review of Jet Force Gemini. Does people like this game? Anyone like Jet Force Gemini?
I love this game.
You like this one, Sam?
Yeah, I really liked it. It had a cool, you collected knockoff Ewoks in it. It had a bunch of cool planets. And then there was a fun buddy mode where you could play through the game, and then your friend could float around you as a little droid and just zap things and kind of like paralyze them.
Well, they liked it. They gave it a 5 in fun factor, which is pretty good.
Yeah.
But these characters are just so hideous. What? They're horrifying, I think. I don't remember the characters in this game.
It was a different time, Damon.
It was a different time. There's some ads for the Dreamcast in here, which would have just been out recently. But the ads are mean. I don't know. It's like it knows you like. This is for what, NFL 2K. It knows you like running off tackle on 3rd and short. Obstinate little tool, aren't you? First of all, nobody knows what the word obstinate means. Why? There's another one for which Sonic Adventure. Sonic has a new Lightspeed dash. Too bad your lame-ass reflexes are the same.
Yeah. Take that, customer.
Yeah.
Is this like reverse psychology? What's going on here?
I don't know. Maybe it made people want to run out and buy a Dreamcast.
This is the attitude era of wrestling. This is post play it loud. This is in your face, baby.
Obstinate little tool, aren't you? Blockbuster ad. Some people go to places other than Blockbuster for video game accessories. We call them dorks.
Wow. Sick
Yeah, but
burn,
who had
Blockbuster.
the last laugh in the end?
The dorks.
Exactly.
Who's dorking now?
I like the entire green page with blue text on it.
Yeah.
Just looks great to the eyes.
Yeah, that's how you can really read it.
You guys have seen Monster Squad, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
In that movie, they used dork as a euphemism for sexy time.
Like,
did you dork him?
Like as a verb?
Yeah. Isn't that weird?
This word is very versatile.
I never used that way. But I'm an obstinate little whatever.
Tool. So on Games Week, we like to play video game 20 questions. There's another game that we play in live scenarios called Video Game Who Am I, which we'll get to in just a little bit. But I wanted to share a couple of the rejected suggestions for 20 questions, because we just get like some stuff that I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah, I think people try to think that they really want to stump us, and so they'll pick the most obscure game possible.
Listen, it's not hard.
Well, for one, it's not hard. And I think Damon wants to pick ones that he knows that we could probably get.
Yeah, you want to pick it. It's not super obvious, but that they could actually
it's got to be that
guess
sweet
at
spot.
some point. But we get suggestions
And remember,
like this.
it can't be ambiguous at all whether it's 3D or not.
The Outfit. James Lane in Carlisle, Pennsylvania.
Is this a real game?
Yeah, but it's like, I've never heard of it. Does anyone know this game? Yeah, thank you. Well,
All
okay,
right.
one guy does.
Remember when this happens, everybody, somebody out there has to check for us and make sure Damon didn't review it, because sometimes he forgets.
Sometimes, yeah. This is before my time, though, even.
All right, we'll check. Somebody out there will check. Who
Or
reviewed
there's Command and Conquer Renegade.
Oh, boy.
Which I think...
that box art would be permanently burned into the Mind Palace. I would remember that one.
I think this is a first-person shooter spin-off.
Set in the
You know
Command
this
and-
one?
Yeah, it's set in the Command and Conquer
Yeah.
universe.
Yeah. Who knows this one? Okay, more people know this than The Outfit.
Seth, how many questions would it take you to get that?
I wouldn't get it.
Oh, okay. So, infinite questions.
Infinite questions, yeah.
Those are just a couple of the ones I've had to reject recently. But we'll play Video Game Who Am I? Now, the way this works is I've selected a different video game character for each of our panelists here. And we're going to ask them to briefly close their eyes, and then I'm going to reveal to everyone in this room who they are. And then we're going to take the picture away. And then we're all going to help them guess who they are. So no one, when you see the picture, nobody shout it out to ruin the game for everyone. But they're just going to ask yes or no questions to figure out who they are, and we're all going to help them decide. Cool? So we're going to start with Seth, I believe. So Seth, close your eyes.
Should we close our eyes just in case you show some other one?
No, I know the order.
Okay.
Okay, so Seth is...
Oh.
And we will accept 2 different names for this character. Okay, Seth.
Okay.
Let's see if you can figure out who you are.
Am I human?
Yes.
Damn.
Really narrows it down.
I know, worst case scenario.
Yeah,
IRL too.
Well, he said 2 different names. I was like, oh, it's Mega
Hey,
Man
what
or
would
Rock Man.
If you could be anything but a human, what would you be?
A robot, obviously.
Oh, okay.
Obviously.
Well, we wouldn't be able to tell.
That's true. Well, that's more of a cyborg type deal going on. But
actually,
are you robot splaining me?
Am I the hero of a game?
Yes.
Okay. Is this game from before the year 2000?
Whoa, we're going this route. Okay. That's good.
This is a legit strategy.
Yeah.
All right.
You have to phrase it in the form of a first-person question. Am I?
Oh, am I?
In a game from the year before 2000.
Thank you, Sam.
Am I someone who...
I try.
Am I, do I shoot guns?
No.
No. From the year before...
Define gun. I'm just kidding. You don't shoot.
Am I a Nintendo character?
Not owned by Nintendo, but you've appeared on Nintendo platforms.
Before 2000. I don't shoot things. Am I a cartoonish type of rascal? No. I'm a realistic character. I'm a real man's man.
The thing is, there's a level of art to this character, but it's on the realistic side.
It's on the realistic for Nintendo. Oh, well, it only appeared on Nintendo. Man.
I didn't say only.
Right. Oh. Am I a multi-platform man?
Am I a multi-platform man? Yeah, you've been on other platforms.
Your games have appeared on multiple
Before
platforms.
2000.
Yes, but maybe not exclusively before 2000.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't bark down that. What's the expression? Hole?
Tree?
Tree? Bark up that tree?
Don't bark down that tree.
Go down that path, up that tree.
Yeah, sure.
Just go nowhere in the jungle or park.
Who's stuck in the tree in that scenario?
The cat, obviously.
There's a cat involved?
And then there's a firefighter.
Am I a cat?
Help-sleep guy.
We're not to you
Ask
yet,
that.
Sam. Okay, let's stay focused. Oh, man. Seth, are you ready to guess?
You only have one more question, Seth.
No. I'm so bad at this. Every time I humiliate, and then it's so obvious.
Well, okay, so I picked this character for you. It's someone I absolutely know that. So think about characters that you like.
Oh, that's a lot.
Well,
Okay, you asked about the gun question.
Ask about other
no
weapons.
gun.
Think about what this character might do.
Do I jump on things?
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Am I Jumpman or Mario?
No.
No, dang. Okay. But I jump on things. And
How else would you get around?
Bicycle?
Nope.
It's good imagery.
You either jump or ride a bicycle. That's how you
Do
get
I
around video games.
jump or fly?
Wait, which one?
Do I fly? I mean, I said I jump. I don't
You don't
fly.
fly.
I jump. Do I run?
You can run.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can run.
You can do another weird thing that's not in other games from that era.
A weird thing that's not from games from that era.
Keep on going through the weapons.
You don't shoot guns, but
You only did guns.
yeah.
Wait,
Can you be violent in other ways, perhaps?
do I shoot?
Are you really stumped at this point?
I'm always stumped every time.
All right.
I got Battleborn in 20 questions.
I think
one time.
Seth's the first person that's ever lost.
Last year he got Earthworm Jim, and I don't think he guessed that one either.
No, I didn't.
No, he didn't get Earthworm Jim. And then we gave it to you again. That's the big reveal.
If only you learned.
Am I a space person?
No.
Dang, what the hell? Everyone's looking at me like I'm so dumb. Okay, I'm wearing pants.
But
This isn't a
nobody would
dream.
look at this character like he or she is dumb.
Wait, what?
I just said nobody would look at this character like he or she is dumb.
Look at this character. This character wears a hat.
That's a complicated question.
Does this character wear a hat?
No? All right.
Head
Audience
wear?
says no.
This is not
I think
helping.
Seth
But
is
someone
too
points out their head
like,
is covered,
completely
but you
bewildered by
wouldn't
this.
call it a hat. So
We would call it headwear.
All right, I've been in this position before, and
Am
it went
I-
to helmet and crown and all this other stuff.
Am
So
I
don't
a
let
Mortal
Damon
Kombat
pressure you into
character?
this.
Like,
no.
am I a color?
Yeah, I like this strategy. Just name a weapon. We're trying to help you out here. Think of the Ninja Turtles. What do they have?
What did they have?
Yeah. See, if this doesn't work, it's not going to work.
That
I'm
was
like a deer in headlights up here.
That was a big hint.
A sword. Am I a sword?
Yes.
You use a sword.
Think of another weapon.
And something covers your head.
And Sam's hint was a big one. His last hint.
Wait, what was?
When he was trying to get you down the path of weapons. Right?
What other things do those wacky turtles use?
A bow staff, a sai, and ninja stars. And
I like that last
Okay.
one.
So you use a sword and ninja stars, and you have something covering your
head is
head.
You are a respectable fighter.
Ryu from Ninja Gaiden?
Yes!
I am the smartest man alive! Yes!
I have a question.
That's my avatar on like a bunch of different, on Steam.
And it took you that long? No, I'm just kidding.
Did Seth win that?
Yes, I
All right,
did.
all right.
Just let me have this.
He
won the audience
with a little
over.
help from his friends.
All right, Tina, show him how it's done.
No, don't say that. Don't jinx me. There's no wood around to knock on.
Actually, we're going to save Tina's for last.
Okay.
So, Sam is up next.
Okay.
So, Sam, if you will politely close your eyes. Okay, everybody. Sam is...
Oh. I love this.
All right? Okay, Sam.
You good.
Okay. Am I a human?
No.
Am I a robot?
Yes.
What?
You got it. That's it. It's done.
Yeah. Am I a bad guy?
No.
Oh.
Ooh, I'm a good boy. Am I a humanoid robot?
No.
Whoa. Am I an animaloid robot?
No.
What? Oh, interesting. So just, am I an abstract design robot?
Yeah, but utilitarian.
Right. Yeah. Like, good use, but okay. Am I a robot from the future?
No.
That's right.
Am I a robot from a licensed property?
Yes.
Am I BD-8? Is that what it's called? BD.
I'm sorry?
What BD?
You know who you are. Yeah,
BD?
you are BD1.
BD1.
Yeah, you got it.
Wow.
That's like kind of cheating.
How is that cheating?
Because you said BD-8.
Okay, I lost. Sorry, everybody.
It's cat-like.
It is cat-like.
So that's why we got tripped up on the, is it like a, yeah.
Yeah, because I've always described that as a very cat-animated creature.
Exactly.
Yeah, maybe it is a little animaloid then.
Also, the answer to is that a robot is no. Seth, I expected more of you after earlier.
Sorry.
We just knew that would go down a very
That was
veering
great.
path.
Yeah, I
We
know.
didn't want to confuse you.
Yeah. Well, thank you. It's
Do
been
you have
fun.
a second option
Nice
for
to
him?
meet
That
you.
was too easy.
It's too easy? Yeah. Okay, well, I think I picked a good one for Tina.
Okay,
So,
all
all right.
Let's do it.
Last round.
Yeah.
Tina is...
Oh my God. Am I a potato?
Oh, wait, don't look up. Don't look up. Don't
open
look
your
up.
eyes
I'm not.
Don't
I
look up.
haven't.
Don't look up.
I'm just guessing without.
Okay.
Can I open my eyes?
Okay, you can look now.
Am I a potato?
No, you
I had to think like what elicits that kind of laughter.
Oh, yeah.
Am I a human?
No.
No.
Am I a robot or droid?
No.
Well,
Am
it's
I an
unclear.
animal?
No, just kidding.
Am I an animal?
Yes.
Am I a cat animal?
No.
Nope.
Am I a dog?
No.
Nope.
Am I a companion?
No.
Very much not.
Okay, so am I a main character?
Yes.
Yeah.
A main character animal?
Mm-hmm.
Is it an RPG game? Am I in an RPG game?
No.
No.
Are there hit points? I don't know. No, I'm just kidding.
Am I a magical animal?
No.
Again, I
What?
just...
That's confusing.
No, you're not.
Quite ordinary.
I'm an ordinary animal.
Yeah.
Am I from Night in the Woods? No, because that's like a cat protagonist. I don't know animal protagonists. I'm sure I do.
Could narrow it down by the kingdoms more.
The kingdom?
Yeah, like classes of animal. What?
I know this is a hint. I just don't know where
No,
it's
it's
going.
not a hint. It's just, it's just like how I would, figure out what animal I
Classes
am.
of animal.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah. I'm. All of a sudden, I'm blanking for species.
Name
of
a
animal.
weapon.
Am I a sword? Am I a rat?
Sword.
No.
Am I a horse?
No.
What other animals are there? Am I a
about
dolphin?
it.
Is this Echo the dolphin?
You have almost all of them covered.
I'm a mammal, right? Like that's an animal?
No,
not a mammal.
Oh,
That's
I'm
a good
not
way to go
mammal.
by
Okay,
that type
I'm
of
not a
big
mammal.
species question.
She asked if she is a mammal.
Yeah,
Okay.
and I'm not.
Not a mammal.
So I'm cold-blooded, is what you're telling me.
Not necessarily. No, you're not cold-blooded.
What?
I think we have a biologist in the audience.
What?
That's really
He
good.
said you're cold-blooded in some ways.
I like
you
it.
know, as we said before, you're not exactly a companion.
Okay, so I'm an evil animal.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm an evil protagonist animal?
Yeah.
Yes.
What is this game?
What other animal kingdoms are there? I know like species. Think big picture. There's land and
Right.
other things.
So am I a land animal?
Yeah, sometimes.
Am I a fictional animal?
No, it's a real animal.
I'm sometimes. Oh wait, is this Goose?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. He's a friend. He made people fall in love in that game. Yeah. Well, you introduced them, so what is left up to them is up to them. That's true.
I don't know. If people have questions, is there a microphone available for them, or is that a possibility? We can talk amongst ourselves while we get that set up, but we'll get a microphone going here just in case. But first, you guys all got to play Animal Crossing today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyone else out there got to play Animal Crossing?
Oh.
It was a long line.
That's a long line.
Can we reveal who's reviewing that game?
Sure.
Sam's reviewing.
Me.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's see.
So what were your guys' impressions today?
All right, so we did this funny thing where we got to play at once, and that I was unexpectedly what it was that if you go and play in your friend's town with 3 people and you're in your friend's town, anybody can be the leader, and the other people, as was described to me earlier, night crawler around behind you. They just completely enter invisible portals and just zoom around all over the town behind you. So whoever's playing just does whatever they want. Everybody else just is constantly spawning next to them. That was my experience.
Yeah, it was a little. I mean, it's Animal Crossing multiplayer, but it was essentially. But it was weird. It's not like what you're accustomed to. And when you were a leader, it was slightly exhausting because you kept warping us places. And then he had things like, so everybody's going to progress differently. So you had the pole vault and you had the ladder. So you put the ladder down so that you can crawl up a cliff, because that's a new feature in this Animal Crossing.
Oh, yeah.
And then we all run up oh, cool, we get to run up the ladder too. And then he immediately pulls the ladder up, which is not by Sam's doing. It's just the animation, the way
Only
that
my
tool
character
works.
had a ladder.
Yeah, so no one else can use it. So we just sit around and we're all right, I guess move far enough so that we can
Until
warp
I
to
rubber
it.
band you guys.
Yeah, exactly.
At one point, Tina just explored the museum for a really long time, and the other people that were playing just kind of stopped to watch.
Yeah.
And so it was her exploring the museum with these wide-eyed ghosts just popping in out of nowhere constantly.
Actually, that created a cool effect because I was walking down a hallway where there are the evolutions
Oh, that
of
was really
all
cool.
the villagers,
Oh,
essentially.
yeah, you can get, what was that area? Was it skeletons?
It was-
it was
the dinosaurs.
the fossil
Yeah.
area has a woolly mammoth, and then it draws these lines to the elephant villagers, and then it has
So
a
how they're
saber-toothed
connected,
tiger.
how all the villagers are connected
Yeah.
to dinosaurs, as if that makes sense.
That was really cool. And then there's, in the dinosaur exhibit, there's the meteor.
That's right.
A meteor impact thing, which is really harsh. But what were you going to say? You were going
So when we were walking down, when I was walking down this path, all the other friends started popping up, and we all lined up with the villagers.
Mhm.
So that was kind of funny.
That was really weird.
Yeah.
Not a good multiplayer game.
Yeah.
You can definitely.
You're
messed
ready
around- we messed
to
around
weigh your
with
verdict
emote.
already on that.
Some of us had emotes, some of us didn't. Because obviously progress is, again, an essential thing in this case. So some of us had emotes. We were playing around with that. We took some pictures.
Yeah, picture mode was fun.
He had a bee sting in all the pictures.
Yeah. I found the bees.
Yeah, and our guide, our Nintendo guide, was like, "Oh, we can, get you patched up for that." And Sam's like, "No, I like my look."
I looked for an eye patch. But yeah, it definitely is more Animal Crossing, and I couldn't be more excited.
Did it finish downloading in your hotel room?
What's that?
Did you finish downloading it?
I can't answer that question.
Okay. All right. We do have a microphone set up. If anybody has any questions for us, you can start lining up there, but don't feel obligated. We can definitely bullshit for another 15 minutes easily. Sorry, we have a baby here. Sorry I said that.
Sorry, baby.
Hi, baby.
But Seth, you also got to play Doom.
Yes. That's what I'm curious. Who's gonna buy Doom when it comes
That's
out? Who's gonna buy Animal Crossing? Who's gonna buy both? Yeah, that's the right decision. Yeah, Doom Eternal is awesome. If you guys got a chance to play it, if you haven't, go play it tomorrow because it's amazing. It's at the Discord booth, which is why there's such a long line for Discord.
That explains it.
Yeah.
I was wondering.
Wish you would have told me that this morning.
I got to play it for like 15. I think it's like a 15-minute demo, and it's like that fun, fast loop of the original where you just are like you're smashing guys or demons with the end of your gun or your fist, or you're jamming things into their faces and their faces are exploding. I mean, that's just good, wholesome fun right there.
Yeah.
You're not going to find that in Animal Crossing.
Yeah.
Well, actually, no, that's embargoed.
Just don't let your mom block it. Can you...
Can't block this.
Can't block this. Damon, you are playing Doom 1 for the first time.
Yeah, I wanted to because they put them on sale for like $1.50 on Switch.
Oh, you're talking like the OG.
Yeah.
Oh,
And Doom and Doom
like
2.
the
Yeah.
DOS.
Yeah, which I never played back in the day because we just didn't have a computer.
Because your mom blocked you.
Because my mom blocked me. But she can't block me anymore.
Hey, how does Damon take out demons with his gun?
Okay, all right, let's go over here.
But first,
please state your name and then let us know your question.
Hi, my name's Thomas. My question is just kind of simple. Like, what's each of your favorite games so far from PAX? Aside from, I guess, Animal Crossing, because we all love that.
Yeah. Doom for you, Seth?
Yeah, I would say, Doom was rad.
I played a game called Disc Room at Devolver. Anybody check this game out? It's from the guys that did Minute. It's great. And it's cool. It's like single screen rooms where spinning saw blades are spinning around and you have to avoid them. You don't have a gun, you don't shoot, it's an avoidance game. And as time goes on, more and more saw blades come around and you have to try and dodge them all. And I think all my years of playing bullet hell shooters made me pretty good at it. I like that one a lot. But I think mostly you guys were here to check out Animal Crossing.
Yeah.
But my favorite game of PAX was Yoshi's Cookie.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, easily.
Which you'll never open.
Yoshi, no cookie.
Exactly.
That had two meanings, because that's the name of it in Japan. This game, it says it's sealed, but Famicom games didn't come sealed, so it should just be in good shape. We'll see. We'll see when I unseal it, which I'll do now. Yeah, I know. It shall stay in
Just
the...
a box of cookies.
What's up?
Hey, so my name is Paul, and needless to say, we still need a bit more trans and non-binary characters in games, get some representation in there. But for the moment, do you have any trans, non-binary, or gender queer characters that you love that come to mind?
I think every time I have a chance to create a character, that's like the way I like to play a game. So usually when I have character creators, it's like pursue interesting romances that, that's the way I like to play.
Yeah, that's a good and tough question because there's still so much room for improvement there in the industry. But there are a lot of gay storylines that I've explored through games like with Ellie, with The Last of Us DLC, or in Mass Effect, where you get to kind of like make your own decisions in that territory and cheat on people in the process. But anything that's like a narrative exploration of that kind of personalized narrative, that's my jam.
Yeah, that's a great question, and it's made me realize it's something I've never even explored, and I probably need to step up my game.
Yeah, it's hard to even come up with a list of well-represented trans characters in games, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll get back to you on that one. What's up?
Hey there, guys. Christian here. Hope y'all are enjoying PAX.
Yeah.
So one of my favorite game series of all time is Kingdom Hearts, but unfortunately, just because so many games and so many different platforms it was on, it is hard to get friends into it. Even with the big box set, they'll skip certain ones. So I'm curious, do you have any favorite game series or game titles that you try to get your fellow coworkers into, but just for some reason or other, it's harder for them to finally bite and check it out?
Card games, Damon?
Yeah, Sam will not play any card games like Slay the Spire or Hearthstone or anything like that. If it has cards in it, Sam, it's like kryptonite to Sam.
I'm out. And he tries.
But anybody like Slay the Spire? Yeah. So good.
Damon even got a game made with Witcher characters in it that's about cards, and I won't even play that.
Yeah,
You
it's
started
true.
that, right?
Yeah.
Gwent, I think
Made
it's
Gwent,
called?
yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He tried.
Nobody wants to play PUBG with me except for my hardcore group.
Yeah, I don't know. We have a huge team, so there's enough people to go around where you can find your people. For me, it's more about my brothers who I grew up playing games with. Actually, I grew up trying to vie for the controller with them. Now it's very much the opposite. So I try to get them into the big exposition games like Red Dead, and it's like pulling teeth trying to convince them to play.
Yeah, Tina and I both manage a lot of people, so we just tell them to play games and they have to like them.
They have to listen.
It's not a problem.
Yeah, I mentioned bullet hell shooters earlier. I love arcade shooters, but I think I'm probably the only one in the office that's a big super fan of those. So
You're not going to play Animal Crossing.
I'm not going to play Animal Crossing.
He won't even listen to me talk about it.
I made Damon play Battle Block Theater recently because he hadn't.
Yeah,
That's
Battle
a
Block
big
Theater I
PAX
liked.
game.
I had the wrong idea. I thought it was a minigame collection, that game. That game was fun.
But it's a Damie game.
Co-op platformer, yeah. I like that game a lot.
Mhm.
And then they have the new Alien Hominid Invasion, or HD?
Yep.
Not an Invasion. Invasion is the new one.
Oh, wait.
right?
Yeah.
They already
that's
had
what I'm
HD.
thinking of. The
Invasion's
HD
new
was
one.
years ago.
Did anyone check that out at Behemoth's booth? Seem okay? Seem okay?
Cool.
Very hard, yeah. The original was hard. What's up?
Hi guys, my name is Dave, longtime viewer, first time commenter.
Cool.
My question is about the review process you guys do when reviewing games. I know there's a lot of big games coming out, but when you guys do review big games that everyone wants to know verdicts on and all that stuff, do you guys take influence from any of your coworkers or any guys that work in the office? Or is it purely the reviewer's responsibility of what they think about the game, putting down what they think about all the things that they experience? Because I know there's a lot of trolls out there and a lot of people that contradict what the reviewer is saying, but that's just people in the community.
Yeah, I mean, it's purely, to directly answer your question, it's purely a reviewer's perspective that we're relying on, because we pick the reviewer based on, okay, you're familiar with this franchise, you're really good at, playing shooters, and this is a shooter category, and we want you to have that familiarity. And also that buy-in from the community. Like, Miranda plays and reviews all of our Call of Duty games, and it will probably be her to perpetuity as long as she is with us at IGN, because she's really good at those games, and I think people have come to know and respect her opinions on it. But ultimately, the thing that does impact you from a coworker's perspective is your editor, but that's just an editing process thing. So Dan will challenge every little thing that you say. So it's from grammar, but also to maybe you're in speaking too much and you need to explain this part, or you need a relevant kind of metric to explain why this Call of Duty is different from a former Call of Duty. So he's the person that's making you think on a little bit more of a thoughtful process, but never on the actual opinion. He'll sometimes challenge your opinion to say, you picked this score, but explain to me, this doesn't read as an 8. If you really do feel it's an 8, you need to describe what's good about this game, or you need to reconsider what your score is. So he's there to really bring your opinions out, and that's just in the editing process.
Yeah, and there's a word, of course, attached to each of our number scores. So sometimes Dan will have this conversation with you where he's like, I didn't hear you say this game was great once, and you want to give it an 8, and an 8 is a great score. So maybe this is just a good game. And you're like, oh, yeah.
Yeah, and I'm lucky I work from home, so I am free of outside influences because no one else in my house has a review code, as far as I know.
We do, occasionally, this doesn't really happen to us, but maybe at other media outlets, from my background when I've been at other media outlets, we may miss embargoes or launch day or something, and so we make it a point to not look at any other scores on Metacritic or reviews, because inherently you're just going to start to, as human beings, you're just going to start to see other people's perspective, and you really want to generate your opinion on your own.
Right. Yeah. That's what I try to do too, before I go into the game.
Yeah.
Cool. Sam, one of our, thank you for your question. One of our review scores has more than one word attached to it. What's for 11 means off the charts.
Off the charts. That's right.
Yeah. What's up?
It's a little Easter egg.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good.
My name is Adrian. A little bit of a long-winded question I have here. I think I know for myself, every time a console is about to be released, my imagination is a lot more robust than what the actual result is. What I'm asking is, do you guys think that there's something special, the basic fundamentals of gaming will be revolutionized in some way or form this coming decade, in some capacity?
Actually, I think when VR becomes like a thing that everybody has, that's like the tipping point, but I don't know that we're there yet, and I feel like, we've got this 12 teraflop, it's like a 2080 super powered console, but
for me, it's just like, go here, do this, go there, do that.
Like, it's more powerful, but we're not getting anything revolutionary as far as gameplay. Like the change from cartridge media with the Super Nintendo to like the PlayStation. It's like, oh my God, like we're listening to actual music. Like this is the Prodigy on Wipeout, like that was unbelievable. Me and my friends would be like, dude, you can hear actual music now. And like, no, I kind of think, there's not that sort of leap anymore. Like, we get all this power, but the returns are diminishing until I think VR becomes a thing when we're just like, like this could be a VR simulation right now. You can
Immersion.
play Scoop Simulator. Yeah. And
I have 2 points on this. One is that I think, so a bit of a teaser, we're actually talking to some developers to explain what is 12 teraflops. Like, okay, it's a measurement of power. Okay, it means that the Xbox Series X is going to be closer to a modern PC than ever before, which is great for console-specific gamers. But seriously, like, what does that mean? What does that mean for the industry? And one of the developers, we're going to publish this next week, hopefully, fingers crossed, and then have it as part of the other show that Damon runs, which is called Console Watch, or Next Gen Console Watch. So one of the developers that we talked to mentioned that there's going to be a wider range of accessibility for a wider range of skill level of studios. So you'll see AAA, this is the speculation, that you could see AAA quality visuals and graphics and performance from studios that aren't AAA, because you don't need to rely on a certain level of optimization that you do for the current gen in your programming. So from a technical perspective, it's easier to make hair look amazing and water look amazing and animations look a lot more fluid. So you'll see indie games that look, hopefully, allegedly, you will see indie games that look on the level of these like big studios like Respawn or whoever else. And I forget my second point, so you go first while I think about that.
Yeah, well, I think like when I'm thinking of game futurism, I talk about this sometimes, but I think there's a couple fun things that are coming. One is that like consoles are going to get this small, they're going to be the size of your phone, and they're going to be really easy to move around. And the idea of a Switch or that has a screen, so it's a little bit special. But any type of like home console, like computing is just getting so tiny, and it's just ridiculous that anything is going to be tall like the Xbox Series X. Like I'm thinking 10 years from now, it's not going to be like that. But another thing is, I think AI is like a really big change that we're going to see, like not only in making realistic characters and scenarios and stuff to interact with, but actually having AI assist people in making games. So, I think in the next 10 years, we're going to have a lot easier time making games by having computers co-design them with us. So if I can say in plain English, I wanted to make this goose character, but I want it to waddle like this, and then the game kind of makes that character, or the AI makes that character for me. That's like the big leap in game design that makes it so I can make any game I want, and I can make any movie I want right now, I can make any record I want right now, I can write any book I want right now, but as a single entity, it's really hard for me to make a game. So I think that's a big jump into game design.
I know as a gamer, I've been gaming for at least 2 decades at least, and I think now when I play games, I'm just looking for an experience that's just something different from everything else. And I'm wondering if I'm gonna get that this decade with this new console, something, I don't know, the fourth wall being broken, and it's like doing something that nobody ever did before.
There's a game
I don't
about
even know
making
what that
pizza
means.
on the show floor.
That's true.
I didn't get to play it, but it's about making pizza.
I remembered my other point.
Yeah, please.
So my other point was more on a business perspective, and if you look at the things that Microsoft and Xbox are concentrating on for Xbox Series X, they're really thinking about the ecosystem. So it's not just the Xbox Series X as like a gaming console, but it's as this like quality of life experience for entertainment. So things like smart delivery, the like features that they're focused on are really trying to bring across accessibility in a different meaning. And I think that sort of breaks the industry, like crossplay. Like we never would have been talking about crossplay just 2 years ago, let alone like having that now be this fully fledged integrated feature that even Sony's on board for. It's pretty amazing. So I think it's like really breaking down certain business barriers and where people are beginning, or like publishers are beginning to think about gaming as less of a like niche thing that needs to necessarily be competitive. It's more about like growing it as a technical industry that hopefully touches a lot more people than ever before.
Cool. I think we've got about 5 minutes left for questions.
Hi,
Hi.
Zach. Maybe you guys covered this in the newest episode, I haven't listened to it yet, but with GDC being canceled or postponed or whichever it really is, how big of an impact do you think that's going to have for like the rest of the year? Because that's such a big, that's like the next big event before E3. So now there's kind of a huge gap. And plus, like, you know, so many people are going to meet there, game developers, other people in the industry, and chat about all these different things. And now that information isn't going to be shared as easily. In addition to, like, you know, the money and time that is everybody had planned to go there that's now up in the air.
Yeah. I guess it depends on how you look at GDC, because it's not, you know, it's an industry event. There's not a lot of public-facing announcements that happen there. You don't see a lot of game announcements there. So I don't think now we're missing out on, you know, the next all of fall's big AAA games being announced. There's a lot of networking that happens there, a lot of hiring. People apply for jobs there.
So a lot of delays in all of those things.
Yeah. I mean,
And then there's, you know, people are starting to talk about it, like this is just the beginning of what this kind of.
bigger question to me is E3 going to be canceled?
Exactly.
Right now, I think it's a very real possibility.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That would be a bigger deal.
Yeah. Awesome.
You could just work from home like me. Just
Yeah.
have E3 at your house.
Rub it in, why don't you?
He kind of stole my question there, but I'll make something now.
You got scooped.
I got scooped. My name's Justin, so I'll just make a real quick question. Like, what's a game from last year that you guys were considering for Game of the Year where you guys were just thinking, no, this shouldn't be on our list or we shouldn't even acknowledge it? Like, what's that discussion where you guys are kind of like, I totally disagree with this kind of game being on
Like
our
our
list?
saltiest pick
What's your saltiest pick?
for a game of the year.
I mean,
Like, it
we have a
shouldn't be
lot
Game
of
of the
talks about Game of the Year, but I don't think we're not going to just like
Well, I'll say
shut somebody down.
The
if
year
they-
before, I was pretty upset that Red Dead Redemption didn't get it because I think that's one of the best games ever made of all time, and I think God of War's great, but like Red Dead Redemption, I felt like I was a cowboy, like in a whole different time.
We agree.
Yeah, we voted for Red Dead Redemption 2 also.
I'm the
2
only
years
one up
ago.
here who voted for God of War?
Yeah. Whatever.
I'm a man of the people.
Yeah, that one was pretty divisive, Red Dead 2, in the office, because there were a lot of people who ignored, or didn't ignore, but felt like, you know, some of the chorier things that you had to do didn't really impact the overall experience. And like that just didn't fit well for other people, so it's really just a matter of personal preference. But yeah, we lost that battle. For last year, Control was pretty unanimous, which was really cool for us. I voted for Control.
Yeah, I did too.
I voted for Jedi Fallen Order.
That was legit.
Yeah, I actually like that game a lot too.
I brought this up with them several times in person, but as the weeks and months go on, I like Death Stranding more and more, and I liked it at the time. But boy, I was the odd person out in the office. There were some big fans there. That I just had a really good time playing that game, and I had a good time just kind of experientially playing with other people, and it was a good time.
It's because he was the first one to build all the bridges or the roads, and so he was like on the top of the
I got all the likes.
leaderboards or whatever for ages.
Did anybody here like Death Stranding? Hell yeah. Oof. Still. That's a pretty low. I mean, I think Bubsy got bigger applause earlier. Did we mention Bubsy?
We haven't mentioned Bubsy.
Okay. Phew.
I think we just have time for one more question.
Quick question. My name is Kevin. And where is the Game Scoop after party?
That is a good question. We've been talking about that for a long time, and we could never figure anything else out. But we'll meet you guys out in the lobby and talk with you guys for a little bit afterwards. But I do think that's all the time we have. Guys, thank you so much for coming out. Thanks for watching, listening to the show.
In a world of legendary heroes, one man will rise to take all of the credit.
This game has something that no one else will. Me.
This is where the magic happens.
Hey, can I get a coffee?
I'm coming on!
Everybody has that game that they fell in love with because they make an impact. Those games were somebody's legacy. Well, this is my legacy.
Our legacy.
Our legacy, whatever.
It's not my legacy.
I have a BA in Women's Studies.
What exactly is women's studies?
It follows the experiences of women and the contributions they've made to...
Inquiry withdrawn.
Quick thing, I'm worried about the time.
Yeah, David, I'm moving as fast as I can. It's not my fault that these watermelons don't explode like real heads.
I can get you real heads. Not human.
That's commitment.
I built your vision. It's like you're this brilliant painter, and I'm your favorite brush. I'm just some tool to create your masterpiece.
I like that metaphor, but it's not quite right, is it?
Are you seriously about to noodle on my metaphor right now?
I know that I can be difficult, Papa. You can't give up. We're like the Beatles. Together, we make masterpieces. I could write the lyrics and the music and everything, but it would sound completely different without the drums.
Wait, I'm Ringo?
Well, yeah. Of course you're Ringo. I mean, look, somebody's got to keep the beat.
Oh my God! At least you brought me breakfast.
Oh, this is mine. It's prescription.
A prescription bagel?
Legally, you're actually not allowed to ask me about
Whatever.
In a world of legendary heroes, one man will rise to take all of the credit.
This game has something that no one else will. Me.
This is where the magic happens.
Hey, can I get a coffee?
I'm coming on!
Everybody has that game that they fell in love with because they make an impact. Those games were somebody's legacy. Well, this is my legacy.
Our legacy.
Our legacy, whatever.
It's not my legacy.
I have a BA in Women's Studies.
What exactly is women's studies?
It follows the experiences of women and the contributions they've made to...
Inquiry withdrawn.
Quick thing, I'm worried about the time.
Yeah, David, I'm moving as fast as I can. It's not my fault that these watermelons don't explode like real heads.
I can get you real heads. Not human.
That's commitment.
I built your vision. It's like you're this brilliant painter, and I'm your favorite brush. I'm just some tool to create your masterpiece.
I like that metaphor, but it's not quite right, is it?
Are you seriously about to noodle on my metaphor right now?
I know that I can be difficult, Papa. You can't give up. We're like the Beatles. Together, we make masterpieces. I could write the lyrics and the music and everything, but it would sound completely different without the drums.
Wait, I'm Ringo?
Well, yeah. Of course you're Ringo. I mean, look, somebody's got to keep the beat.
Oh my God! At least you brought me breakfast.
Oh, this is mine. It's prescription.
A prescription bagel?
Legally, you're actually not allowed to ask me about it.
Whatever.
Sorry, guys. I think I'm coming down with something. I don't know what's going on.
That's weird.
Man, I really apologize. Whoever I got you back there. Get him a towel or something.
Who's been talking into these microphones? Are these sterilized?
I think we're just me. I think these are new mics. We requested new mics.
Excellent.
Brand new.
Well, welcome everybody to the Mega 64 panel. Thanks for coming.
I guess it's safe up here.
Yeah, I think this is a clean zone.
Take the mask off.
Okay. Okay. Thank you all for coming. We are also streaming this out, to the internet public. But we're not going to show them like half the stuff in this panel. So if you stayed home, you blew it.
Yeah, freeloaders and cheapskates at home. Nice try.
But this next video, you can show it on the stream. And that's a message. The guy's streaming it over here. Hey, you could show this next one. We're all good.
Yeah.
This guy's understanding. He's been helping us out. Thank you very much.
Let's have a round of applause for our enforcers this weekend. Let them hear it.
Okay, so we've been very busy lately. We've actually been global jet setters because we found out recently we were blocked by someone we really admired on Twitter. We have a video that we did. Some people might have seen it, but we did a video with Platinum Games. And Hideki Kamiya blocked us. It was a whole thing. We better just show you the video. If you haven't seen it, here it is. If you have, we wanted to show it in front of all you people here and just kind of get a sense of how hurt we were during this whole situation. And
yeah,
here it is.
Sad day.
Oh, this video's so good! Nailed it! We might even go viral.
You know what we should do? We should tweet this at the creator of these games, Hideki Kamiya.
Yeah! You do that? Okay.
Did he respond yet?
Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing.
He tweeted back. Looks shitty.
Well, you know what? Tweet at him and tell him he sucks.
Tell him he looks shitty.
Tell him his glasses look stupid.
Tell him he's a piece of shit. I can't say anything to him. Blocked us on Twitter.
This isn't over!
Get my hands on that little runt.
Come here!
Come here!
Where is he?
I'm gonna take his butt.
Why didn't you block us? When I get to the bottom of this, I don't give a fuck who's at the top. Where is he? In there! Oh, hold on, I'm coming. Got him! Yeah, this is definitely the spot. Oh. What were we doing again? Oh, yeah! Oh, look who it is!
Oh, look
yeah!
who it is, Mr. Block Everybody on Twitter. What's up, Pizza Slice?
Remember when you blocked us like 13 hours ago? Yeah, try it now.
Turn this off.
Try
Sorry.
it. Yeah, this ain't the internet, pal.
Yeah, you want to
Sorry.
say some stuff? Here's a chance,
Yeah,
good guy.
go ahead. Take your shot.
I don't think he understands English.
Understands anything we're saying. Yeah. Find a translator. Find a translator.
I'm gonna find a translator.
He's gonna go get one. Yeah. He's gonna just 1 second. Don't move. Stop. Did you find one? Hold on. Stay.
Come here. If this guy speaks.
Yeah, sit down.
Sit down.
Sit down. It's fine.
Okay. Yeah. Take a seat and
All
okay.
right.
Tell him this.
You're an asshole.
Yeah, you're mean.
Yeah, you shouldn't have blocked us.
Yeah, you're a jerk move. It hurt our feelings.
Yeah, and you stink like crap. Go ahead, say it.
Say all that.
Get this going.
お前が臭いぞって言ってて、なんでブロックしたんだみたいな感じで、最終的にはこの航空代も請求するぞって。
その服でここまで来たの
So he can't believe that you guys came in those outfits.
Wow.
Wow. Weird way to say I'm sorry.
Dude, now you tell him. Tell him he's bold. I don't know if he knows that.
Yeah, probably doesn't know it.
He lives in a dumpster.
Yeah.
He's a dumpster baby.
He's got a lot of toys like a little kid. Ask him why he's mean to us because we don't deserve it.
Yeah. Ask your mom.
Ask your mom.
Hey, you don't need to translate that.
We understood.
We got it.
Look, we don't need all the cruelty.
I can't take anymore.
Can you please just unblock us from Twitter?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's all we wanted.
That's great.
Yeah, arigato. Yeah. I love Wonderful 101.
Yeah, big fan. Love everything.
Yeah.
We're big fans.
All right, see ya.
Sorry.
Where did you guys go?
Osaka.
We met with Kamiya-san and sorted it all out. Nice guy, actually. Sumimasen. What? Got him. Fuck.
This isn't over.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So, yeah, we blocked him.
We got him.
That was the least we could do, because...
Thank you.
What the? Shoot, security, what is...
Dude, what the? Hey, this isn't over. Blocking people? How rude.
Dude, I'm realizing we look really bad right now. Yeah, I didn't know this was gonna happen.
Maybe we can like make him smooth it over, make amends.
I think we could take him.
Maybe we should just unblock him.
What do you think? Should we unblock him?
What do you guys think? I mean, on one hand, it's pretty funny to leave him blocked.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, he made Devil May Cry.
Yeah. He might pull some Dante shit on us.
Yeah. Okay. Let's just do it. Let's do it. Okay. You're unblocked.
Okay.
The feud is officially ended.
Don't block anybody anymore.
Okay, no, we won't. Everyone here's unblocked too. We're good? Yeah. Okay. What? What is this?
Now we have a symbol of our friendship and appreciation.
Oh, what?
One of the most wonderful things we could imagine.
Oh, shirts! Wow! Oh my gosh, yeah. Thank you. Thank you. shirts are awesome. Wow. Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh no, we got some Mega 64 shirts. Yeah, for you.
Yeah.
All right. We have. You guys.
This is a quid pro quo situation.
You guys have to fight over which one. I don't know who wants a sweatshirt. There you go. Oh. That was really scary for a second. Are we good? Are we good? You guys, does that work? Is that the right size? Okay. Thank you. Wait, before you leave the stage, Oh yeah, were you gonna say something?
Thank you.
Can I say something before you leave? Can I say something before you? Okay. They're leaving. Okay, I want to say something really quick. It's very rare. I know we keep it comedic here. It's very rare that I get very serious. But let me just say, this man here gave us Devil May Cry, Okami, Beautiful Joe, Wonderful 101. Can we all stand up? Seriously. What an honor.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, you guys. Thank you. Oh.
Amazing.
Sorry, I was having a moment.
You've been having a lot of moments lately.
Sorry, I know I turned that sappy there, but I was having a moment, you know. Like, that was an honor. But I did think I was going to get my ass kicked, so.
Yeah.
It was an honor, but I'm glad it's over.
Came this close to a beatdown.
Although that would have been a good story.
Yeah.
That we got our ass kicked by a famous developer.
Yeah. Anyways, that's our panel. Thanks for coming, everybody. Good night.
Oh.
Oh, we still have 45 minutes.
Damn.
Oh, shit.
Okay, well,
hey, where do we go from here?
I guess, well, some people, I think there's probably a lot of confused people here, so I think we should explain what Mega 64 is. Ooh, probably should have done that first. Well, we have an interview that we just recorded recently that I think we pretty much sum it all up.
This is brand new. This has not aired. Nobody has seen this.
Exclusive.
The three have been friends since high school. Now they have Mega.
Time. He was saying, "Fuck this! This whole thing sucks," and they censored him. That's not true. I don't know what happened with the sound there. But anyway, sorry about that.
I think Kamiya cut the cable before he walked on stage.
Yeah.
Sabotaged.
He's backstage wiggling it around. We might have to block him
We might
again.
have to block him again. That's not a bad idea.
Okay, so that hopefully cleared everything up. What we thought we would show, oh yeah, I forgot to say, we're back in the zone of we can't show this stuff on the live stream. We're back in that zone now. This next thing, sorry everyone at home, you're blocked. We're gonna show a little bit of, we have a little bit of behind the scenes footage from when we shot the video for Platinum. And again, like, some of it is here, but most of it is over when we went to Osaka. And it's just a little bit of footage from there. I might talk over a couple little parts of it, but the rest of it speaks for itself. Anyway, it was a lot of fun doing the video with them. It was, we didn't know we were going to Japan until like a week before it happened. And suddenly it all came together. So it was pretty crazy. We didn't know where the hell we were. But anyway, here's some behind the scenes of when we made that video. Yeah, so that was a lot of fun. I was stoked that they were on the show floor this year with Wonderful 101 and all
Heck
that
yeah.
stuff. I always really loved that game, so I'm glad it's getting a second life. Okay, so that's what we've been working on. That's stuff that's in the past. We have some other stuff to show, but before that, again, sorry, internet crowd, we're going to cut you out right now. You're done. Take a break, go get a snack or something. Okay. Okay, we're clear? Okay. He's gone. But if he was here, he would tell you how much fun he's been having in that role in that video. He's been having a real great time.
He's having a blast.
It's a real positive, fun experience playing that particular role. So he's just really loving it. So I just want to speak for him,
especially
since he's not here, and say how much fun he's having. So we're moving on. Okay, so we have another thing to show. Again, sorry, internet, but something that we do every week is the Mega 64 podcast. And we've been doing it, gosh, this is year 14 of the podcast.
Oh, wow.
It's year 17 of Mega 64. That's the craziest part. What?
Wow.
But we've had a lot of fun stories on the podcast, and every now and then we like to have some of them animated by an animator. And so this is one that I didn't remember the story when they played this for me, but it's a good one. I wanted. Yeah, I didn't even remember that. When he gave us that animation, I was just like, oh yeah, that happened. And it really did happen. But I did not film them in the way that it was portrayed in that cartoon. That was an artist's interpretation. We have one more thing to show, but again, we can't show this on the stream. In fact, it's so top secret. We have to not only end the stream, but unplug all internet in the building.
Yeah.
Contact the ISP and have it.
Take your battery out of your phone.
Accounts all terminated. You're doing. Oh, you already did it. Okay, great. I guess we're set then. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So those are some of the videos we wanted to show. I want to say thank you again. This has been a great weekend in Boston, as always. It always is. We've been at our booth all weekend, and it's been a lot of fun. For now, we wanted to maybe do some Q&A, if that's possible. I don't know if there's like another... I didn't even think about this. There's another microphone.
The microphone is right there in the middle aisle.
Oh, okay.
Feel free to line up.
Oh, cool.
Good morning.
But yeah, come visit us. If you haven't, we will be at our booth tomorrow. Oh, there's only one more day, huh? Wow. This PAX went fast.
Today flew for me, man. I don't know.
Yeah, it did fly.
It was packed down there.
PAX goes fast when you're extremely sick.
Yeah.
Anyways, I think we have our first question queued up here. Hello.
Hi, guys. I just want to thank you guys for coming out to the East Coast every year for PAX East. Like, we all love coming to your panels and coming to your booth and buying merch and stuff. And we also loved the Last Laugh tour on the East Coast this year.
Thank you.
It was a one-of-a-kind experience. I don't think we could have gotten anywhere else. So now that it seems like you guys are expanding your horizons on the East Coast, I was wondering if maybe we could be seeing Omega 64 Game Days East Coast in the future.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah.
Deny Rocco Disney?
I think we want it. I mean, we definitely, I think we've talked about it. We want to. But
yeah, but it'll just never happen. So come out to the real one on the West Coast, because it's a great time. Yeah, what else is there to say? It's difficult to plan an event on the other side of the country when you're not there.
Yeah.
Because you have to like find the venues and get all the logistics.
Yeah.
So as of right now, there's no plan for an East Coast Game Days, but maybe someday. But we're focusing on Game Days Prime, West Coast Game Days, and every year it gets bigger and better. So if you haven't come, we highly recommend you come check it out. It's a really fun weekend.
Yeah.
And the last 2 years have just been like next level.
Yeah, it's been awesome. Yeah, we had Neil Hamburger at the last one.
And DJ Doug Pound, the one before that.
Yeah, Donkey came out.
Are there any Game Days attendees in the audience? Okay.
Oh, yeah, awesome.
Who's been to multiple Game Days? Okay.
Same hands.
5 people.
What do you?
There's a lot of people.
What do you think of the most recent one? Best ever?
That's 2 thumbs up.
Mwah. So come check it out.
There are a lot of people here that would go probably if there was an East Coast, but you should come out to the West Coast.
Yeah.
It's the best coast.
Who saw our Last Laugh tour?
Okay.
Okay, cool.
Who
Thank
didn't
you.
see it? Okay.
Oh, okay.
Most of the people in here. Y'all fucked up. So it was great.
Yeah, we got to come back out here. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
We really enjoyed the East Coast a lot. I mean, I always do, but yeah, that was really cool. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my question's for Garrett.
Sure.
So you've been like an official member for about a year now.
Yeah.
You've been working for like 10 years before that. So my question is, when is Sean's birthday?
Yeah, do you remember? Yeah, when's Sean's birthday?
What's this remember off bullshit? It's all right.
Here,
You know what? Someone just taught me.
I'll give you a hint. It's in the
someone taught me an
second half of the year.
anagram. Someone taught me this weekend an anagram for this. Because my birthday is 131, and his is like.
What the fuck is this anagram shit?
It's the same forwards as it is backwards, but it's like.
313.
Go ahead. I am recording, so whenever you're ready, Sean's birthday. Go ahead.
I'm gonna take my shot.
Yeah.
616. No, that would have been. I would have been able to remember that as like a Marvel universe.
No, that's it.
That's it.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
June
that's it.
16th.
But it doesn't count because you don't know that that's it. It's even worse that you got it right and didn't know.
That's a technicality.
Yeah, nah, it doesn't count. All right.
I'm gonna need a year.
Oh yeah.
Oh, what?
I don't know. I don't even know the year. We move on.
All right, give me a pass. Thank you.
That's
good question.
1997.
Yeah.
Hi. I just wanted to know, because you guys have worked with like so many people in the games industry, and like you've hit like all the top level guys. I wondered if there was still anyone left who you guys really want to work with, who you haven't gotten the opportunity to work with yet.
Oh, who we haven't worked with. Man, it's funny because for years it was Kamiya, because we were supposed to do a video with him like years ago, and it didn't work out, or I don't remember, something changed and we couldn't. So, but now that's done. So, I don't know. We've never done anything with like Capcom. So I like a ton of their games, but I don't know. Kamiya was at Capcom when he made all the classics that they have, so it's hard to say. I don't know.
There.
No, we worked with him.
Yeah, we did a video with Yu Suzuki.
Yeah, nice try.
It's good though.
We made a Shenmue video.
Spielberg did technically make Boom Blocks, so I'm going Spielberg, dude.
Shoot for the top. Why not?
Do a Boom Blocks skit. That'd be relevant. So I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, Paul McCartney made Beatles Rock Band.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
I'm gonna have to go with that one.
I really did try to make that happen because at that time, harmonics, we've always been really good with harmonics. We knew a lot of people there. And I knew when they were doing Beatles Rock Band, I was like, they're going to get the Beatles in there for promotional, whatever.
Sure.
So I tried to like get there, at E3. I was like, what are you guys doing for E3? But it didn't happen. But that, yeah, I'm agree with that, McCartney.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know who's left. It's
No. Yeah, Tetsuya Nomura.
We've worked with all those people.
Romero would be good.
We almost did a thing with Todd Howard, but we couldn't. It didn't work.
Sometimes it don't work.
Yeah, it didn't work out. Anyway,
Can we say what the vague concept was of that video?
I mean, they are probably streaming this, so I don't know. Yeah.
I think we should because, whatever, it didn't work out, but we had a video planned with Todd Howard, like a retrospective of all his games, but then we made up a game and slipped it in there into this like review, and it was a game called Tree Haters.
Yeah.
And the whole video was going to be us like, oh, it's so great, but why do you hate trees so much? I don't.
Yeah, it's like somebody edited the Wikipedia on his name to add that game, and he's like, what? And they're about to give him the Lifetime Achievement Award, and he's like, I didn't make this game. What the fuck is Tree Haters? And they go, I don't know, but we already added it to your
Lifetime Achievement
Award presentation.
It's too late. It's already playing.
And,
we had like an animator make this fake video game where a guy throws chainsaws at trees and makes them explode.
Yeah.
He's like going through the Amazon, just like destroying it.
And they said like, there's no stopping it. Like that's gonna play when you get your Lifetime Achievement Award. And so he says, like, he thinks to himself, like, well, I've had a perfect track record. I can't afford to have one of these games suck. So in the 5 minutes he has until he goes out on stage, he develops Tree Haters. And he makes it like a really good game. And they go out, and he goes out on stage, and there it is, and it's amazing, and everyone's blown away, and it's like perfect. It was like, but it didn't work out.
That was the video that almost was.
It almost was, but there wasn't enough time to do it.
Too high concept, man.
Yeah, budget was way too big.
Yeah, we wanted to have an open world Tree Hater. Sorry.
That's a symptom, bro.
I don't know.
Wow.
That's a symptom.
I don't know. Something's coming over me. I don't know. Anyway.
All right. So from your guys' personal experience, what would you say is an often overlooked aspect or neglected aspect of filmmaking?
Wait, what was the first part? In our what?
Personal experience, like from doing Mega 64.
What is the most overlooked
or or neglected aspect?
I don't know, because we overlook and neglect so much.
Are you talking about that we overlook, or that other people like don't give us credit for? Is that which?
Just like that you've like overlooked.
Oh, that we
like,
overlook. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, there's. I don't know.
Yeah, we cut so many corners. I think other people would be able to say that about us.
There's a lot. Yeah, there's a lot of people that are like, well, you gotta, script this and storyboard that, and we're like, okay, we're gonna fly into Japan and we'll figure out what we're gonna say to, But that's where a lot of the comedy I mean, there's some things you have to do, you have to plan out like that, and we do. But we've been doing it so long that we know, like, okay, if we put us in the room with Kamiya and we're gonna come up with something funny there,
Yeah, I go to like other film sets and they have a script supervisor and a gaffer, cinematographer, 10 people that are just standing around not doing anything, and it's always just our small like 5-person crew.
Yeah.
We're holding the camera and it's like, okay, now you hold the camera and film me. And so I feel like we cut corners more than anybody.
Yeah.
But somehow it works for us.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you.
Rocco con artist Bodie.
What?
Where is the next episode of the history of Voltage
Okay,
Vendors?
security, please. Okay. Next question, please. Next question. Next question.
That was it.
This is insane. And I thought they had security at all the entrances. This is insane.
Is he leaving?
You could sit down and watch the rest. Just
okay.
That's okay.
Hi, good evening, guys. I just wanted to ask, so you guys have been doing this forever, and I'm sure there's been a bit of a blurring of a line between a personal life and the persona you give to the world that brings us all a lot of joy. And I'm curious, if you're sitting down to dinner with your family over, Christmas or Hanukkah or whatever you guys celebrate, how does that division between who you are at home with the family and who you are to everybody, how does that line blend? Do you find yourself being in character at home? Do you find yourself bringing your personal life to work? How do you separate these worlds?
That's a good question. Ourselves at home versus ourselves on camera.
Yeah.
It's funny because like when we do our podcast, we are different on, it's like, I think a lot of people do take it as like, oh, that's where you're yourselves. And we kind of are, but at the same time, like when the camera's on, we turn it all up. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no,
so I don't think it's like,
film, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like we kind of
absolutely.
We exaggerate everything.
Even this right now, to be honest, is like in character.
Sure, you're aware cameras are on, and you're putting on performance.
Well, I think that there's a pressure to be funny and snappy, and that pressure isn't there at home and personal life.
Sure.
So I meet people often, and they're like, "Oh, you're a lot more like subdued in real life."
I thought you'd be funnier.
You all know Johnny's been hanging out lately. You may have seen him in videos. And as he's spent more time with us, he's like, yo, homie.
Yeah.
It is psychotic how you were able to turn it on. It kind of scares me. And I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, it just, when the camera's on, you just like become another person. And I was like, I guess, I don't know. Like, it's just so second nature for us at this point.
But that is the part though of working in like online video or whatever you want to call it, that is kind of insane and kind of scary.
Sure.
Because that line does blur, and I will say from personal experience, like I find myself, I'll play up like I'll be on camera and I'll act like King Douchebag, like hey, with the greatest, whatever. But then you have a million people. I mean, our fan base is amazing and loyal, but not nearly the size of like PewDiePie or someone like that. I mean, that's just the way it is. But even at that level, everyone kind of tells you, yeah, good job. Oh, that's so great when you act like that. And that sometimes you find, at least for me, I find myself like I'll be kind of acting like a douchebag somewhere, and I go, oh, like people expect me to be that way, so I'll do that, and then I'll be like, wait, no, I really am being a douchebag. Like, what? I should stop. You know what I mean? Like, it's hard sometimes to like.
Do you take any discrete steps to keep a healthy separation of work and life?
Yeah, I mean, I just try to be aware of it. And then, you watch videos from like TwitchCon panels where the guy says he's better than his audience or whatever, and then do you remember that? We just watched that clip.
That's on loop in our office.
So you watch stuff like that and you go, okay, stay away from that.
Pull it back a bit.
Yeah. Anyway, it's hard, but it's
We have Meg here. Meg, raise your hand. Raise your hand. Raise your hand. Raise your hand. All right, she's the girl shouting no in the front row. Meg and I have a side podcast, Heart Slayers, Don't Clap, Stating a Relationship podcast. And on that show, I feel like I would always have to warn people, like, hey, you're going to get more of like the real Derek on this show. I'm not going to be making funny. And it was strange because sometimes we would have people who call the regular podcast and that podcast, and I would tell them, like, you're going to be talking to two different people depending on what platform it is.
Yeah.
On the regular podcast, I'm going to be real snarky and kind of mean to you. And on Heart Slayers, I'm going to really listen and be thoughtful and be real. So, yeah, it's, I don't know. I feel like I don't have trouble separating it. But sometimes I maybe go too far when I'm on.
Yeah, sure.
Got to know where the line is to step over it a little sometimes.
Yeah, for me the line is like being too big when I have that persona on, because I just like lean into it too much.
Yeah, I think for me, it's just I always want to like please everyone. You know what I mean? And so then I'll go somewhere and I'll act a certain way, and it'll be like, well, maybe on camera that's cool, but you're being a dumbass here. That's always been very hard for me, but it's always a good idea to like talk with people about that and not just internalize everything, because in your own head you're one person, and outside of that you're another.
Yeah.
But this got real deep. I don't know what happened.
No, that's where I was trying to get to go.
Question.
That was a good question.
Evangelion
It kind of is, though. The last thing I'll say about that persona that you can turn on, it is a little bit like a superpower, because most people, I would say 90% of the population out there will shy away from awkward situations and don't want confrontation, but we can go into like public skit mode.
Yeah.
If stuff gets awkward, we're not going to like run away, because we operate in this environment. So we've all been there. Rocco and I have both been there, where people tried to whatever it is, situations where we're trying to get paperwork done or get into access to I don't know, like a party or something, like an industry thing related, and they'll kind of like try to, we don't know who you are, and make it awkward for us. We're like, hey, we fucking love awkward. Let's do this.
Yeah. That really specifically happened once, because we were supposed to, we were going to some GDC event, and they didn't have all our names down, only like a couple of us, and they were like, yeah, sorry, and we just stood there like.
I mean,
I'm used to it.
Two more people, right?
You watch the Death Stranding video. I'll just keep piling packages on the desk. Like it doesn't matter.
Yeah, they were making these comments like, I don't know, it's real busy around here. Like, I just don't know. Yeah, it's fine.
And they're like, all right, here's the tickets. Just go.
Yeah,
all right,
just get out of here. So it does come in handy.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Give it up for that guy.
That guy.
He's cosplaying as a Madden character.
Avatar.
What's going on, guys?
Hey, what's up?
4 really quick things. Only one of them you need to respond to.
4 things?
Yeah, real quick. The first is your merch guy or girl, whoever designs it, is fucking killing it every year. I just want to spend so much money on your merch all the time.
Meg, raise your hand.
Meg, raise your hand already.
It's so good. It is so simple, but so good. Number 2.
Sign this.
Too perfect.
Number 2, I've been coming to PAX for a long time, and I originally started coming for a specific thing. That has come and gone, but the consistent here for the entire time has been you guys, so thanks for keeping coming to PAX East.
Thank you.
I love it.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Hey, man, we love it.
And,
Number 3.
Smosh. Yeah.
Number 3, which is super serious, despite my 4th question, which you'll probably kick me out of the room. Number 3, I have a venue booked and would love to host. I understand if you can't say yes, but an official Mega 64 after party for next year for PAX if you come. I have a venue ready to go. Just want to stay. I'll reach out to you guys.
What's the venue?
I got connections with this bar downtown Boston, Faneuil Hall. And they pretty much gave me free reign for any specific date.
They pretty much gave free reign.
Between March, February and March. Anyway, I'll reach out to you guys. Hopefully you get in touch. I would love to do that for you guys.
Sean will go.
Excellent. After seeing the Twitter unblocked situation, I expected George Takei to come out here. Thank you.
Oh, what? What?
That video we're not supposed to talk about.
No, I don't even know what he's saying.
I couldn't even hear him.
Couldn't even understand that one.
It wasn't mic'd.
Doesn't even make sense. Okay.
So,
So 2 things. First is, when are you gonna ever reprint the old content on Blu-ray or whatever, even digitally?
Like our old public access episode, or like
Yeah,
half-hour episodes.
the versions and
Oh, yeah.
Gamer Wars and all that, because you have a lot of things that need to be reprinted.
Yeah, a lot of those are sold out, but
Yeah.
those are things that we're one of the only internet groups that I know of that we have tons of content only relegated to physical media. Like we have all this stuff on the internet and there's a whole universe of stuff on discs. And they're out of print. A lot of them are. So
It's kind of cool though. It's like the collector mentality. You gotta track it down.
It is kind of like I have always kind of like the idea of they have a secret show. Like what? I didn't know that. But it's not much of a secret show if it's not in print anywhere and no one can watch it. So yeah, we're still looking into that. The places that we used to go that would print that stuff for us, they're closing. They're all gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did for our Patreon people. We did a Flame War Theater Blu-ray, and it took months even to get that out because it was just making a Blu-ray. It's what you want to do that? And I had to go through so much more red tape. It used to be I just went down to a place down the street and they'd print 1,000 of them or whatever, and it's getting harder.
Yeah.
So we are looking into it though. It'll be available.
Yeah, even digitally or anything like that, because it's impossible.
Digital though. Digital's kind of a fad.
Yeah, analog's in.
I miss that place that used to print our Blu-rays and DVDs. We were friends with all the old dudes who worked there.
Yeah, there's a bunch of old guys.
Every time we'd go there, their hot technology, none of you have ever heard of this. We heard of it because we were on the inside, but they're like, hey, we've got scratch and sniff discs.
Yeah.
Yeah, crazy. And they would always be
yeah.
like, guess what? We can do marijuana smell.
Yeah, they did tell us that. I forgot about
They
that.
would tell us that every time. It's like, you've told us.
They were
Maybe you
dying to use
forgot
that.
you told
No one
us.
wanted to.
And so, as far as I know, I think we're the only group that did it because we did a con-exclusive DVD 10 years ago, something like that, and we made the disc look kind of looked like the colors of a cinnamon roll, and we said give it cinnamon roll flavor because who wouldn't want to smell that,
Yeah.
Oh, is that cinnamon? Is that
We
cinnamon?
had it at PAX. We'd be like, yo, smell this disc.
It smelled good. It was a good selling tool.
Let me smell your disc.
Yeah.
Thank you, deep cut.
Weird Derek over here. But we did it. We said, all right, yeah, this con exclusive DVD, make it smell like that. They printed it and they called me there's been a huge meltdown. The smells ruined the machinery. It broke everything. We can never do this again. It's
yeah.
So we got those discs and they smelled like cinnamon.
Well, they smell
Kind
like
of.
maple syrup.
Yeah, it
sort
was
of
more
maple
like
syrup.
maple syrup.
But every DVD we printed with that factory smelled like that after.
For the rest of its time.
And we got comments from people online that were like, dude, I just ordered version 3 from you guys. What? This smells like maple syrup. For years,
everything.
We tainted their machinery.
And what's funny is they mostly did political DVDs for mass distribution
Yeah.
and church DVDs.
Yeah.
So everybody after us got a maple syrup disc,
Yeah.
regardless of who you were and what you were making.
That's the power of the Lord right there. So yeah.
And the second thing is, it's March, and I'm waiting for that new figure update video. where
Okay, that's
you-
personal channel stuff. We're not doing that.
Is it
Disqualified.
March? Is it March?
Well, in a few hours. You haven't done one for February.
He's gonna sit there and try to argue, but is it March?
I'm so behind. I'm 3 months behind on a figure update. I've got one so full of great figures when I come back. I'm gonna literally upload it as figure update the movie. It's coming out.
Exclusive
Yeah,
news.
it's gonna be at least an hour. We're talking Return of the King length. Extended. Anyway, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, we only have a little bit of time, so we're gonna try to lightning round the rest of the questions as fast as possible. So as quick as you can, lightning round, go.
What's a movie all three of you or consider so bad it's good? You like it because it's so shit or in spite of its shittiness?
That's hard. That's hard because I watch a lot of movies like that and love them. Oh my God, I'll watch Halloween 3 and I'll be, oh my God. Derek does not function like that. Derek watches a bad movie and says, that was a really fucking bad movie. So we've always had, right? Would you say?
Well,
but is there one that you would say?
I think that there is certain overlap. I just hate Halloween 3.
Yeah, there you go.
But I know we both love Sleepaway Camp, and that movie is awful.
Yeah, that's a good bad movie.
But yeah, I mean, I think it would have to be some of those Rasputin films.
Yeah,
we saw the Buttercream Gang.
Oh yeah, Buttercream
Yeah,
Gang,
that's a good one.
Probably.
I'm a buttercreamer.
Yeah, we're going Buttercream.
So's Kevin.
It's gotta be Buttercream.
We're going
Gang.
Buttercream on this one.
Yeah.
Buttercream Gang.
Buttercreamer for life, man.
Hell
That's
yeah.
right.
Hell yeah. Okay. Zolar fan in the audience. Okay. Lightning round.
All right, Garrett, thanks for letting me know. Only character Hideki Kamiya voiced, right here. Anyhow, the question is, if you could, what is a video that you guys wanted to make for your public game experiments, and what new upcoming game would you like to make one for?
There was one that we were about to do that we didn't do because we had everything already. We were going to do a Lemmings video where we had like 50 people all dressed the same and we're leading them into stuff and like they keep coming, like we lead them into a store and they just keep filling up the store, you know, and stuff like that. But then someone online did it right before we were about to film it. And it was bad. It was really bad. And we were like, we do not want to be compared to that. But then they took it down. It's gone.
Yeah, but it was also exactly what we were going to do, and it was really lame. So it was like, ooh, good thing we didn't do this, because this sucks.
So I bought like 50 Snuggies, like purple Snuggies.
Oh, that's why we had
That's why we had them all. We kept them. So anytime you're cold at our studio, grab a Snuggie.
It's like a closet
years
full.
ago also had planned to do a double dragon skit with our good friend.
Oh, you might.
Yo. With our good friend Nicole, you remember Double Dragons, some of the villains were these like leather-clad girls who had these whips, but if you punched them, they would drop the whip, and then you could pick the whip up and hit them with it. That was gonna be our skit. And we had the whip, we had the costume. Nicole was like, yeah, let's do it. Let's get in the car and go do it. All right, and we're driving down there, and I'm like, you know, I don't know if the public's gonna think this one is quite as funny as our Tetris skit. I just have a hunch this might not go so well. And yeah, we all got there like, yeah, how do we think this is gonna go?
Yeah, we just immediately went, okay, so what's the plan? I think you just hit her. Let's just go home. Okay. That was it.
So I think those are the only two we kind of prepared
That we
for
actually
and then bailed
on. Yeah. Anyway, thank you.
Yeah, it's lightning round, so we can't say what we'd like to do. Stay tuned.
Hey, how are you guys? It was really great seeing you guys at the Last Laugh tour in Asbury Park, which is like right next to my hometown.
Thank
in
you
New Jersey.
very much. Lightning round.
Yes, and I asked the same question there, and I want to ask it here, and I just wanted to know how you guys are doing.
Good.
All right,
next question.
Next. That was kind of a waste of time.
Great. So what's the hardest classic game you've ever beaten?
That I've beaten?
Oh, Zelda 2, The Adventures of Link.
Oh my God, you beat that?
Yeah.
Wow. I think.
Applause. Thank you.
I think I did. I beat Punch Out when I was younger. I think. Somehow.
I don't know.
Did you beat Castlevania 2?
I don't think I did. I think I came pretty close.
Okay.
But I got to like level 99 of Gyromite.
Okay.
Wow. Classic game.
There you go. Thank you.
All right. Advanced.
All right, lightning round. Here we go.
Any update on version 4 in the book?
Version 4, we are still working on. Unfortunately, it's not out yet, but it's getting there. We just watched. We had an effects artist do this one part of it that looked really cool, and we just watched it before we left. We were like, "Oh, it looks cool."
So there's your update.
Yeah, but hopefully soon. Hopefully soon.
And the book's in editing?
Yeah.
The book has gone through first round of edits, so there's a complete book there, and then we just need to do like another round of revisions, and then it's off to the publisher.
Yeah.
So
But we were just reading a chapter of it. It was good.
Great, thank you so much. Thanks for coming out.
Okay, we got 3 more people. I think we can do this. We got 1 minute.
1 minute.
You still do Rock Band?
I still do Rock Band. Next question. Yeah.
Glad to hear it.
That guy does.
What type of video do you get more nervous about, working with high-profile developers or your in-public skits?
For me, public skits.
Yeah, public skits, because controller predict that. You know, with a guest, they're usually pretty cool. If they're willing to work with us, they must be
all
pretty down,
creative
you know?
people I've found are pretty much the same, and they're on the same. It's funny because all the creative people are insulated by a group of uncreative people who are like, you can't do that idea, that's a bad idea, I don't know if that's gonna fly. But then when we get to the actual creative person, they're like, no, that rocks, let's do it.
Yeah.
And they're all super cool and really chill, so.
Yeah.
So,
Thank you.
yeah. All right, final question.
Final question.
This is what you're going to remember about this panel. Everybody, look at this person. Point a finger at this person.
The grand finale.
Go ahead, everybody
Hey,
point.
wait, Kevin, get some footage of everyone kind of just taking in, you know, the behind you two. Just make sure you see everyone kind of like leaning in on the subject.
Come on, point a finger. Point. There we go. There we go. Pressure's on.
All right, so, all right,
you
without
ready?
further ado, the final question. Go ahead.
Are the pretzel Pop-Tarts really that bad?
Yeah, they're shitty. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you for coming. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, everybody. We'll be at our booth tomorrow. So come visit us at our booth tomorrow. We'll be there. It'll be our last day in Boston. We're gonna miss you guys. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you.
In a world of legendary heroes, one man will rise to take all of the credit.
This game has something that no one else will. Me.
This is where the magic happens.
Hey, can I get a coffee?
I'm coming on!
Everybody has that game that they fell in love with because they make an impact. Those games were somebody's legacy. Well, this is my legacy.
Our legacy.
Our legacy, whatever.
It's not my legacy.
I have a BA in Women's Studies.
What exactly is women's studies?
It follows the experiences of women and the contributions they've made to...
Inquiry withdrawn.
Quick thing, I'm worried about the time.
Yeah, David, I'm moving as fast as I can. It's not my fault that these watermelons don't explode like real heads.
I can get you real heads. Not human.
That's commitment.
I built your vision. It's like you're this brilliant painter, and I'm your favorite brush. I'm just some tool to create your masterpiece.
I like that metaphor, but it's not quite right, is it?
Are you seriously about to noodle on my metaphor right now?
I know that I can be difficult. Papa, you can't give up. We're like the Beatles. Together, we make masterpieces. I could write the lyrics and the music and everything, but it would sound completely different without the drums.
Wait, I'm Ringo?
Well, yeah, of course you're Ringo. I mean, look, somebody's got to keep the beat.
Oh my God! At least you brought me breakfast.
Oh, this is mine. It's prescription.
A prescription bagel?
Legally, you're actually not allowed to ask me about
Whatever.
it.